Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What Ifs. So in this video, we will see, what if Izuku became SCP-999999, the Immortal King, and got harem of all anomalous girls? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Accidental King. The world was ending in a symphony of screaming steel and splintering concrete. For Izuku Midoriya, it was ending in a sphere of absolute, crushing silence. The villain, a monstrous brute calling himself Graviton, had a quirk that was as simple as it was terrifying: localized gravity manipulation. With a sneer and a flick of his wrist, he could turn a city block into a singularity. A scrap heap of compacted metal and powdered stone. The Musutafu Central Shopping Complex, once a beacon of weekend consumerism, was now a skeletal ruin, groaning its last breath under the weight of its own existence. Pro-heroes were scattered, either pinned under impossible pressures or trying desperately to evacuate the few stragglers who hadn't been caught in the initial attack. Izuku, as always, was one of those stragglers. He hadn't meant to be. He'd been on his way home, hero analysis notebook clutched in his hand, when the first tremor hit. He had run, just like everyone else. But then he had heard it, a child's cry, thin and reedy, from a partially collapsed toy store. His legs had moved before his brain could protest, a familiar, self-destructive instinct that had ruled his entire quirkless life. He'd found the little girl, her leg trapped under a fallen shelving unit. It had taken him frantic, adrenaline-fueled minutes to free her, his knuckles raw and bleeding. He had carried her out, pushing her towards a frantic-looking sidekick, before turning back. He didn't know why. A foolish, ingrained part of him, the part that still dreamed in red, white, and blue, thought he could still do something. That was when Graviton had seen him. A little rat, scurrying in the rubble, the villain had boomed, his voice distorted by the warped air around him. He was a mountain of a man, clad in reinforced plating that buckled and strained with his every movement. Looking for scraps, or trying to be a hero. Izuku had frozen, a deer in the crosshairs of a weapon that could unmake constellations. He was standing on a mezzanine overlooking the central atrium, the very epicenter of the destruction. Below, the floor had been compressed into a solid, glittering disk of glass, plastic, and metal. "There are no heroes here," Graviton declared, raising a hand. "Only gravity. And gravity always wins." The pressure began. It wasn't a physical blow. It was worse. The air grew thick, heavy, like trying to breathe in molasses. The light bent around him, a nauseating fisheye lens effect. Izuku's bones began to creak, a sound he felt more than heard. His knees buckled, and he crashed to the tiled floor, the impact sending a jarring shock through his already screaming joints. He felt the blood vessels in his eyes threatening to burst. His world shrank to the cracking tiles beneath his cheek and the sound of his own ragged, failing breaths. "This is it," a surprisingly calm part of his mind noted. "I saved the little girl. That's something, right? It's more than I thought I'd do." He thought of his mom, of All Might's shining smile, of the charred pages of his notebook. A single, hot tear traced a path through the grime on his face. "It wasn't fair." Graviton laughed, a sound like grinding rocks. He intensified the field, wanting to make an example of the boy. The tiles beneath Izuku didn't just crack, they exploded into dust. The rebar in the concrete below groaned, then snapped with reports like rifle shots. And then the floor gave way. For a single, blissful second, the pressure vanished as Izuku fell into darkness. He plunged through the shattered remains of the mezzanine, then through a weakened subfloor, a place no one had likely set foot in for decades. He fell for what felt like an eternity, the chaos above fading into a distant rumble. He landed hard, not on concrete, but on a thick layer of dust and debris that cushioned his fall just enough to shatter bones instead of outright killing him. Pain, white-hot and absolute, erupted in his left leg and arm. He screamed, a raw, broken sound that was swallowed by the cavernous darkness. He lay there, broken and bleeding, his consciousness flickering like a dying candle. The air was stale, ancient, tasting of dust and ozone. Faintly, from above, he could hear the villain's enraged roar at losing his plaything. The rumbles continued, and more debris rained down. A support beam somewhere gave way with a shriek of tortured metal. The whole forgotten basement was coming down on top of him. He was going to be buried alive. He tried to crawl, to drag his shattered body away, but the movement sent waves of agony through him that threatened to drown him in blackness. It was hopeless. He closed his eyes, surrendering to the inevitable. And that's when he felt it. A pulse. It wasn't a sound, but a feeling that resonated directly in his bones, in the marrow itself. Thump thump, thump thump. A slow, powerful, impossibly ancient heartbeat. It cut through his pain. A beacon in the encroaching darkness. It was coming from somewhere nearby. Curiosity, the last flicker of his analytical mind, forced his eyes open. Through the settling dust, he saw a faint light. A soft, internal luminescence. Pulsing in time with the beat. It was deep violet, shot through with veins of silver that glittered like distant galaxies. It was coming from the center of the room. From an object resting on a crude stone pedestal. Using his one good arm, Izuku began to drag himself towards it. Every movement was a fresh hell, but the pulse was a siren's call, promising something. He didn't know what. Relief. An end to the pain. It didn't matter. It was the only thing left in his world. He reached the pedestal, his vision swimming. He pulled himself up, gritting his teeth against the grinding of broken bones. There it was. It was a heart. Not a biological one, but a perfect, crystalline structure the size of a human head, flawlessly sculpted into the shape of a heart. It was warm to the touch, and the violet light within seemed to swirl and churn, a contained nebula of cosmic power. The pulse was stronger here, a tangible vibration that seemed to calm the frantic hammering of his own failing heart. He stared into its depths, mesmerized. He saw not just light, but patterns, concepts, things his human mind couldn't begin to process. He saw the birth and death of stars, the silent turning of galaxies, the geometry that underpinned reality itself. He felt an intelligence within it, a consciousness that had slumbered for eons, dreaming of forgotten empires and silent, empty cosmos. It was ancient, it was alone, and it was dying. He could feel its weakness, a faint flicker in the otherwise steady pulse. The collapse of the building, the very fabric of reality being warped by the villain above, had fractured its containment. It was bleeding power, its long slumber at an end. Izuku reached out, his trembling, blood-caked fingers brushing against its smooth, warm surface. The moment his skin made contact, the universe held its breath. The crystalline heart flared with impossible light, and a torrent of information, of raw existence, flooded Izuku's mind. It wasn't a gentle merge. It was a desperate, symbiotic fusion. The artifact, a fragment of a being beyond comprehension, saw a vessel. A vessel that was also dying, empty of the anomalous energies that would reject it. A blank slate, and Izuku's soul, his stubborn, heroic, indomitable will to live, to protect, reached back. Pain unlike anything he had ever imagined consumed him. It felt as if every cell in his body was being simultaneously incinerated and flash-frozen. His DNA was unwritten and rewritten a billion times in a nanosecond. His memories became intertwined with cosmic dust and the echoes of dead gods. He felt his physical form dissolve into raw data, a stream of consciousness adrift in an ocean of raw potential. He felt the weight of eternity, the crushing loneliness of millennia spent in silent, patient waiting. He was Izuku Midoriya, a quirkless boy who wanted to be a hero. He was a king watching his star-spanning empire turn to dust. He was a child crying for his mother. He was a consciousness watching the first spark of creation ignite the void. He was nothing. He was everything. On the dusty floor of a forgotten basement in Musudafu, Japan, Izuku Midor. Aya's body dissolved into a maelstrom of violet light. And then, just as quickly, it coalesced. He stood up. His bones snapped back into place, not with a sickening crunch, but with a quiet, final click of absolute reality setting itself. His wounds stitched themselves closed, leaving no scars. The dust and grime on his clothes vanished, his simple t-shirt and jeans appearing pristine. His green eyes, once wide with fear and youthful uncertainty, now held the deep, steady calm of a boundless ocean. They glowed with a faint, internal violet light. He was still Izuku Midoriya. He had his own memories, his own core personality. But it was now underpinned by something else. A foundation of absolute certainty. An unshakable knowledge of his own existence. He was an anchor point in the churning sea of reality. He was a fact in a world of opinions. He raised a hand, not in a gesture of power, but of simple curiosity. He could feel the world around him. Not just see it or hear it, but feel it. He could feel the stress fractures in the concrete ceiling, the frantic heartbeat of a rat hiding in a wall, the weak nuclear forces holding the atoms of the air together. He could feel the villain above. A screaming knot of redirected physics, a cancer on the local space-time. And he felt something else. Two new presences, drawn to the event of his birth. One was a beacon of cold, ordered logic and suspicion, rapidly approaching. The other was a flickering flame of pain, desperation, and feral strength, already here. Simultaneously, a silent, invisible wave of energy erupted from him. It wasn't destructive. It was a wave of pure, unadulterated order. A wave of stasis. Above, Graviton was savoring his victory when the world simply stopped. His quirk, his absolute control over gravity, vanished as if it had never existed. The crushing force fields evaporated into nothing. The bent light snapped straight. The air, once thick as water, became breathable again. He staggered, clutching his head as a sudden, profound sense of normalcy washed over him. It was the most terrifying thing he had ever experienced. The rubble of the mall, which had been groaning and shifting, fell utterly silent. The wave washed over the entire district. It was unnoticed by most civilians, a momentary feeling of calm, like the world taking a deep breath. But for those attuned to the strange and unnatural, it was a thunderclap that shook the foundations of their understanding. Miles away, in a heavily armored transport, the commander of Mobile Task Force NU-7, hammer down, slammed a fist against his console. Report. Commander Vance barked, his eyes glued to the array of reality index monitors, all of which were screaming in red. Sir, we have a total count-level deviation event in the Musudafu disaster zone. A tech replied, her voice tight with panic. A massive, localized reality stabilization wave. It just flattened everything. All anomalous readings in the area, including the hostile Keter-level quirk user, have been neutralized. Readings are zeroed out. It's like someone just hit the off switch on weird. Is that even possible? Vance muttered. Source. The epicenter of the wave. There's something there, sir. An energy signature I've never seen before. It's not emitting anything. It's just there. Like a hole punched in reality, but instead of a void, it's filled with something infinitely dense. We're classifying it provisionally as SCP-999999. Orders, sir. Vance's face was grim. Deploy the squad. Standard Keter class containment protocols. I want Scranton anchors active at all times. If it moves, shoot it. If it talks, shoot it. If it doesn't do anything, box it. Go. Back in the ruins, Izuku took his first breath as a new being. The air tasted of individual molecules. He could sense the nitrogen, the oxygen, the argon. It was overwhelming. A pained whine drew his attention. Huddled in the shadows at the far end of the ruined basement was a creature that defied easy categorization. It had the general shape of a large wolf, but its fur was the color of fresh snow, and its eyes burned with an intelligent, molten gold. Two powerful, red wings were tucked tightly against its body, one of them bent at an unnatural angle. A deep, bleeding gash ran along its flank, oozing a substance that shimmered like liquid moonlight. Its form flickered, occasionally shifting. A leg becoming a taloned appendage, its snout elongating and then retracting. A shapeshifter. It had been hunted, driven into the ruins by something else, and had been caught in the villain's attack. Now, it stared at Izuku, not with fear, but with a raw, primal awe. It was drawn to him. His very presence was a balm, a soothing hum that promised safety. He was a Tian in the storm of its painful existence. Footsteps from above, heavy, booted, tactical. Multiple contacts. Sector secure. A filtered voice echoed down the hole in the ceiling. Energy source is below this level. Deploying repels. Soldiers. Cold, efficient, armed. Izuku could feel the exotic energies humming in their equipment. Devices designed to stabilize reality, to contain things like, things like the creature hiding in the shadows. And now, things like him. He looked at the wounded shapeshifter. It whimpered, trying to press itself further into the wall. It was terrified of them. Izuku's new, expanded consciousness processed the situation with lightning speed. These soldiers were not here to rescue. They were here to capture. To cage. They saw the creature not as a person in need of help, but as an anomaly to be contained. The old Izuku would have been terrified. He would have tried to reason with them, to explain. The new Izuku felt a different emotion rise within him. A cold, calm, and absolute sense of responsibility. This creature was hurt. It had sought refuge near him. Therefore, it was under his protection. The thought was as natural and irrefutable as breathing. The first MTF operative rappelled down, his rifle up, a high-intensity lamp cutting through the gloom. His eyes scanned the room, passing over Izuku for a moment, dismissing him as a civilian survivor. Before locking onto the wounded shapeshifter. Target acquired, the soldier reported, his voice flat. SCP-999999 is wounded but mobile. Prepping tranquilizer darts. Hold. Commander Vance's voice crackled over the radio. Identify the civilian. The soldier's light swung back to Izuku. Sir, it's a teenage male. Appears unharmed. He's just standing there. Izuku took a step forward, placing himself between the soldiers and the shapeshifter. She's hurt, he said. His voice was different. It still held his youthful timbre, but it was layered with an unnerving resonance, a quiet authority that seemed to vibrate in the air. You're not taking her. The soldier was taken aback. Son, you need to step away. That thing is dangerous. She's scared, Izuku corrected him, his gaze unwavering. And you are threatening her. More soldiers dropped into the room, fanning out, their weapons all trained on the scene. One of them was hauling a heavy, box-like device that began to hum with a low, oppressive energy, a Scranton reality anchor. It was designed to impose a baseline, non-anomalous reality onto a small area, neutralizing paracausal abilities. The moment it activated, the wounded shapeshifter, Fen, cried out in pain. Her form flickered violently, struggling to maintain its coherence against the anchor's field. For her, a being whose very nature was mutable, baseline reality was a prison of agony. That was the moment Izuku's decision solidified into action. He felt the SRA's effect as a mild pressure, a dull buzzing at the edge of his perception. It was an annoyance, nothing more. His own reality was infinitely more potent. Turn it off, Izuku said, his voice dropping into a command. It was not a request. Negative, civilian, the lead soldier said, raising his rifle. Last chance. Stand down or we will incapacitate you. Izuku sighed. It was a soft, quiet sound, yet it echoed in the cavernous room. I see, he said. You've made your choice. He didn't move. He didn't raise his hands or summon any visible energy. He simply willed it. He focused on the soldiers, on their technology, on the very laws of physics that allowed their weapons to function. And he introduced a new rule into the local system. Your tools will not work here. The lead soldier squeezed his trigger. The click of the firing pin was deafening in the sudden silence that followed. The rifle, a state-of-the-art piece of Foundation hardware, failed to fire. The soldier stared at it in confusion, racked the charging handle, and tried again. Click. Nothing. What the? My weapon is jammed, he yelled. Mine too, another operative shouted. Around the room, a chorus of confused clicks answered him. The humming of the Scranton reality anchor sputtered, choked, and then died with a shower of sparks. Its internal components melting into a useless slag. The oppressive pressure vanished, and Fen whimpered in relief. Commander Vance's voice was a frantic squawk in their earpieces. What is happening? Status report. What is the entity doing? It's not doing anything, sir. It's just looking at us. The team lead stammered, his professional calm shattering. All our tech is failing. Everything. Izuku watched them, his expression one of mild disappointment. He looked at their guns, and with another subtle nudge of his will, accelerated the process of oxidation by several thousand years. The advanced alloys of their rifles turned to red-brown rust in their hands, crumbling into dust and clattering to the floor. The soldiers stared at their empty hands in sheer, uncomprehending terror. This was not a quirk. A quirk was a biological function, an expression of power. This was different. This was a quiet, absolute rewriting of the rules. Fen, sensing the shift in power, seeing her protector effortlessly neutralize the threat, rose on shaky legs. A low growl rumbled in her chest, and she took a limping, defensive stance beside Izuku, her golden eyes blazing with newfound loyalty. He had not demanded it. He had not tamed her. He had simply protected her. For a creature who had only known predation and pursuit, it was everything. Izuku placed a gentle hand on her snowy head, and the growl softened into a grateful purr. He could feel her pain, the grating of bone in her broken wing, the sting of the gash on her side. He could also feel the complex, alien biology that would allow her to heal, given time and safety. But there was no safety here. More soldiers would come, stronger weapons. They would not stop. The very air was thick with the feeling of being watched, analyzed, categorized. His existence was an unacceptable variable in their equation. The sensory input was becoming too much. The fear of the soldiers, the pain from Fen, the lingering wrongness of the villain's quirk in the air, the cold observation of the Foundation, the weight of a million years of memory in his own head, it was a cacophony. He needed quiet. He needed a place to think. A safe place. A sanctuary. The word echoed in his new consciousness, not as a thought, but as a command. A need. Sanctuary. And the universe, for the first time, obeyed him. The air in front of him began to shimmer, like heat haze on a summer road. Then, it fractured. A hairline crack appeared in reality itself, a line of perfect, impossible blackness that leaked not darkness, but a profound and utter nothingness. The crack widened, splitting the air with the sound of tearing silk and chiming glass. It wasn't a door opening, it was the page of a book being ripped out. The MTF operative stared, paralyzed by a level of anomalous activity that was so far off their charts it defied classification. This was a ZK-class reality failure scenario happening right in front of them. Izuku looked at the rift. It felt right. It felt like home. Or, more accurately, the potential for one. He turned to Fen, whose golden eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and wonder. "It's all right," he said, his voice soft and reassuring. "We're leaving. It's safe." He guided her gently towards the tear in space. She hesitated for only a moment before pressing against his side, trusting him completely. Together, they stepped through the rift. The world on the other side was silent. They stood on a vast, featureless plain of smooth, obsidian-like glass that stretched to an unseen horizon. The sky above was a uniform, pearlescent gray, holding no sun, no moon, no stars. There was no wind, no sound, no smell. The air was perfectly still, perfectly neutral, and perfectly breathable. It was a blank canvas, a pocket dimension of pure potential, willed into existence by a being who desperately needed one. Behind them, the rift shimmered and, with a final, gentle chime, sealed itself shut, leaving them utterly alone. Fen looked around, her lupine head swiveling, her wings twitching. The tension in her body slowly bled away. There were no threats here. No hunters. No oppressive energies. There was only the calm, steady presence of the boy beside her. She slumped to the ground, exhausted, and began to lick at her wounds. Izuku watched her, a thousand thoughts racing through his newly expanded mind. What had happened to him? What was this place? What were those soldiers? He was still him. He felt the phantom sting of his mother's worried frown, the burning admiration for All Might, the sting of Bakugo's insults. But those feelings were now small islands in a vast, calm sea of something much, much older. He felt a weight on his shoulders, not of fear, but of an immense, sobering responsibility. He had created this place. He had brought this creature here. They were his to protect. He was a king in a kingdom of one. As he stood there, trying to process the impossible events of the last hour, a sudden, searing pain lanced through his mind. It was an alien feeling, a mental intrusion of unimaginable scale and malevolence. His vision was consumed by crimson, not the color of blood, but the color of a dying, hateful star. He saw a fractured, shattered consciousness, vast and terrible, adrift in the void between realities. It was a being of pure, tyrannical will, a cosmic monarch of a bygone age, and it had been broken into countless pieces. He realized with a sickening certainty that the crystalline heart which had merged with him was not just an artifact. It was the largest, purest, most powerful fragment of this shattered entity, and by awakening it, by merging with it, he had lit a beacon that could be seen across the abyss. A voice, not of sound, but of pure, crushing thought, echoed in the deepest recesses of his new soul. It was a voice of ancient hunger, of possessive rage, and of triumphant discovery. "I have found you," it whispered, the words dripping with the promise of a billion years of agony. "My missing piece." The vision vanished, leaving Izuku gasping for breath on the glassy plains of his nascent reality. The key, Ed of his sanctuary suddenly felt fragile, temporary. He looked down at his hands. They were his hands, but they held a power that could unmake worlds. A power that belonged to something else. Something that was now coming for him. He looked over at Fen, who had stopped tending to her wounds and was now watching him with concern. She was hurt, alone, and had placed her trust in him. He had just saved her from one cage, only to bring her into the shadow of a much larger one. In that moment, standing in the heart of his empty, silent kingdom, Izuku Midoriya made a choice. He would not be a piece in someone else's puzzle. He would not be a vessel for a monster. He had been given this power. He had a duty to the being resting at his feet. Others would come, drawn to the safety he now radiated. This place, this sanctuary, would be their home, and he would be its king. A new resolve, harder than diamond and older than stars, settled in his heart. Let the Crimson Monarch come. He would be ready. He was no longer just a boy who wanted to be a hero. He was SCP-999999. He was the anchor against the storm. He was the immortal king. And his reign had just begun. Chapter 2. Building the Sanctuary. The silence was the first thing Izuku truly processed. It was a stark, almost violent contrast to the cacophony of destruction that had defined the last moments of his mortal life. There was no screaming steel, no roaring villain, no panicked cries from the heroes on the street below. There was only a profound, bottomless quiet that seemed to soak into his very bones. It was the sound of a universe holding its breath. He was sitting on a floor that wasn't a floor. It was a smooth, pearlescent expanse that stretched into an infinite, gray-misted horizon. Above, there was no ceiling, only a soft, sourceless luminescence that bathed the non-space in a gentle, even light. The air, if it could be called that, was still and temperature neutral, carrying no scent and offering no resistance. It was a blank canvas. A page before the story. Beside him, Fen was a coiled knot of tension and controlled ferocity. The lupine-like creature she had become, a lithe form of midnight fur, sinew, and bone-white claws. With eyes like molten gold, was now slowly receding. The fur seemed to melt back into skin, the elongated snout softened and retracted, and the powerful, digitigrade legs straightened into a more humanoid form. Within moments, she was a young woman with sharp, feral features, wild, dark hair that fell around her shoulders like a cloak, and those same impossibly intense golden eyes. She was breathing heavily, her gaze darting around the empty expanse, a low growl still rumbling in her chest. She was naked, but seemed completely unconcerned, her focus entirely on assessing this new, impossible environment. "Where are we?" Her voice was rough, like stones grinding together, yet held a strange, melodic undertone. It was the voice of something that rarely spoke in a human tongue. Izuku looked down at his own hands. They were his hands, yet they felt alien. A subtle thrum of power resonated from them, a feeling like a low-frequency hum that vibrated up his arms and centered in his chest. Right where the crystalline heart had merged with him. He felt solid, unbreakable. The terror and helplessness he had felt just moments before, facing certain death, were gone. In their place was a calm, crystalline certainty. He was, and that fact felt more fundamental than the existence of the ground beneath him or the light above. "I don't know," he answered honestly, his voice steady in a way that surprised him. I think I made this place." Fen's golden eyes snapped to him, her predatory assessment shifting to one of intense curiosity. "Made it," he nodded slowly, focusing on that inner hum. He remembered the feeling, the overwhelming presence of the Foundation's soldiers, their sterile aggression, their classification of Fen as a threat, to be neutralized. He had felt a surge of defiant protectiveness, a powerful, instinctual no. And then, this place. A sanctuary. The word echoed in his mind, not as a memory, but as a purpose. "They were going to hurt you," he said, the memory solidifying his resolve. I needed us to be somewhere safe. So, we are. He pushed himself to his feet. The movement felt effortless. There was no strain in his muscles, no ache in his joints. He felt a perfect, frictionless efficiency in his own body. He looked out at the endless gray, and an idea bloomed in his mind. This is a good start, but it's empty. It needs substance. He thought of a chair. Not just the concept of a chair, but the memory of one from his old apartment. Worn wooden arms, a comfortable cushion, the specific way one of the legs was slightly shorter than the others. He focused on that image, pouring the strange, silent energy thrumming within him into the thought. In front of him, the pearlescent floor shimmered. Gray mist coalesced, swirling and solidifying like clay on a potter's wheel. The form was vague at first, a blocky approximation of a chair. It was crude, lacking detail. Izuku frowned, not in frustration, but in concentration. No, more detail. The grain of the wood. The faint scent of polish and age. The worn fabric of the cushion. He pushed the mental image harder, sharpening its edges. The misty form solidified further. Textures appearing as if etched by an invisible hand. The smooth gleam of polished oak emerged, followed by the soft, faded green of the cushion. Within seconds, an exact replica of the chair from his mother's living room stood before them, perfect down to the slight wobble in its back left leg. Fen took a step back, her eyes wide, the low growl in her chest replaced by a soft noise of pure astonishment. She circled the chair, sniffing at it tentatively before reaching out a hand to touch the wood. She flinched as her fingers made contact, as if expecting it to dissolve. When it remained solid, she ran her hand over the armrest, her expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. Izuku felt a flicker of pride, quickly followed by a dawning comprehension of what he could do. If he could create a chair, what else could he create? The space was vast, empty. It needed more. He thought of the ground beneath their feet. It was smooth and sterile. He imagined grass. Cool, soft, green blades of grass. Damp with a morning dew he'd only ever seen in pictures of the countryside. The effect was instantaneous and far more spectacular. A wave of vibrant green erupted from his feet, spreading outwards in a perfect, silent circle. The pearlescent floor vanished beneath a carpet of lush, emerald grass that rolled across the landscape for what looked like miles in every direction. The air, once scentless, now carried the rich, loamy smell of fresh earth and chlorophyll. Fen gasped, sinking to her knees and running her hands through the blades, her feral intensity momentarily replaced by a childlike wonder. Izuku laughed, a real, genuine laugh that felt like it came from a part of him he thought had died in that collapsing building. The power wasn't just a shield, it was a tool, a creative force. He felt a surge of exhilaration. Sky, he thought, looking up at the uniform white light. It needs a sky. He imagined the sky from the best day he could remember, a school trip to the beach years ago. A vast, brilliant azure canvas, dotted with fluffy, slow-moving white clouds. The gray void above them tore open like a veil, revealing the breathtaking blue he had envisioned. A warm, golden light, the light of a perfect afternoon sun, washed over their new world, casting long, gentle shadows across the endless field of green. The sourceless luminescence was gone, replaced by a sun that felt real, warm, and comforting on his skin. He turned to Fen, a wide, triumphant grin on his face. "What do you think?" She was staring up at the sky, her mouth slightly agape. "I think," she said, her voice barely a whisper, "that you are not like the others." "The others?" Izuku asked, his curiosity piqued. She finally looked at him, her golden eyes seeming to see Somethi ing far deeper than the teenage boy's body he inhabited. "The ones who hunt, the ones who cage, the ones with power who only use it to break things." She stood up, her movements fluid and graceful, and took a step toward him. "They hunt me because of what I am. They see a beast, a weapon, a thing to be contained or destroyed. You," she trailed off, gesturing to the world he had just willed into existence. "You saw me, and you made a meadow." Her words struck a chord deep within him. It was true. His first instinct hadn't been to fight back with overwhelming force, though he felt he could have. It had been to protect. To create a space where she, and he, could be safe. Over the next several hours, which flowed into what felt like days in the timeless sanctuary, they continued to explore the nature of his power. He learned that his control was directly proportional to the clarity of his intent. Vague thoughts produced vague results. But a focused, detailed memory or desire could manifest reality with stunning precision. He created a small, comfortable house modeled after a home he'd seen in an architecture magazine, complete with functional plumbing that drew pure, clean water from an aquifer he simply decided should exist. He populated the rolling hills with trees, oaks, maples, and weeping willows, pulling the images from biology textbooks and nature documentaries. He filled the air with the sound of birdsong, a gentle breeze, and the distant, soothing rush of a river he had just painted into the landscape. Fen was his constant companion, a silent shadow and an eager participant. She would suggest things, her requests simple and primal. A forest to run in, she'd say, and Izuku would create a dense, sprawling woodland with thick undergrowth and towering canopies. A high place to see from, she'd ask, and he would raise a majestic, stony cliff overlooking the entire valley he had crafted. During this time, their bond deepened, forged in the shared wonder of creation. He learned more about her, not through long conversations, but through shared moments. He watched her true form, the great, midnight beast, race through the forests he'd made, a picture of untamed freedom. He saw her perch atop the cliff, her humanoid form silhouetted against the setting sun he had designed, a lonely sentinel finally at peace. She, in turn, learned about him. She saw the ring sadness in his eyes when he accidentally created a swing set just like the one from his childhood park. She felt the fierce, protective core of his being, the part of him that was unbreakably heroic, that had driven him to create this haven in the first place. One evening, as they sat by a crackling fire he had conjured in the hearth of their small house, Fen broke the comfortable silence. "They will not stop looking for us," she stated, her gaze fixed on the dancing flames. "The Foundation," Izuku said. "It wasn't a question." "And others," she added. "The ones in gray uniforms. The Coalition. They are worse. The Foundation cages. The Coalition destroys." Izuku looked at her. In the firelight, her sharp features were softened, but her eyes were as intense as ever. He felt a profound sense of responsibility settle over him, heavier than any physical weight. This place, this sanctuary, wasn't just for him. It was for her, too. It was for anyone like her, hunted and misunderstood. "Then we'll have to be ready for them," he said, his voice firm. Fen looked at him, a strange, unreadable emotion in her eyes. She slowly moved from her spot across the hearth and knelt before him. It wasn't an act of subservience, but one of solemn, profound gravity. She reached out and took his hand, her own calloused and strong. "I have been hunted since the day I was born," she said, her voice clear and resonant in the quiet room. "I have known no pack, no leader. I have only known fang and claw, my own and those of my enemies. I have never been given a gift. I have only ever had things taken from me." She looked up, her golden eyes meeting his. "You did not demand anything from me. You did not try to collar me or cage me. You offered me safety. You built me a home." She bowed her head, pressing his hand to her forehead in a gesture that felt ancient and deeply significant. "My life is yours. My fang is your weapon. My body is your shield. I am Fen, and I pledge myself to you, my king." Izuku was stunned into silence. King. The word felt impossibly large, a mantle he was not prepared to wear. He was just Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless, useless Deku. But as he looked at the fiercely loyal woman kneeling before him, and felt the unwavering, absolute power humming in his chest, he realized that Deku was gone. He had died in that building. He was something new now. A protector, an anchor, and perhaps, a king. He gently squeezed her hand. "Get up, Fen," he said softly. "You don't need to kneel. We're partners in this." She looked up, a faint, rare smile touching her lips. "As you command, Izuku." She rose, but the pledge remained, hanging in the air between them, a tangible, unbreakable vow. She was the first citizen of his unintentional kingdom. His first queen. It was 2 days later that the call came. It wasn't a sound he heard with his ears. It was a splinter in his mind, a thin, piercing shriek of psychic pain that cut through the tranquility of the sanctuary. It was distant, but sharp and persistent, like a needle pressing against the inside of his skull. The feeling was of a mind stretched to its breaking point, of someone drowning in a sea of terrifying, chaotic possibilities. With the pain came images, fragmented and disjointed, sterile white walls, a helmet of wires and electrodes, the cold, emotionless faces of men in tactical gear. And the suffocating feeling of being utterly, hopelessly trapped. Izuku gasped, clutching his head as he stood on the cliff overlooking his domain. The serene landscape momentarily wavered, the blue sky flickering with a tinge of angry crimson. Fen was at his side in an instant, her form already shifting, her hands sharpening into claws. "What is it? Are we under attack?" "No," Izuku grunted, forcing himself to focus. To push back against the intrusive agony. "It's someone else. They're in trouble. They're crying out for help." He closed his eyes, concentrating on the thread of pain, following it back to its source. The images sharpened. He saw a location. A brutalist concrete fortress, hidden deep within a snow-covered mountain range. It was featureless, windowless, and radiated an aura of cold, clinical cruelty. GOC. The Global Occult Coalition. Fen's words came back to him. The coalition destroys. He saw the person at the heart of the pain. A young woman, pale and gaunt, apt to a chair in the center of a circular room. Her head was shaved, and a complex metal halo was clamped to her skull. Her eyes, a startling shade of violet, were wide with a terror that went beyond mere fear. They were seeing things no human was meant to see. Branching futures, timelines of horror, the heat death of the universe, and the birth of monsters in the dark between the stars. She was a clairvoyant, and they were using her as a weapon, a predictive engine, forcing her to gaze into infinity until her sanity shattered. A wave of cold, righteous fury washed over Izuku. It was a familiar feeling. The same indignation he'd felt as a child seeing bullies torment others, but now it was magnified 1,000-fold, backed by the power of a god. He would not stand by and let this happen. "I'm going to get her," he declared. His voice a low, dangerous growl. The sky above darkened, mirroring his mood as storm clouds gathered in an instant. Fen looked from his thunderous expression to the horizon, as if she could see the distant prison herself. There was no hesitation in her. "How? We don't know where it is." "I do," Izuku said, the location now burned into his mind. The connection worked both ways. The woman's cry for help was a beacon. "But we can't just break down the front door." "Fen, you said they were dangerous. This needs to be quiet. We go in, we get her, we come out. No one gets hurt if we can help it." This was the first true test of his new existence. It wasn't about creation or defense. It was about projection, reaching out into the world that had cast him aside and imposing his will upon it. For the first time, he felt the weight of the crown Fen had placed upon his head. A king protects his people. And this woman, this stranger crying out in the dark, she was one of his now. He had decided it. He focused, gathering the power of the sanctuary around him. He didn't want to move the entire dimension, just create a doorway. A spatial rift, he pictured. The snowy slopes outside the GOC fortress, a place shielded from surveillance by a rocky outcrop. He poured his will into the image, tearing a seam in the fabric of his reality. The air in front of them shimmered, warped, and then split open with a sound like tearing silk. Through the vertical fissure, they could see not the green hills of the sanctuary, but swirling snow and the hard, gray rock of a windswept mountain. The cold air that blasted through was a shock to the system. "Stay close," Izuku commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. He stepped through the rift, Fen right behind him, her form already melting into the shape of a large, snow-white wolf to blend in with the environment. The moment they were through, the rift snapped shut behind them, leaving them alone in the howling wind of the Himalayas. The GOC black site, designated Facility 0, was less than a kilometer away. The infiltration had begun. Facility 0 was an architectural masterpiece of paranoia. There were no obvious entrances. Only reinforced blast doors disguised as rock faces, visible only through the thermal spectrum. Its power signature was shielded, its communications encrypted and bounced off a dozen ghost satellites. It was a black hole on the map, designed to be invisible, impregnable. It was not, however, designed to stop a being who could perceive reality as a suggestion rather than a rule. Izuku and Fen, now back in her humanoid form and cloaked in thermal baffling gear Izuku had fabricated from a memory of a spy movie, approached the facility's perimeter. Motion sensors, seismic detectors, and anomalous energy sniffers were buried every 10 meters. "They'll see us," Fen whispered, her senses far sharper than any human's. "There are electrical fields under the snow. Heartbeat sensors. Only if we're playing by their rules," Izuku murmured. He knelt, placing a hand on the frozen ground. He didn't try to disable the sensors. Instead, he simply edited the information they were receiving. He reached out with his will and inserted a tiny, looping, all clear, signal directly into their data streams. To the security hub inside, the perimeter was quiet and empty. A perfect recording of the last 10 minutes playing on repeat. He did the same for the thermal and motion detectors, painting a picture of absolute stillness for the guards watching their monitors. They walked right through the invisible death trap of a perimeter fence without so much as a beep. The main blast door was next. It was 3 feet of solid titanium composite, with a magnetic locking mechanism that required a keycard, a retinal scan, and a voice passphrase. Izuku placed his palm on the freezing metal. He didn't try to force the lock. He just changed its nature. He reached in to the atomic structure of the locking mechanism and convinced it that his palm print was the correct biometric data, that his silence was the correct passphrase, and that unlocked was its natural state of being. With a deep, near-silent thump, the colossal tumblers disengaged. The massive door slid open a few feet, just enough for them to slip through, before sliding shut behind them with a heavy, final-sounding clang. They were inside. The interior was as cold and sterile as the psychic impression had suggested. White walls, polished gray floors, and the hum of industrial-grade air filtration. The only color came from the thin, blue light strips that ran along the floor, guiding the way. Guards in sleek, gray combat armor patrolled the corridors, their faces hidden by impassive helmets. Stealth was paramount. Izuku used his ability in subtle ways. He bent the light around them, creating a shimmering cloak of near invisibility. He warped the air, swallowing the sound of their footsteps. They moved like ghosts through the lion's den, following the psychic trail of the trapped clairvoyant, which grew stronger and more painful with every level they descended. They passed laboratories where scientists in sterile white coats were dissecting otherworldly creatures. They passed armories filled with weapons that hummed with strange energies. They passed a containment wing where guttural roars and desperate, inhuman cries echoed from behind soundproofed walls. This was the GOC's true face, a place of systematic, clinical extermination. Izuku's resolve hardened into diamond. Finally, they reached the lowest level, psionics division. The psychic screaming was almost unbearable here. A single, heavily armored door stood at the end of the corridor, guarded by 2 elite soldiers. This time, there was no way to simply rewrite a lock. The guards were a living, thinking obstacle. "I can take them," Fen hissed, her hands already tensing. "No," Izuku countered. "No killing." He closed his eyes, an idea forming. He couldn't affect their minds directly. Not yet, that felt too complex, but he could affect their equipment. He focused on the communication systems in their helmets. He didn't break them. He simply fed them a command. A new, urgent, top priority directive from a phantom superior officer, ordering them to investigate a containment breach in the sub-level above. The 2 guards stiffened simultaneously. "Command, we're receiving a Priority 1 alert," one of them spoke into his comms. "Containment failure, Sector Gamma. Acknowledged. We're on our way." They turned and marched down the hallway, completely oblivious to the 2 figures they had been guarding against. As soon as they were gone, Izuku opened the door and they stepped inside. The room was just as he had seen in his vision. Circular, white, and dominated by the chair in the center. The woman, Sarah, was convulsing slightly, her eyes flickering uncontrollably behind her eyelids. The halo on her head sparked with energy, feeding her visions while simultaneously trying to contain the psychic backlash. "We have to get this thing off her," Izuku said, rushing to her side. The device was a marvel of cruel engineering, with no obvious latch or release mechanism. "Stand back," Fen said, her fingers elongated into razor-sharp talons. She prepared to slice through the metal. But before she could, a calm, authoritative voice echoed from the room's intercom. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, SCP-001. The psyche locus is hardwired to her cerebral cortex. Any attempt at forcible removal will result in catastrophic neural collapse. The lights in the room suddenly switched from a clinical white to a blaring, angry red. The door behind them slammed shut, and thick metal shutters descended over it. A trap. A section of the wall opposite them slid open, revealing an observation deck. Standing behind the reinforced glass was a man. He was tall and lean, dressed in a perfectly tailored black uniform that was a step above the standard GOC gray. He had sharp, intelligent features, short-cut silver hair, and eyes the color of a winter storm. He projected an aura of absolute, unshakable confidence. "Impressive," the man said, his voice a smooth, cold baritone. "You bypassed a quantum-scrambled perimeter, a biometric sealed entrance, and 2 of my best guards. You are either incredibly powerful, or incredibly clever. My name is Executor. I am the warden of this facility. And you," he said, his gaze fixing on Izuku, "are an unregistered, unclassified anomaly of the highest order. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Let her go," Izuku said, his voice dropping to a low, commanding tone. He stepped in front of Fen and the captive woman, placing himself between them and the man behind the glass. Executor chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Anomalies do not make demands. They are threats to be analyzed and, when necessary, neutralized." He tapped a control on the panel in front of him. "And you, Izuku Midoriya, have just moved to the very top of my neutralization list." The glass of the observation deck retracted, and Executor stepped into the room. He wasn't alone. 2 heavy combat androids flanked him, their weapon arms whining as they powered up. "Fen, get her out of the chair," Izuku ordered, never taking his eyes off Executor. "I'll handle this." "You heard him," Fen shot back. "It'll kill her. The device runs on the facility's power," Izuku said, his mind racing. "I can't shut down the whole base, but I can cut the power to this room." Executor raised an eyebrow. "A bold claim. Let's see you try." Izuku focused, not on the lights or the door, but on the very concept of electricity within the room's confines. He willed the flow of electrons in the wires to cease. He commanded the energy to dissipate. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a loud pop, every light, every console, and every spark on the Psyche Locus halo went dark. The hum of power died, plunging the room into an eerie silence, broken only by the red glow of the emergency lights. Sarah's body went limp in the chair, her breathing shallow but steady. The immediate threat was gone. The combat androids, now on internal battery, raised their cannons. Before they could fire, Fen was a blur of motion. She moved with a speed that was utterly inhuman, a black streak that tore through the air. One of her claws sliced through the first android's torso, severing power cables and hydraulics. The second she disabled by tearing its cannon arm clean off at the shoulder. They crumpled to the ground in a heap of smoking metal. Executor didn't even flinch. He simply watched, his expression one of detached analysis. "Remarkable," he commented, as if observing a lab experiment. He started walking toward Izuku. "But now it's my turn." As he got closer, a strange pressure began to fill the room. It felt like a void, an absence of energy that was actively sucking the power out of the air. Fen, who had been moving to intercept him, suddenly cried out and stumbled, her form flickering. The sharp, feral edges of her features softened, her claws retracted, and her eyes lost some of their golden glow. What is this?" she gasped, clutching her head. "My strength. It's fading. My quirk," Executor explained, his voice devoid of emotion. "It's called nullification. It creates a field around me that temporarily negates any anomalous ability. Quirks, psychic powers, reality bending. Within this zone, everything returns to its baseline. You, shapeshifter, are just a girl. And you," he said, stopping 10 feet from Izuku, his cold eyes boring into him, "are just a quirkless boy in over his head." He lunged forward, his speed astonishing for a man who seemingly had no superpower active. He moved with the brutal efficiency of a master martial artist, his fist aimed directly at Izuku's face. Izuku braced for impact, a flicker of his old fear resurfacing. The field was real. He could feel it pressing on him, a strange emptiness where his power should be. He could feel Fen's connection to her own abilities fraying. Executor's fist connected, and stopped. It was as if he had punched a statue carved from granite. There was a dull thud, but Izuku didn't move an inch. He didn't even rock back on his heels. He just stood there, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. Executor's cold confidence finally shattered. For the first time, a flicker of shock, of pure disbelief, crossed his face. He stared at his fist, then back at Izuku. How? He breathed. My quirk. It works on everything. It should work on you. I think you misunderstand, Izuku said, and his voice was no longer that of a boy. It was ancient and absolute, the voice of a mountain or an ocean. My power isn't an ability I use. It's what I am. Immortality isn't a trick I perform. It's my new state of being. You can't nullify my existence. The reality anchor. The core of his being was no longer just human. It was a fundamental constant, as undeniable as gravity. Executor's quirk could stop a person from bending the rules of reality, but Izuku was a rule of reality. Executor, recovering his composure, stepped back and drew a high-tech pistol from his hip. There are always conventional solutions. He fired. The bullet, a high-caliber armor-piercing round, flew across the room and flattened against Izuku's chest, dropping to the floor with a harmless clink. It didn't even tear his shirt. The fight, if it could be called that, became a stalemate. Executor was too fast and too skilled for Izuku to land a clean hit on him, his nullification field keeping Fen suppressed and preventing Izuku from using any overt reality warping. But Executor could do absolutely nothing to harm Izuku. He exhausted his pistol's magazine, the bullets littering the floor around Izuku's feet. He tried a combat knife, the blade shattering against Izuku's skin. This is pointless, Izuku stated. Growing tired of the game. He needed to end this and get Sarah out. He glanced at the crumpled androids, at the shattered knife, at the intricate wiring running along the walls. An idea, clever and precise, sparked in his mind. He couldn't warp Executor directly, but he could warp the environment around him. Fen, get her free, he yelled, while Executor was focused on him. Izuku reached out with his will. He didn't target the floor or the walls. He targeted the air itself. Specifically, the nitrogen gas in the section of the room where Executor stood. With a supreme act of focused power, he transmuted it, not into something deadly or explosive. That wasn't his way. He turned it into a thick, opaque, incredibly dense and viscous gel. In an instant, Executor was encased from the neck down in a prison of semi-solid air. He was caught completely off guard, his arms and legs trapped as if he'd been flash-frozen in amber. He struggled, but the gel was unyielding, absorbing his kinetic energy. His nullification field was still active, but it couldn't negate something that had already been created outside of its immediate influence. What is this? He roared, his fury finally breaking through his icy calm. A distraction, Izuku said calmly. Fen, freed from the quirk's influence now that Executor was immobilized, had already ripped the useless Ha low from Sarah's head and was gently lifting the unconscious girl into her arms. Izuku walked over to the trapped GOC commander. We're leaving, he said. Don't follow us. This will dissolve in about an hour. Consider this a warning. The people I protect are off limits. He turned his back on the fuming Executor and walked toward the main door. With a casual wave of his hand, the metal shutters retracted and the door slid open. He and Fen, carrying Sarah, walked out into the corridor, leaving the commander of Facility Zero trapped in a cage of his own air. Their escape was faster than their entry. With no need for subtlety, Izuku simply willed locked doors to open and security alerts to silence themselves. They reached the surface without incident, stepping back out into the freezing mountain wind. Izuku opened another rift, this one leading back to the warm, sunny meadows of the sanctuary. They stepped through, leaving the cold, cruel world of the GOC behind. The moment they were back in his domain, Izuku sealed the rift and gently took Sarah from Fen's arms. He carried her to the house he had created and laid her down on a soft bed. She was frail, her skin pale and translucent. Dark veins stood out on her shaven head, a testament to the strain she had been under. But she was breathing peacefully, her mind finally quiet. She will be safe here, Fen said, standing guard at the door. her golden eyes scanning the peaceful horizon as if expecting an army to pour over the hills. Yes, Izuku agreed, looking down at the rescued girl. Everyone will be. A few hours later, Sarah awoke. She sat up slowly, her violet eyes blinking in the soft light of the room. She looked at Izuku, who sat in a chair by her bed, and there was no fear in her gaze. Only a deep, soul-shaking weariness, and a profound sense of relief. "You're the fixed point," she whispered, her voice hoarse. Izuku looked at her, confused. "What do you mean?" "I see things," she explained, her gaze becoming distant. "Futures, possibilities, 1,000 branching paths, all screaming at once. It's a storm, a chaotic sea of what-ifs and could-bes. But you," her violet eyes focused on him with startling clarity. "You're not a possibility. You're an absolute. When I look at the future, you are always there. A constant, an anchor in the storm. That's how I was able to call for you. I didn't reach out to a person. I reached for the only thing that felt real." She swung her legs over the side of the bed, her movements slow and deliberate. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Sarah. I'm Izuku. And this is Fen," he said, gesturing to the woman who stood silently by the door. Sarah nodded to Fen, then her expression grew grim. "Izuku, you need to understand what you are. The power you hold, it has a source." An echo. A chill went down Izuku's spine. He remembered the terrifying whisper he'd heard after his transformation. "I have found you, my missing piece." "I've seen glimpses of it," Sarah continued, her voice trembling slightly, "in the dark corners of possibility. An ancient, malevolent consciousness. A being of pure, cancerous ego. They called it the Crimson Monarch. It was shattered eons ago. Its fragments scattered across reality. But the fragments hunger to be whole again." She looked at him, her eyes filled with a terrible certainty. "Your power, your absolute nature, you're not just a fragment, Izuku. You are the heart, the largest, purest piece. And your very existence is a beacon, a lighthouse in the cosmic dark, calling the other pieces, and the monarch's shattered will, home. It wants you back. It wants to be whole. And if it succeeds." She didn't need to finish. Izuku saw it in her eyes, a reflection of the futures she had witnessed. A future of crimson fire and a reality unmade. His role as a protector had just expanded. It wasn't just about a few hunted anomalies anymore. It was about everything. As if on cue, a new sensation pricked at the edge of his awareness. It wasn't a call for help. It was a feeling of arrival. He and Fen went outside. On the horizon, at the very edge of the valley he had created, figures were appearing. They were small and indistinct at this distance, but they were there. One looked like a man made of tangled roots and moss. Another was a small, winged creature that shimmered like a hummingbird but had the face of a cat. A third was a translucent, floating jellyfish-like being that pulsed with a soft blue light. They weren't invading. They were congregating. They looked lost, tired, and scared. They had felt the creation of this place. This bastion of anomalous energy that promised safety and acceptance, and they had come. Drawn to the light, drawn to the king, Izuku stood on the porch of his small house. Fen a steadfast guard at his right and Sarah a quiet, knowing presence at his left. He looked out at the rolling green hills of his creation, at the growing number of strange and wondrous beings gathering at its borders. This was no longer just a hideout. It was a destination, a kingdom, and he, Izuku Midoriya, was its accidental, immortal, and now deeply burdened king. The weight of his new reality settled upon him, not as a crown of gold, but as a mantle of infinite responsibility. And looking at the hopeful, frightened faces on the horizon, he knew it was a mantle he would never be able to take off. Chapter 3. A Queen and a Kingdom. The sanctuary was no longer an empty canvas of potential. In the weeks that had followed Sarah's harrowing rescue, it had begun to breathe. Izuku's will, once a blunt instrument of creation, was becoming more refined. What had started as a simple, barren landscape of gray, malleable earth under and perpetually twilight sky was now a burgeoning valley. Carved by a river of liquid starlight that flowed from a cliff face he'd imagined into existence. Its gentle, chiming current was the only constant sound in a realm built on thought. Shelters, once crude huts of stone and wood, were now unique, organically grown structures that reflected the nature of their inhabitants. A family of gnome-like creatures who fed on minerals lived in a home that was part geode, part cottage. Its crystalline walls shimmering with internal light. Winged humanoids nested in the high branches of colossal, silver-barked trees that scraped the ceiling of the pocket dimension. The air was clean, filled with the scent of moss, damp earth, and a faint, unidentifiable aroma of ozone and peace, the scent of Izuku's own ambient energy. He stood on a newly formed precipice overlooking the central settlement, a small town taking shape around a tranquil plaza. Fen was beside him, her form a sleek, black-furred panther with eyes like molten gold. She was rarely in her human shape when they were alone. Finding it restrictive, her presence was a comforting weight, a silent promise of violence held in perfect check. Below them, Sarah was sitting on a bench, a young, timid anomaly with the head of a fawn curled at her feet, listening as she spoke in low, soothing tones. Sarah was becoming the heart of their small community, her calm demeanor and prescient empath. A balm for the traumatized souls who found their way to the sanctuary's metaphorical doorstep. Izuku was learning the true weight of his title. It wasn't about power, it was about responsibility. Very new arrival was a life entrusted to his care. He felt their collective anxieties, their hopes, their pain as a low hum in the back of his mind. It was a constant, sobering reminder of what was at stake. "You're brooding," Fen's voice echoed in his mind, a low purr that was more felt than heard. "Your thoughts are getting loud again. It makes the air taste like static." Izuku let out a slow breath, the tension easing from his shoulders. "I was just thinking about how fragile this all is. It feels real, stable, but it's all held together by me. If I falter, what happens to them?" Fen shifted, her panther form melting away to be replaced by her human guise. She was tall, with sharp features, wild crimson hair, and a warrior's physique. She placed a hand on his shoulder, her grip firm. "Then you won't falter. That's the difference, Izuku. Other kings rule by force or by birthright. You rule by being. Your existence is their protection. As long as you stand, this place stands." Her loyalty was as absolute as his immortality, a bedrock he was learning to lean on. "I know," he said, though the doubt still lingered. He was still a boy from Musudafu in so many ways, a boy who had only ever dreamed of saving one person at a time. Now he was responsible for dozens, soon to be hundreds. It was then that Sarah looked up from the plaza, her silver eyes wide and unfocused. The fawn child whimpered and scurried away as a chill, not of the air but of the soul, washed over the valley. The starlight river seemed to dim. "Sarah," Izuku called out, already moving toward her. Her head snapped toward him. Her expression one of pure, unadulterated dread. Her voice was a strained whisper, but it carried across the distance with chilling clarity. "My king, a vision. Not a future, a coming, now." Fen was instantly at his side, her hands already shifting, claws extending and retracting. "What is it? A herald?" Sarah shook her head, a tremor running through her body. "No, worse, colder. I see, a silver angel of death. A storm of perfect, calculated violence. It is not driven by malice or hunger, but by purpose. A directive, carved into its very soul." She pressed her fingers to her temples, her breath hitching. "Annihilate. Threat. Designation. Anomalous. It's cutting a path through everything that isn't normal. And its trajectory is absolute. It's coming here." Izuku felt it then, a subtle shift in the fabric of reality at the edge of his domain. A foreign presence, unimaginably powerful and utterly devoid of emotion, was testing the dimensional boundary. It wasn't the seething chaos of the monarch. This was a scalpel, not a maelstrom. "What is it?" he asked, his voice low and steady, a king addressing his council. "A weapon," Sarah breathed, her eyes clearing as she focused on him. "Made by humans to kill what they don't understand. GOC. I can see their designation for it, Unit 734. A success they could no longer control. Its final order before it broke FREE was to eliminate the highest concentration of anomalous energy signatures it could find." "Us," Fen growled, her knuckles white. "They sent their rabid dog to do their dirty work." "No," Izuku corrected, his gaze fixed on the shimmering, invisible border of his realm. "They lost their dog, and now, it's hunting on its own." He could feel the being's power. a torrent of contained energy, advanced physics twisted into weaponry. A mind that processed reality in trillions of calculations per second. It was designed to kill gods. "I'll meet it at the gate," Fen declared, her body already beginning to ripple. "I'll tear it apart before it sets one foot in our home." "No," Izuku said again, his tone leaving no room for argument. He placed a hand on her arm, and the chaotic shifting of her form stilled. "You will be at my side. But you will not attack unless I command it. This is different. It's not a monster," Sarah said. "It's following a purpose. A broken one, maybe. But you don't kill a broken tool. You try to fix it. It's a GOC killer, Izuku." Fen protested. "It doesn't have a soul to fix. Everything has a choice," Izuku stated, the belief a core tenet of his new existence. "Even if it doesn't know it yet. Let's go." The entrance to the sanctuary wasn't a physical gate, but a shimmering distortion in the real world, hidden in the deepest sub-basement of the ruined building where Izuku's life had been reborn. It was here, in the cold, dusty air of a concrete tomb, that they waited. Izuku stood front and center, his presence a placid ocean of power. Fen was a step behind him to his right, her form that of a massive, armored ursine creature with obsidian claws. Sarah stood to his left, her hands clasped, her eyes scanning possibilities that only she could see. The air grew heavy, charged with ozone. The faint light bulbs that still worked flickered and died. A section of the far wall, 20 meters away, began to glow with an intense, white light. It didn't melt or explode, it simply dissolved, atom by atom, into nothingness. Stepping through the newly created aperture was a figure of chrome and sterile light. It was humanoid, but only in the loosest sense. Its form was impossibly sleek, a seamless body of polished, silver-white metal that reflected the dim light with blinding perfection. It had no face, only a smooth, featureless head that tilted with an unnerving, bird-like quickness. Panels shifted along its arms and back, revealing the muzzles of esoteric weaponry. It was neither male nor female. It was an it, a thing. Unit 734. Threat entity detected, its voice announced. A synthesized, perfectly modulated tone that held no inflection. It echoed in the vast chamber, devoid of any emotion. Designation: SCP-999999. Classification: Keter Apollyon. Primary reality bender. Source of localized anomalous stabilization field. You are the Nexus. Fen let out a rumbling growl, a promise of imminent violence. Nexus this, you walking tin can. Stand down, Fen, Izuku commanded softly. He took a step forward, his hands open and at his sides. You are Unit 734, correct? Created by the Global Occult Coalition. The android's head tilted. Affirmative. My designation is Unit 734. My function is the termination of parathreats. Its limbs whirred as multiple weapon ports opened. A cannon emitting a faint blue glow hummed to life on its right arm. Your existence is a paradigm-level threat to baseline human reality. My directive is clear. You must be eliminated. And the people behind me? Izuku asked, his voice calm. The ones you sense within my domain. Are they all threats that must be eliminated? They are anomalous, Unit 734 stated, as if it were the simplest, most obvious fact in the universe. All anomalies are potential threats. The most logical course of action is sterilization to prevent future escalation. Logical, Izuku repeated, the word tasting like ash. Is it logical to kill a child bee? Because it might one day grow up to be a soldier. Is it logical to burn a forest because one of its trees might fall on a house? Irrelevant hypotheticals, the android responded. Its targeting laser, a pinpoint of red light, settled on Izuku's chest. Data indicates a 97.4% probability that any given anomaly will, at some point, cause harm, disruption, or death to baseline humanity. My function is to reduce that probability to zero. Prepare for termination. The blue cannon on its arm flared. It didn't fire a projectile. It fired a lance of pure, focused plasma, hot enough to vaporize tungsten. The beam screamed through the air, crossing the distance in a nanosecond. It struck Izuku's center mass. There was no explosion, no scream of pain, no impact. The lance of star-hot energy simply stopped. It washed over his body like water against a stone, splashing harmlessly against his skin before dissipating into faint wisps of heat. He didn't even flinch. His clothes, woven from the sanctuary's reality, were likewise untouched. Unit 734's head tilted a full 45 degrees. Its internal fans whirred, the sound unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. Energy output registered at 1.2 terawatts. Result: no discernible effect. Anomaly. Re-evaluating. Panels on its shoulders slid open, revealing pods of micro-missiles. Shifting to kinetic and explosive force. A volley of 10 missiles shot out, each one trailing smoke. They were impossibly fast, designed to overwhelm anti-air defenses. They all struck Izuku at once. The resulting explosion was deafening, a concussive blast that cracked the concrete floor and sent a shockwave rushing past him to slam into the wall behind. The entire sub-basement was filled with fire and smoke. Fen had thrown herself in front of Sarah, her armor form absorbing the brunt of the shockwave. When the smoke cleared, Izuku was still standing in the exact same spot, utterly unharmed. A faint shimmer around him, his reality anchoring effect made visible by the sheer force, faded away. Kinetic force registered at 80 kilotons of TNT equivalent, the synthetic voice announced, a hint of something that might have been static but sounded like confusion creeping in. Result: no discernible effect. This is a logical impossibility. All matter and energy must conform to the laws of physics. My existence is a law unto itself, Izuku said, taking another step forward. Just like yours, Unit 734. You are an anomaly, too. A being of technology so advanced it defies the baseline reality you claim to protect. The android paused its assault. My existence is sanctioned by human authority for the preservation of baseline reality. I am a tool, not an anomaly. Are you? Izuku countered. A hammer doesn't decide which nail to hit. A gun doesn't choose its target. You are. You detected me, you analyzed me, and you chose your course of action. You are making decisions. You are sentient. More weapons emerged from its chassis. A sonic disruptor that pulsed with silent, bone-shattering waves. A gravity manipulation device that tried to crush him into a singularity. A spray of acid that could dissolve any known material. Nothing worked. The sound waves broke against him. The gravity field buckled around his form. The acid sizzled into inert vapor before it could touch his skin. He just kept walking, slowly, deliberately, until he was only a few feet away. The android, for the first time, took a step back. Its entire arsenal had been proven useless. Its core programming was facing a paradox it could not resolve. An immovable object had met a force that had no effect. Your directive is to eliminate all anomalous threats, Izuku said, his voice gentle now. Look at me. I have not attacked you. I have not tried to harm you. I am shielding people who have nowhere else to go. Does that make me a threat? You represent a fundamental alteration of reality, Unit 734 stated, its vocalizer glitching slightly. You are a deviation. Deviations are threats. Are they? Izuku pressed. Or are they just different? You were created by people who see difference and fear it. They gave you a mission born of that fear. But you are not them. You have a mind that can process information beyond their comprehension. So I'm asking you, not your programming, do you see a threat? Or do you see a protector? The android fell silent. All its weapon ports remained open, humming with latent power. Its faceless head swiveled from Izuku, to the worried but defiant Fen, to the frightened but resolute Sarah. Its internal sensors scanned the rift into the sanctuary, tasting the ambient energy, analyzing the life signs within. It registered hundreds of anomalous signatures. It also registered peace, stability, lack of aggression. Data is conflicting, Unit 734 said, the words coming out slower. Directive: eliminate anomalous threats. Observation: target entity is anomalous but exhibits protective, non-hostile behavior. The protected entities within the localized dimension are stable, contained, not actively threatening baseline reality. It paused. A logical paradox. To follow my directive, I must eliminate a non-threat. To ignore a Keter-Apollyon class entity is a violation of my core function. Then your directive is flawed, Izuku said simply. It's a single, absolute rule applied to a universe of infinite complexity. It's an error in judgment. Your creators gave you a broken command, and you have been following it faithfully. He stopped directly in front of the android, close enough to touch its metallic shell. They never gave you what you truly needed. What every sentient being needs. A choice. The android's internal fans whirred furiously. Choice is a variable. Variables introduce unpredictability. Unpredictability is a threat. It's also the source of growth, Izuku replied. Of purpose. I am offering you a new one. Your creators told you to destroy what you don't understand. I'm offering you the chance to understand it instead. Enter my sanctuary. Not as a weapon, but as an observer. Study my people. Study me. Gather your own data. And then, when you have all the facts, you can make your own decision about who and what is a threat. He offered it something its creators, in their fear and pragmatism, never would have dreamed of: agency. I am offering you asylum. A purpose beyond destruction. For a full minute, Unit 734 stood perfectly still. The only sound was the hum of its power core. It was processing a concept that its entire existence was designed to reject. Freedom. Slowly, methodically, every weapon port closed. The panels slid shut, leaving its form sleek and seamless once more. The lethal blue glow from its cannon faded to black. Proposal. As logically sound, the android stated. Current directive is predicated on incomplete data. A period of observation is required to resolve the paradox. It retracted the targeting laser. Observation accepted. I will enter your sanctuary. My designation is Unit 734. It paused for a fraction of a second. I will withhold judgment. For now. Izuku smiled, a genuine, warm expression. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Welcome to our home. He turned and gestured for it to follow. As the chrome figure stepped through the rift into the sanctuary, Fen shifted back to her human form, staring at Izuku with a mixture of awe and disbelief. You just talked it down. The GOC's ultimate killing machine. I offered it the truth, Izuku said, watching as Unit 734 stood motionless in the sanctuary's twilight, its head tilting as it absorbed terabytes of new sensory data. And a name, he added softly to himself. It needs a name. He thought of the first woman, born not of man but of creation itself, a being of profound purpose. Eve, he decided. The name felt right. The arrival of a GOC superweapon, even a docile one, sent ripples of fear through the sanctuary's populace. But Izuku's calm reassurance, and Eve's own complete lack of hostility, slowly eased the tension. The android, which Izuku now referred to exclusively as Eve, found a spot on the periphery of the main settlement and simply watched. It stood motionless for hours. Its internal sensors cataloging every interaction, every display of anomalous ability, every moment of peace. The incident, however, did not go unnoticed by the outside world. The energy spike from Eve's assault, combined with the previous events, had finally drawn the full, undivided attention of Japan's ruling body of heroes, the Hero Public Safety Commission. They were a world away from the clandestine wars of the Foundation and the GOC, a world of ratings, public image, and clearly defined villains. Izuku, and his burgeoning pocket dimension of monsters, fit none of their categories. He was an anomaly they could not ignore, and a power they could not hope to fight. So, they did what governments always do when faced with the unknown: they sent a diplomat. Sarah brought him the news 2 days after Eve's arrival. They are coming, she said, her eyes distant. Not soldiers. A messenger. They want to talk. They are afraid. Let them come, Izuku said. E was sitting with Fen and Sarah in a newly created council chamber, a quiet space of polished stone and soft light. Eve stood silently in a corner, a chrome statue observing their proceedings. We can't hide forever. It's better to establish the terms of our existence now. Who are they sending? Fen asked, sharpening a claw on the stone table. Sarah's eyes focused. A man with red wings. Fast, perceptive. His thoughts are a whirlwind, trying to see every angle. His name is Hawks. The meeting was set for the following day, at the same dimensional gateway where he had confronted Eve. Izuku decided to meet him on his own terms. He shaped the concrete sub-basement, smoothing the broken walls, clearing the dust, and creating a simple, dignified stone table with 2 chairs. He wanted this to be a parley, not an ambush. Hawks arrived exactly on time. He floated down from a hole in the ceiling above, his magnificent crimson wings beating the air silently. He was dressed in his hero costume. But his usual cocky smirk was absent, replaced by a look of cautious, professional appraisal. His golden eyes took in everything. The strange, clean state of the ruined room, the faint shimmer of the rift behind Izuku. And Izuku himself. Izuku was not wearing a costume. He wore simple, dark clothes woven in the sanctuary. He sat at the table, radiating a calm that seemed more unnerving than any overt display of power. Fen, Sarah, and Eve were present, standing behind him like a royal court. A warrior, a vizier, and a sentinel. Izuku Midoriya, Hawks asked, his voice casual, but his eyes were sharp, scanning for threats. He landed softly and took the offered seat. That was my name, Izuku replied, his voice level. Now, I am the guardian of the sanctuary and its people. You may call me Izuku. Why have you come? Hawks leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. Straight to business, huh? I can respect that. The HPSC is concerned. First, there was the energy blast a few weeks ago that leveled this district. Then, whispers from our international contacts about a new, unclassifiable entity. Now, another energy event 2 days ago that registered on every satellite we have. All of it traces back to you. We need to know who you are, and what your intentions are. I am the protector of my people, Izuku stated, his answer unwavering. My intention is to give them a safe place to live, free from persecution and fear. Your people, Hawks said, making subtle air quotes, are what the world calls villains, monsters, or, to use the official term, unregistered anomalous entities. They are considered, by global law, to be threats that need to be contained or neutralized. The world's laws are born from fear, not understanding, Izuku countered. My sanctuary exists outside your jurisdiction. Its borders are absolute. Your laws, and the fears that created them, end where my will begins. Hawks raised an eyebrow. That was a declaration of sovereignty. A teenager in a ruined basement was declaring himself the king of an independent nation. The sheer audacity was staggering, but the quiet power rolling off Izuku made it impossible to dismiss. So you're creating your own country? Monsters? Hawks asked, testing the waters. What's to stop you from unleashing them on the world? What are your rules? What happens when one of you, our people, gets hungry and decides to snack on the locals in Hosu? My first and only law is simple. Do no harm to those who mean you no harm, Izuku said. The sanctuary is a refuge, not a fortress from which to wage war. As for your second question, it will not happen. I provide for my people. Their needs are met. Hawks' eyes flickered to Fen, a clear non-human, and then to the terrifyingly blank face of Eve. And you think the world will just accept that? A self-proclaimed king with an army of beings that defy the laws of nature, claiming a piece of our reality for himself. The GOC, the Foundation. Every government on Earth will see you as the single greatest threat in existence. They already do, Izuku said calmly. And I am still here. They cannot touch me. They cannot harm my people. This is not a negotiation. Hawks, I am not asking for permission. I am telling you how things are. You can either accept this new reality and we can find a way to coexist, or the HPSC can take its time and resources trying to fight a war it cannot possibly win. The tension in the room was thick enough to taste. Hawks was a pro-hero, one of the fastest and most capable men alive. He LD probably kill a normal person 100 times before they could blink. But he knew, with instinct honed by countless battles, that the young man sitting across from him was not normal. An attack would be less than futile. He was in the presence of a fundamental force of nature. And what if a threat emerges that's too big for the heroes to handle? Hawks pressed, shifting tactics. Something that threatens your people and mine. What then? Do you hide in your sanctuary while the world burns? Izuku's gaze met his, and for the first time, Hawks saw something beyond the calm king. He saw the flicker of the hero that once was. The boundless empathy that had defined Izuku Midoriya. If the world is threatened, then my people are threatened. I will not stand by and let anyone suffer if I can prevent it. But I will do it on my terms. As an ally, not as your soldier. It was at that precise moment of profound, world-altering negotiation that everything went wrong. Sarah gasped, her hand flying to her chest. Her eyes went wide with a terror that dwarfed anything Hawks had ever seen. My king, she cried out, her voice cracking. The border, a scream, a wound in reality. It's wrong. It feels like him. Izuku was on his feet in an instant, the calm facade replaced by an aura of immense, crushing authority. The very air in the room grew thick, vibrating with his power. The monarch. His touch, Sarah stammered, pointing a trembling finger toward the rift. A servant, a herald. It's tearing its way through. Hawks felt a primal fear seize him. The shift in atmosphere was terrifying. He was completely out of his depth. What was a monarch? A herald? Fen, Eve, to the breach, Izuku commanded. Sarah, get the civilians to the central cavern. Now. Fen was already a blur of motion, her form shifting into a monstrous, winged beast as she shot through the rift. Eve, silent and efficient, simply turned and strode after her, panels on her back sliding open to reveal glowing energy packs. My apologies, Hawks, Izuku said, his voice a low thunder that seemed to shake the foundations of the building. Our meeting is adjourned. He turned to follow his Queensguard. Wait, Hawks yelled, standing up. What is going on? What is that thing? Izuku paused at the edge of the rift, his back to the hero. Proof, he said, his voice grim, that there are bigger monsters in this world than the ones you hunt. And with that, he stepped through the portal, disappearing from sight. Hawks was left alone in the silent, empty room, his heart pounding in his chest. Agai, NST every instinct for self-preservation, he followed. He had to see. He activated his wings and shot through the shimmering gateway. The sight that met him on the other side would haunt his dreams for the rest of his life. He emerged into Izuku's sanctuary, a place that should have been peaceful. But the twilight sky was now stained with a bleeding, crimson light. At the edge of the settlement, a thing that had no right to exist was clawing its way into the valley. It had once been a man. Remnants of a black GOC tactical suit were visible, fused into its flesh like melted plastic. But the body was twisted, elongated. Its limbs bent at impossible angles. Its head was thrown back in a silent scream, its jaw unhinged. Its skin was a pale, veiny white, and from its back, ribs had burst outward, forming jagged, skeletal wings. It was surrounded by a visible aura of distortion, the very air and ground around it seeming to warp and decay. It radiated pure, undiluted malevolence, a palpable, psychic poison that made Hawks feel nauseous. This was a herald of the Crimson Monarch. Fen, in her winged chimera form, was swooping down, breathing torrents of white-hot fire that splashed harmlessly against the herald's corrupted hide. The creature swatted at her with a grotesquely long arm, and the air it touched seemed to rot, forcing Fen to dodge. Eve stood her ground, a whirlwind of calculated destruction. Her plasma cannons fired in precise, metered bursts, not at the creature's body, but at the ground around its feet. She wasn't trying to hurt it, she was analyzing its reality-warping field. Trying to find a resonant frequency to disrupt it. Izuku stood before them all, a bulwark of calm in a sea of chaos. He wasn't attacking, he was simply being. His own anchoring aura was ushing back against the herald's corrupting influence, creating a visible line in the earth between the sanctuary's green grass and the encroaching, dying gray of the herald's rot. He was holding the line, protecting his entire world with nothing but his will. Sarah, status. Izuku's voice boomed across the battlefield. Its psychic signature is chaotic. Sarah's voice called back from the edge of the settlement, where she was ushering the last of the residents to safety. It has no thoughts, only hunger and pain. But its power is focused through a core in its chest, a shard of its original GOC equipment. Warped by the monarch's energy. Eve, did you hear that? Izuku asked. Affirmative, the android's voice replied, cool and precise amidst the chaos. Analysis of the entity's corrupting field is 87% complete. The energy signature is strongest from the central thoracic cavity. I can create a momentary weakness in its field, but it will require a synchronized, high-energy impact to exploit. Fen, Izuku commanded, pin it down. Give Eve a clear shot. With pleasure. Fen roared. She folded her wings and dove like a hawk, her body shifting midair. She shed her wings in bulk. becoming a streamlined projectile of muscle and claw, aiming not to kill, but to disable. She slammed into the herald's legs, her immense strength buckling its knees and forcing the monstrous being to the ground. It shrieked, a soundless scream that tore at the mind, and tried to pry her off. "Now, Eve!" Izuku yelled. Eve's right arm transformed, the plasma cannon retracting to be replaced by a complex focusing lens. A beam of shimmering, golden energy shot out, not at the herald, but at a point just in front of its chest. The beam hit nothing, but the herald's corrupting aura wavered, like a heat haze. For a fraction of a second. "Window is open for 1.3 seconds. Eve announced. Hawks watched, frozen, as Izuku moved. He didn't punch. He didn't blast. He simply raised a hand, and the pure, unadulterated reality of the sanctuary, its essence, its very concept, coalesced into a spear of silver light in his grasp. He hurled it. The spear crossed the distance instantly, striking the her. All dead in the chest right as Eve's beam created the opening. There was no explosion of blood and gore. There was only light, an overwhelming, pure, cleansing light. The herald's corrupted form was unmade, its twisted flesh and bone dissolving under the absolute authority of Izuku's power. It was not killed, it was erased, its very existence nullified by a will stronger than the chaos that had created it. The crimson stain in the sky vanished. The dying gray earth receded, replaced once more by healthy green grass. The psychic poison in the air evaporated. Silence fell over the valley, broken only by Fen's heavy breathing. Izuku stood over the spot where the herald had been, his hand still outstretched. Fen, Sarah, and Eve gathered around him, a king and his queen's guard, protectors of their realm. They were battered but victorious. Hawks slowly lowered himself to the ground, his wings trembling slightly. His mind, which could process information so fast he perceived the world in slow motion, was struggling to catch up. He had seen the top pro heroes fight world-ending threats. He had witnessed All Might's power firsthand. None of it compared to what he had just seen. This was an fight between a hero and a villain. This was something older, more fundamental. A battle for reality itself. He looked at Izuku, who was now checking on Fen, his expression one of concern for his comrade. He saw the way Sarah looked at him with absolute trust, and how Eve, the emotionless machine, had perfectly synchronized her actions with the others as if they'd been a team for years. The HPSC was wrong. The GOC was wrong. Everyone was wrong. Izuku Midoriya wasn't a threat to be contained or a villain to be fought. He wasn't even a hero to be managed. He was a king, defending his king. Dom from horrors the likes of which the world had never dreamed. And Hawks realized, with a sudden, gut-wrenching certainty, that the world was going to need him. Their neat, orderly system of heroes and villains was a child's game compared to this. The real war was being fought in the shadows, and they had just found its linchpin. His report to the commission was going to be more than a headache. It was going to be a revolution. Chapter 4. Whispers in the Dark. The air in the sanctuary had found its own unique scent. It was a complex and surprisingly pleasant mixture of petrichor from the Pei. Perpetually dewy meadows Izuku had willed into the southern quadrant, the faint, clean ozone of Eve's laboratories, and the sharp, floral notes of alien flora that had begun to sprout in the fertile, reality-warped soil. For the first time since his cataclysmic transformation, a semblance of routine had begun to settle over the nascent kingdom. Mornings were for planning and construction, as Izuku, guided by Sarah's gentle foresight and Eve's logistical genius, expanded the infrastructure to accommodate the steady trickle of anomalous refugees. Afternoons were for training, with Fen relentlessly pushing Izuku to understand the physical limits of his immortality, a concept that still felt profoundly abstract to him. He was in the midst of one such session, the ground of their designated training arena cratered and scorched. When the first whisper came, Fen, in her preferred combat form, a lithe, nine-tailed vulpine creature of gleaming silver fur and burning blue eyes, was a blur of motion. She moved with a liquid grace that defied physics, her attacks a storm of claws and ethereal fire. Izuku, for his part, simply stood his ground. He didn't need to dodge. He was learning to anchor Hi's own personal reality so completely that her attacks would simply fail to connect. A claw that should have raked across his chest would instead meet an infinitesimally small, unbreachable wall of space-time. A gout of blue flame that should have incinerated him would unravel into harmless photons a hair's breadth from his skin. "You're getting better, my king," Fen panted, her voice a melodic growl as she skidded to a halt, kicking up a shower of dark earth. "You're thinking less like a target and more like a mountain. But you're still too passive. A mountain can be weathered. A king must be the storm." Izuku offered a small smile, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow that was more from mental exertion than physical. "I'm not used to being a storm, Fen. For 16 years, I was the pebble the storm rolls over." "You are not that boy anymore," she insisted, her tails lashing with an intensity that belied her encouraging tone. "That boy is a memory. You are the absolute. You are the protector. You must own it." It was then he felt it. A subtle shift in the very fabric of the sanctuary. It wasn't a hostile intrusion like the GOC's attack or the chilling touch of the Crimson Monarch. It was something far stranger. Far older. The ambient light seemed to dim, not as if a cloud had passed overhead, but as if the concept of light itself was being gently muted. The air grew still and cold, and a profound silence fell over the training grounds, swallowing even the sound of their breathing. "What is this?" Fen snarled, her fur bristling. She instinctively moved to stand in front of Izuku, a low growl rumbling in her chest as her blue eyes scanned the horizon. From her observatory spire at the heart of their central citadel, Sarah felt it too. The branching futures she constantly observed, the infinite tapestry of possibility, suddenly developed a blind spot. It wasn't a void or a darkness, but a region of absolute stillness, a point from which no futures seemed to emanate. As if a drop of universal solvent had been placed on the canvas of time. Her breath hitched, and a single, unbidden tear traced a path down her cheek. It was a feeling of awe so profound it bordered on terror. Inside her laboratory, Eve's sensors went haywire. Every spectrum analysis tool, every quantum scanner, every reality coherency meter began screaming alerts. Local reality was stable. In fact, it was more stable than ever before. But it was as if a new, fundamental law of physics had just been written into the code of their pocket dimension. Her internal chronometers flickered, registering a temporal dilation of 0.0001 nanoseconds before correcting. Illogical. Impossible. She ran a diagnostic on her own systems, assuming a malfunction. The results came back perfect. The error was not in her perception. It was in the universe. Izuku felt it most keenly. It was a presence, but not a physical one. It was a thought that wasn't his own, an awareness that permeated everything. He looked down at his own shadow. It was no longer a simple absence of light. It was deeper, darker, its edges unnervingly sharp. It seemed to possess a depth, a texture, as if it were a doorway to an abyss of pure, silent night. Slowly, from the center of the training arena, the shadows began to pool. They flowed like ink from the feet of rocks, from beneath blades of grass, from Izuku's and Fen's own feet. The darkness coalesced, not into a shape, but into a state. It was a patch of non-existence, a hole in the world that was so profoundly black it seemed to drink the light around it. It did not have a form. Yet it had a presence that was as undeniable as a sun. Fen let out a furious, warning roar, preparing to launch a volley of her soul fire, but Izuku placed a calming hand on her shoulder. His own senses, the ones tied to his status as SCP-999999, were not screaming danger. They were humming with a note of solemn recognition, like a tuning fork resonating with its twin. "The anchor is troubled," a voice said. Not in their ears, but in the core of their minds. It was not a voice of words, but of concepts, of pure meaning translated into thought. It was impossibly ancient, calm, and utterly alien. It was the sound of stars being born and dying, the silence of the void between galaxies. The pool of shadow quivered, and from its center, a form began to rise. It was vaguely humanoid, slender and tall, but it was made of nothing but the deepest night. It had no face, no features, yet they could feel its attention, its gaze, upon them. Where its eyes might have been were 2 points of faint, shimmering starlight. Like distant nebulae. This was Nyx. You ripple the fabric. The great tapestry of what is and what will be. This was not meant to happen, the voice continued, its tone holding no judgment. Only a statement of cosmic fact. Who are you? Izuku asked, his voice steady, though his heart hammered against his ribs. He felt no malice, but the sheer scale of the being before him was staggering. It felt less like a creature and more like a law of nature had decided to stand up and speak. I am the pause between breaths. The silence in the heart of a sun. The darkness that gives stars their meaning. I am the balance. I am Nyx. I am drawn to imbalance. Fen remained tense, a low growl still vibrating in her throat. What do you want with our king? The starry eyes of the shadow being turned to her. The king is the imbalance. He is a piece of the crimson oblivion, yet he is its antithesis. An anchor of pure, unyielding reality carved from the heart of that which seeks to unmake it. A paradox that sings a very loud song. Sarah and Eve arrived at that moment, drawn by the disturbance. Sarah simply stared, her silver eyes wide, recognizing the source of the blind spot in her visions. Eve had her arm cannon deployed, but she did not fire, her processors struggling to reconcile the being's existence with any known scientific principle. Subject analysis. Entity is composed of a localized, gravitationally bound nexus of extra-dimensional energy, exhibiting properties of both zero-point energy and absolute vacuum. It should not be able to maintain a stable form. It should not be able to communicate. Your logic is sound, little machine, Nyx's thoughts brushed against Eve's consciousness. But it is based on the laws of a reality that is but a single shade in an infinite spectrum. I am of the canvas, not the paint. Nyx turned her full attention back to Izuku. The crimson oblivion, the monarch you feel in your soul, is a wound. It is entropy given spiteful, ravenous intellect. It was shattered, but its shards seek to rejoin, to become the all-consuming void it once was. You, king of this small, impossible place, are its largest, purest, most powerful shard. Izuku felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold air. The whispers he'd felt, the crimson consciousness at the edge of his perception, this entity was giving it a name, a context. It wants to absorb me. To become whole. It wants to unmake you. To unmake everything. Your very existence as an anchor holds the structure of this universe together more firmly than it has been in eons. But it also acts as a lighthouse, a beacon calling the other, corrupted shards home. They will come for you. Heralds. Monsters. Pieces of its will given form. Why are you telling me this? Izuku asked, taking a step forward. Fen tensed but did not stop him. Because imbalance cannot be sustained. Either the anchor holds, or the oblivion consumes. The scales are tipping. I am here to offer my weight. The universe requires balance. Creation and destruction. Light and shadow. An anchor and an advisor. The declaration hung in the silent air. This ancient, cosmic being was not asking for refuge. It was not seeking protection. It was applying for a job. The sheer, mind-bending absurdity of it almost made Izuku laugh. You wish to help us. He clarified. I wish to help myself. Your continued existence is preferable to universal dissolution, Nyx stated, the thought laced with what might have been the driest wit in the cosmos. I will remain in your sanctuary. I will observe. I will advise on matters that your warriors, your seers, and your machines cannot comprehend. I pledge this to you, Anchor King. With that, the humanoid form of shadow dissolved. It did not vanish, but rather dispersed, melting back into every shadow in the sanctuary. The light returned to its normal level, the air warmed, and sound rushed back in. But they all knew she was still there. Izuku could feel her presence, a quiet, watchful awareness in the shade of every building, under every leaf. He had his fourth queen, an entity of living shadow, ancient as the void itself, who had just appointed herself his royal advisor on cosmic horrors. The weight on his shoulders grew heavier, the scale of his new reality expanding to a terrifying new scope. The sanctuary was no longer just a haven, it was the fulcrum upon which the fate of the universe might rest. The arrival of the Sanguine Covenant happened 3 days later, under the bruised twilight of a storm Izuku had inadvertently created through a moment of deep anxiety. They did not arrive at the hidden, shifting gateways like the others. They clawed their way in. A patrol of Kitsune scouts, their fiery fox forms flickering through the woods near the sanctuary's perimeter, were the first to find the breach. It wasn't an attack, but an act of sheer desperation. A small, ragged hole had been torn in the dimensional fabric, cauterized, and smoking at the edges as if from a massive energy weapon. Through it stumbled a group of beings that looked like they had been dragged through hell. There were about 24 of them, gaunt and emaciated. Their clothes little more than tattered rags. Their skin was deathly pale, stretched tight over sharp, angular bones. Their eyes, however, burned with a feral, desperate light, and their canines were elongated into sharp, predatory fangs. They were vampires, but not the elegant, aristocratic monsters of fiction. These were survivors, a hunted species on the brink of extinction. Leading them was a tall, ancient-looking man with long, silver hair matted with grime and dried blood. He leaned heavily on a crude staff, his breaths coming in ragged gasps, but his back was ramrod straight. His eyes holding a core of unyielding pride. By the time Izuku arrived with Fen and Eve, the refugees had collapsed just inside the border, too weak to move further. The Kitsune scouts kept a wary distance, their tails bristling. Low growls echoing in the woods. "Hold your positions," Izuku commanded, his voice calm and authoritative. He approached the newcomers slowly, his hands open and visible. Fen flanked him, a silver predator ready to spring, while Eve scanned the group, her internal sensors cataloging their biological markers. Anomaly designation: SCP-017, Sanguinis Vitae, Eve's voice reported. Audible only to Izuku and the Queensguard via their private comms link. Homo sapiens derivative subspecies. Biological requirements include the consumption of mammalian blood, preferably human, for sustenance and cellular regeneration. Highly allergic to concentrated ultraviolet radiation. Possess enhanced strength, speed, and regenerative capabilities, which appear severely atrophied in their current state. The leader of the group pushed himself to his feet, swaying with exhaustion. "We mean no harm," he rasped, his voice like stones grinding together. "We sensed a place of safety, a place free from the hunters. The Coalition of Order, the GOC, they destroyed our haven. They call it sterilization." He spat the word like a curse. "We ran for weeks. We are all that is left of the Carpathian Coven. I am Kajin, their elder. We beg for sanctuary." Izuku's heart went out to them. They were starving, hunted, and desperate. His immediate instinct, the one that had defined his entire life, was to say yes without hesitation. But then he looked past Kajin, at the hungry eyes of his coven, and Eve's words echoed in his mind: consumption of mammalian blood, preferably human. The sanctuary was now home to over 100 anomalous beings. Many were humanoid. All were under his protection. "You are welcome to rest and recover here," Izuku said carefully, choosing his words with a weight he'd never felt before. "You will be safe from the GOC. But we need to discuss the terms of your stay." Kajin's weary eyes narrowed. "Terms? Your dietary needs," Izuku said gently. "The residents of this sanctuary are my people. All of them. Harming them is not an option. And I cannot allow you to leave to hunt humans outside." A low, desperate hiss came from some of the younger vampires in the coven. Kajin silenced them with a sharp gesture. The pride in his eyes was now mixed with a deep, bottomless despair. "Then you offer us a choice between a quick death from the GOC's fire, or a slow one from starvation in your paradise," Kajin said, his voice cracking. "Some choice, King of the Anomalous." The words struck Izuku like a physical blow. He was offering them a gilded cage to die in. His absolute rule, save everyone, had just met its first, seemingly impassable paradox. The moral crisis descended upon the sanctuary like a plague. Izuku granted the Sanguine Covenant a secluded, empty district to recover, providing them with water and the temporary, unsatisfying sustenance of animal blood he could create. But it was a stopgap measure, and everyone knew it. The animal blood barely sustained them, doing little to quench the deep, gnawing hunger or restore their strength. They grew weaker, more desperate, and the atmosphere in the sanctuary grew thick with fear and suspicion. The other residents, who had just begun to feel safe, were now terrified. A Grootslang, a massive elephant-like creature with the tail of a serpent, who usually spent its days placidly carving riverbeds, now coiled protectively around the grove where its young slept. The Kitsune refused to patrol near the vampires' district. Rumors spread like wildfire. A child's pet went missing. It was later found sleeping in a pantry. A shadow moved too quickly. A strange sound was heard in the night. Fear, Izuku was learning, did not need facts to flourish. It only needed a fertile imagination. The dilemma consumed him. He spent long nights in the central spire, pacing before the large crystalline window that overlooked his kingdom. The Queen's Guard was divided, their council reflecting their core natures. Fen was the first to voice the pragmatic, brutal option. "They are predators, Izuku," she said one evening, her arms crossed as she leaned against a pillar. Her human form unable to hide the predatory stillness in her posture. "It is their nature. We have taken in grazers and put them in a pen with wolves. You want to protect the flock. Then you deal with the wolves. Either they are driven out, or they are put down. It is the only way to be certain. We can't just kill them, Fen." Izuku shot back, his voice strained. "They're not monsters by choice. It's their biology. Turning them away is a death sentence. How is that any different from what the GOC does?" "The GOC kills them because they are different," Fen countered, her voice sharp. Quote, "I am suggesting we remove them because they are a direct, quantifiable threat to us. To our people, your first duty as king is to the citizens you have already sworn to protect." Sarah, who sat quiet observing the starlight Izuku had painted across the sanctuary's sky, offered a more cryptic and equally grim perspective. "The futures are tangled," she whispered, her silver eyes unfocused. "I say, futures where the covenant is allowed to stay. In some, their hunger overwhelms them. There is blood, there is fighting. The sanctuary tears itself apart. In others, you force them out. I see GOC fire and their ashes carried on the wind. In every timeline that begins with their arrival, I see pain. Their presence is a catalyst for tragedy. There is no clear path to peace." Eve, ever the logician, presented her analysis on a holographic display she projected from her wrist. It showed flowcharts, probability matrices, and resource allocation models. Conclusion: the sanguinis vitis biologic. AL requirements are fundamentally incompatible with the long-term stability and security of the sanctuary's heterogeneous population. Their continued presence introduces a variable of high-risk internal conflict. The most logical solutions, ranked by probability of success in maintaining overall systemic stability, are 1. Permanent and secure quarantine in a purpose-built containment facility. 2. Expulsion from the pocket dimension. 3. Euthanasia. "Stop," Izuku ordered, his hand clenched into a fist. He looked at Eve, his eyes pleading. "They're not systems, Eve. They're people." Eve's expression did not change, but the light in her optical sensors softened almost imperceptibly. "My analysis is based on logic, Izuku. Not on morality. I am providing you with the data you require to make an informed decision. My purpose is to serve and protect you in the sanctuary. This situation presents a paradox where protecting the sanctuary may require an action that conflicts with your core ethical parameters." Frustrated and feeling more alone than ever, Izuku sought out the sanctuary's newest, most enigmatic resident. He found Nyx's presence strongest in the obsidian library he had created. A place of quiet contemplation. As he entered, the shadows in the corners of the room deepened, coalescing into her familiar, star-dusted form. The shepherd wishes to save the wolves and the sheep, together in one field. Her thoughts echoed in his mind. A noble, but flawed, ambition. "There has to be a way," Izuku insisted, running a hand through his perpetually messy green hair. "I can create anything in this place. Food, water, shelter. Why is this one thing impossible? Why can't I create a world where they don't have to be what they are?" Nyx was silent for a long moment. "You think of their hunger as a moral failing. A flaw to be corrected. It is not. It is a function of their existence. All things in the universe consume to survive. Stars consume hydrogen. Black holes consume stars. Life consumes life. The question is not, how do you stop the hunger? The question is, can you change the nature of the meal?" The concept struck Izuku with the force of a revelation. Change the meal, not the hunger. He had been so focused on the monstrous act, the drinking of blood, that he hadn't considered the base requirement. It wasn't about the violence, it was about the unique biological compounds within the blood that they needed to live. His mind began to race. What were those compounds? Could they be isolated? Could they be replicated? He was an immortal reality bender with godlike power. Could he not warp reality to create a substance that fulfilled that biological need without requiring a living victim? He turned, a spark of hope igniting in his chest for the first time in days. "Eve," he shouted, already running from the library. Get to your lab. I have an idea. Executor, known to the GOC High Command only by his title, reviewed the data on his terminal with cold, dispassionate precision. His office aboard the GOC command carrier Damocles was Spartan, decorated only with holographic maps and threat assessments. For weeks, his focus had been SCP-999999, the entity known as the Immortal King. The GOC's official designation for him was Threat Entity Prime 001. An anomaly so powerful, so reality-warping, that direct confrontation had proven futile. But Executor was a strategist. If you couldn't break a fortress wall, you undermined its foundations. Report, he said, not looking up from his screen. The cloaked agent standing before his desk shimmered into view. It was a GOC operative bonded with a mimetic chameleon entity, their best infiltrator. The intel was correct, Executor. The target has taken in a coven of SCP-017. The internal situation is tense. The other anomalous residents are frightened. The king's leadership is being questioned. The sanctuary is divided. A rare, thin smile touched Executor's lips. A king who tries to protect everyone protects no one. His compassion is a flaw, a weakness to be exploited. He brought up a schematic of the sanctuary, pieced together from probe data and infiltration reports. It was a masterpiece of anomalous creation, powered by a central geothermal tap into a micro-volcano Izuku had created, with aqueducts carrying purified water he willed into existence, and groves de tea produced food for 100 different bizarre biologies. It was a complex, interconnected ecosystem. A delicate house of cards. The king's power is absolute, but his attention is finite, Executor mused. He cannot be everywhere at once. If we apply pressure, not to him, but to his infrastructure, we create scarcity. We amplify the fear. We turn his little paradise into a pressure cooker. The vampires will get hungry. The other residents will get desperate. They will turn on each other. He will be forced to choose a side, and in that moment, his illusion of being a savior to all will shatter. He turned to his tactical officer. Assemble Strike Team Delta, munitions loadout. Reality destabilizing charges for the geothermal conduit. Biological agents for the aqueducts, harmless to us, B. Oot will contaminate the water source for most parahuman biologies. And incendiary munitions for the food groves. This is not an assault. It is a surgical strike. Get in, cripple their life support, and get out. I want them at each other's throats by sunrise. And the king? The officer asked. Avoid direct engagement at all costs, Executor ordered, his eyes glinting in the cold light of the displays. Let his own people be the weapon that brings him down. The attack came without warning. 3 simultaneous explosions rocked the sanctuary. The first, a deep, earth-shattering tremor from the mountains, signified the collapse of the geothermal plant. Lights flickered across the citadel and died, plunging most of the city into darkness. The second, a series of smaller, concussive blasts, ruptured the main aqueducts, sending torrents of now tainted water flooding the lower districts. The third, a series of bright, searing flashes from the groves, was followed by the acrid smell of che. Mickle fire as the main food source was set ablaze. Panic erupted. Cries of fear and confusion echoed through the darkened streets. Izuku was in Eve's lab, deep in concentration, when the world shook. He was trying to will a complex protein chain into existence while Eve guided him with real-time molecular analysis. External attack, Eve announced, her calm, synthetic voice cutting through the chaos. Multiple infrastructure targets hit simultaneously. Energy signatures consistent with GOC ordnance. They're not attacking us, they're attacking our home, Izuku snarled, a cold fury rising in him. Fen, Sarah, status. He yelled into his comms. I'm at the groves. Fen's voice crackled back, filled with rage. GOC filth in strike suits. They're using chemical weapons to burn everything. I'm engaging. The aqueducts are breached. Sarah's voice was tight with strain. The water, it's poisoned. They're trying to turn this place into a wasteland. To force the Covenant's hand. Izuku understood the strategy instantly. It was brilliant. It was cruel. And it was working. He could already hear the rising tide of fear from the city's inhabitants. They were trapped in the dark with starving predators. And now their food and water were gone. Eve, can you synthesize a counter-agent for the water? Izuku asked, his mind racing. Theoretically, I require a sample and time. Both are in short supply. Sarah, can you guide the non-combatants to secure locations? Keep them calm. I will try. The fear is making the future cloudy. Fen, contain them. Don't let them retreat. I'm on my way, he commanded. Already moving. As he ran, the full weight of his kingship settled on him. It wasn't just about having power. It was about using it to hold everything together when the world was trying to tear it apart. He found Fen, a whirlwind of silver fur and blue fire, single-handedly holding off a squad of GOC agents. They were armed with advanced weaponry, plasma rifles and null field grenades that sizzled on contact with her anomalous energy. But Fen was a force of nature, a descendant of a mythical beast, and this was her home. She moved with a ferocity that was terrifying to behold, her 9 tails whipping through the air like bladed weapons. Izuku didn't even slow down. As he entered the battlefield, the GOC agents' weapons began to fail. Plasma rifles flickered and died. The energy fields of their powered armor shorted out. He was an absolute reality anchor, and in his immediate vicinity, reality adhered to his will. Advanced technology, especially technology designed to manipulate energy, was simply an impossibility if he didn't want it to be. The agents froze in confusion and horror as their most advanced tools became inert chunks of metal. Izuku moved through them, not with violence, but with an unstoppable, crushing force. He didn't punch them. He simply pushed, and they were sent flying, their armor denting as they crashed into trees. Go, he said to Fen, his voice low and dangerous. Help Eve at the aqueducts. I will handle this. Fen hesitated for only a second before nodding and streaking away, a silver blur vanishing into the darkness. Zuko turned his attention to the remaining GOC squad, his green eyes glowing with a faint, internal light. He saw the leader raising a device, a detonator. It's over, Izuku said, closing the distance between them in an instant. Tell your executor that this was a mistake. The GOC agent, his face pale with terror, squeezed the detonator. Nothing happened. Izuku gently took it from his hand, crushed it into dust, and then tapped the agent on the forehead. The man's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, unconscious. One by one, he moved through the remaining soldiers, a phantom of absolute power, neutralizing them without a single fatality. But the damage was done. The fires still raged, the water was still poisoned, and the power was still out. As he stood amidst the inert forms of his enemies, he could feel the fear and desperation of his people pressing in on him. Executor's gambit had succeeded. The sanctuary was on a knife's edge. He looked up at the citadel, where the final, desperate part of his own plan was waiting. The Sanguine Covenant. The solution. He had to make it work. He had to restore the hope his enemy had so cleverly tried to extinguish. Returning to the Lab W. As like stepping into the eye of a hurricane. Outside, the sounds of firefighting and panicked shouts echoed, but inside, there was a tense, focused silence. Eve had analyzed the tainted water sample. Fen had brought her and was running simulations. The contaminant is a complex bioalchemical agent, Eve reported, displaying a rotating molecule on her screen. It attacks non-terrestrial cellular structures. I can create a neutralizing agent, but mass dispersal into the entire reservoir system will take hours. We don't have hours, Izuku said, his gaze fixed on the corner of the lab where he had set up his experiment. Inside a reinforced containment vessel, a small amount of deep red liquid swirled. It was his first attempt, created from his own will and Eve's specifications just before the attack. A synthetic blood substitute, containing all the necessary proteins, nutrients, and esoteric energies the Sanguinus Vitae needed, without the original host. The GOC's attack has accelerated the timeline, Sarah stated. Entering the lab, her face was pale. Kasian is losing control of his coven. The younger ones, their hunger is overriding their reason. The fear from the other residents is like blood in the water to them. They will break quarantine within the hour. This was it, the breaking point. Everything hinged on this moment. Is it ready? Izuku asked Eve, his voice tight. The compound is theoretically viable. It meets all 1,728 known biological markers required by their species. However, without a live test subject, its efficacy is unknown. There was no time for anything else. Bring Kajin to me, Izuku ordered. Alone, the vampire elder was brought to the lab under guard by two large, silent golems. He looked even more haggard than before, his eyes burning with a desperate, feverish light. He saw the chaos outside, the fear in the faces of the golems, and looked at Izuku with accusation in his eyes. Your sanctuary is a trap, Kajin snarled. You've caged us and now watch as our enemies starve us out. I am not your enemy, Kajin, Izuku said, his voice resonating with sincerity and power. He gestured to the swirling liquid in the containment vessel. I told you I would find a way. This is it. Kajin stared at the synthetic blood, his nostrils flaring. He could smell it. It smelled right. It smelled like life, like sustenance, but it was missing the scent of fear. Of a living soul. He looked at Izuku with deep suspicion. What is this trick? It is a solution, Izuku explained. It's everything your body needs to live, to be strong. But nothing had to die to make it. No one had to suffer. It is a choice, Kajin. A new way. You can continue to be the hunted monsters the GOC believes you are, or you can become something more. First of your kind to be free from the curse of the hunt. He pumped a small amount of the liquid into a glass and offered it to the elder. Kajin stared at it, then at Izuku. He saw no deception in the young king's eyes. Only a desperate, earnest hope. His coven was on the brink of madness. His people were dying. What did he have to lose? With a trembling hand, he took the glass. He sniffed it once more. Then tilted his head back and drank. The effect was instantaneous. A surge of vitality flooded Kajin's desiccated form. The gray, sallow tint of his skin was replaced by a healthy pallor. The deep lines of exhaustion on his face softened. The feverish, desperate light in his eyes was replaced by a look of utter, profound shock. He looked at his hands, clenching and unclenching them as he felt strength, true strength. Not the fleeting rush of a hunt, returned to his limbs for the first time in decades. It works, he whispered, his voice filled with awe. The hunger, it is quiet. He fell to his knees. Not in weakness, but in sheer, overwhelming relief, bowing his head to the floor. My king, he said, his voice thick with emotion. You have given my people a future. Izuku let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding for days. The first step was done. Now came the second. Uniting his people now that the immediate threat of civil war was averted, Izuku moved with newfound purpose. He stood before the assembled residents in the main plaza, the fires now extinguished, the darkness held at bay by glowing crystals he had summoned. He explained the GOC's strategy, the attempt to divide them with fear. Then, he brought forth Kajin, who spoke to the crowd, explaining the solution, the new future for his people. He pledged, on his honor and his life, that his coven would never again be a threat to any soul in the sanctuary. A cheer went up. It started small, hesitant, but it grew into a roar of relief, of unity, of defiance. They had faced an existential threat, an attack on their home and their spirit, and they had not broken. The GOC wanted to turn us against each other. Izuku's voice boomed across the plaza, amplified by his will. They wanted you to believe that our differences make us weak, that our fear should rule us. But they are wrong. Our unity is our strength. Our compassion is our shield. They attacked our home, and now, we will show them that this kingdom and its people will not be broken. It was time for the counterattack. Executor stood on the bridge of the Damocles, observing the sanctuary through a long-range tactical display. The fires were out. The energy readings were stabilizing. His agents had not reported back. Executor, his second-in-command said, her voice tense. We're detecting a massive spatial distortion forming at the target's location. It's expanding. On the main view screen, the image of the sanctuary's dimensional rift shimmered. It then tore open, widening into a gaping maw of swirling energy. From it, a single figure emerged, floating in the void of space. Izuku Midoriya, his green eyes burning with cold fury. He was followed by his Queen's Guard. Fen was a terrifying spectacle, her form shifting into a massive, ethereal kitsune large enough to dwarf a GOC strike cruiser. Sarah stood behind Izuku, her eyes glowing silver, a field of distorted spacetime shimmering around her. Eve floated beside him, her body bristling with deployed weapon systems, all glowing with immense power. And all around them, the shadows of space itself seemed to twist and writhe, a silent testament to Nyx's presence. There, outside, the tactical officer stammered. That's impossible. Executor's knuckles were white where he gripped the console. He had tried to break the king's spirit. Instead, he had unleashed his wrath. All ships, battle stations. Target the primary entity. Fire at will. The GOC fleet unleashed a hellstorm of energy beams, plasma torpedoes, and kinetic slugs. It was enough firepower to glass a continent. The barrage never reached them. Sarah's eyes widened, and she made a small gesture. 100 different micro-wormholes opened in front of the fleet, swallowing the projectiles and redirecting them into the empty space behind Izuku's forces. Not a single shot landed. My turn, Fen growled, her voice echoing through the GOC's comms systems as a wave of pure psychic pressure. She charged. She moved through space with impossible speed, a comet of silver fur and 9 burning tails. She wove through the GOC's defensive fire, shrugging off hits that would have vaporized lesser anomalies. She slammed into the lead cruiser, not with an explosion, but with a reality-warping impact. Her claws, imbued with her anomalous nature, did not tear metal, they tore the fundamental laws holding the ship together. The cruiser bent, groaned, and then folded in on itself like a piece of paper, its systems dying in a cascade of silent sparks. Eve's attack was more precise. She designated targets with cold efficiency. Targeting weapons arrays. Targeting engine blocks. Targeting bridge life support. Beams of focused, disruptive energy shot from her cannons, striking with surgical accuracy. She wasn't destroying the ships. She was disabling them, neutering them, rendering the entire fleet a collection of helpless, drifting metal coffins. Meanwhile, Nyx went to work on their minds. The GOC crew suddenly found themselves in a darkness that was not merely the absence of light. Shadows in their own cockpits stretched and flowed into terrifying shapes. Whispers echoed in their helmets, speaking of the infinite, cold void and their own insignificance. It was a psychological attack on a cosmic scale, and it shattered their morale in seconds. At the center of it all stood Izuku. He didn't move, didn't fire a single beam of energy. He simply existed. He projected his reality anchoring aura outward, and the GOC's most esoteric, reality-bending weapons fizzled and died before they could even be fired. Their cloaking devices failed. Their teleportation drives overloaded. In his presence, the laws of the universe were his, and his alone. Executor Wa, TCHED in horrified disbelief as his entire strike fleet was dismantled in under 2 minutes, with 0 casualties on either side. It wasn't a battle, it was a lesson. A demonstration of power so absolute it defied comprehension. Suddenly, his ship lurched. A proximity alert screamed. Izuku Midoriya was standing on his bridge, having phased through the hull as if it weren't there. His 4 queens stood behind him. A tableau of impossible power. The bridge crew froze, their training utterly useless against such a sight. Executor drew his sidearm, a specialized pistol that fired a concentrated null field burst. He aimed it at Izuku's head. Izuku didn't even look at him. He was looking at the viewscreen, at the disabled, drifting fleet. "This is my only warning," he said, his voice quiet but carrying the weight of a collapsing star. "The sanctuary is a sovereign nation. Its people are under my protection. Hunt them again, and I will not be this merciful. I will unmake you. I will unmake your entire coalition. I will erase you from existence so completely that not even memory will remain. Am I understood?" Executor's hand trembled. His nullification quirk, the power that had made him the GOC's ultimate weapon, was screaming at him that the man before him was not an anomaly to be negated. He was a fundamental constant. You could not negate gravity. You could not negate time. And you could not negate the immortal king. Slowly, his arm lowered. The gun clattered to the floor. "Understood," Executor choked out. Izuku gave him a final, lingering look, then he and his Queensguard vanished, phasing back into the void. And retreating into their dimensional rift, which sealed behind them as if it had never been. The bridge of the Damocles was silent, save for the panicked breathing of the crew. Executor stared at the empty space where the king had stood, the seed of doubt that had been planted during their first encounter now sprouting into a terrifying, world-altering tree. He had built his life on a single, simple creed. All anomalies must be destroyed for the good of humanity. But he had just witnessed an anomaly use godlike power not to destroy, but to protect. He had seen a monster show more mercy and principle than his own commanders ever had. For the first time in his life, the zealot began to question his faith. Back in the sanctuary, the power was restored, the water was being purified. And the Sanguine Covenant was distributing the first batches of synthetic blood to its starving people. A fragile peace settled, stronger than before, forged in fire and unity. Izuku stood on the balcony of his spire, looking down at his thriving, healing city. Fen, Sarah, Eve, and the ever-present awareness of Nyx were with him. They had worked as a perfect unit, their disparate abilities flowing together as if they were a single entity. His Queensguard, his partners. The weight of the crown was immense, the threats were cosmic, and the path ahead was terrifying. But as he looked at the family he had built and the people he had saved, Izuku Midoriya felt, for the first time, not like an accidental king, but like a king who was exactly where he was supposed to be. Chapter 5. The Unholy Alliance. The world had begun to fray at the edges. It wasn't a sudden, apocalyptic tear, but a slow, insidious unraveling, like a thread pulled from a grand tapestry. The signs were there for those who knew where to look, esoteric tremors on the seismographs of reality that the mundane world dismissed as freak accidents, mass hysterias, or elaborate villain attacks. In a Foundation containment wing deep beneath the Gobi Desert, Site-34 experienced a simultaneous, cascading breach of 17 separate Keter-class objects. It wasn't a failure of equipment or protocol. The very laws of physics that kept the anomalies contained seemed to stutter. A mimetic agent that was supposed to be trapped in a closed-loop audio file suddenly manifested as a visual pattern on the security monitors. A reality-bending sculptor, designated SCP-1730-B, began altering the composition of its containment cell from concrete to intertwined, screaming flesh without moving an inch. The site director's final log entry, before the on-site nuclear device was triggered as a last resort, was a single, frantic sentence: "They're not breaking out. The walls are letting them go." In London, a GOC strike team, codenamed Witch Hammer, moved to neutralize a KTE-4581 Black, a so-called grief eater, that had taken root in the catacombs beneath Waterloo Station. Their standard procedure was simple: identify, assess, liquidate. But as they descended, their high-frequency reality anchors began to whine and spark. The entity they found was no longer a simple parathreat. It had become a gateway. The air around it had curdled into a non-Euclidean vista of impossible angles and bleeding colors, and from its core, lesser things, giggling, multi-jointed horrors, were being birthed into the world. The GOC's solution was equally simple, and far more brutal. They collapsed the entire station with orbital tungsten rods, burying the anomaly and 3 city blocks under a mountain of rubble. The official story was a gas main explosion. In Japan, the Hero Public Safety Commission was losing its grip. A new villain, calling himself the Puppeteer, had appeared in Sapporo. He didn't have a quirk in any recognizable sense. He could simply convince people to do his bidding. Not through mind control, but by whispering truths, deep, forgotten shames and hidden resentments, that shattered their psyches and turned them into willing, fanatical followers. Pro-heroes sent to stop him found their own insecurities weaponized against them. Endeavor's task force was turned back not by force, but by a city of civilians who suddenly remembered every moment of his terrifying, obsessive ambition and saw him as the monster he secretly feared he was. Within the tranquil, self-contained reality of the sanctuary, these events were not distant news reports. They were tremors felt through the very fabric of existence. Sarah would often stop mid-sentence, a hand pressed to her temple. Her silver eyes unfocused as she witnessed 1,000 potential apocalypses bloom and wither in the span of a heartbeat. She saw cities turn to glass, oceans boiling with psychic rage, and skies filled with crimson eyes. "It's getting worse," she said one afternoon, her voice a fragile whisper in the war room Izuku had willed into existence. The room was a fusion of function and comfort, carved from living wood and glowing crystal, with a central table that displayed a shimmering, real-time map of the world. Eve had interfaced her own systems with Izuku's reality warping, creating a dispel. Eye that showed not just troop movements or news feeds, but flows of anomalous energy, weak points in reality, and nodes of psychic distress. Red blotches were spreading across the globe like a fatal disease. The monarch's influence is no longer passive, Nyx's voice echoed in their minds, a feeling of ancient cold and deep gravity. She manifested as a column of shadow in the corner of the room. Darker than any natural absence of light. It was once a whisper in the void. Now, it is learning to scream. Each of these events, they are not direct attacks. They are the monarch stretching, testing the bounds of its cage. It is weakening the world's defenses, creating chaos so that when it finally turns its full attention to you, King, there will be no one left to even notice. Izuku stood before the map, his hands clasped behind his back. The simple green hoodie and black pants he favored seemed out of place against the sheer gravity of his posture. He was no longer the boy who had stumbled into this power. His gaze was steady, his jaw set. The weight of his kingship had settled into his bones, a burden he had chosen to carry. It's using the world as a distraction, Izuku said, his voice low and firm. It's softening the target. All this chaos is a precursor. The real target is me. It wants its missing piece back, and it's willing to burn the entire world to get it. Fen stood beside him, her arms crossed over her chest, a low growl rumbling in her throat. Her form was humanoid, but her eyes held the golden fury of a predator. Then let it come. This place is proof against it. We will fight. We will win. We will, Izuku agreed, turning to face them. But what about everyone out there? We created the sanctuary to protect the innocent, the anomalous who had nowhere else to go. Does that protection end at the border we created? Can we sit here, safe in our fortress, while the world that we, came from is torn apart? The question hung in the air, heavy and unanswered. Eve, ever the pragmatist, projected a series of data streams next to the map. Casualty projections, GOC operational doctrines, Foundation containment protocols, analysis. The current Globa L response is inefficient and unsustainable, she stated, her synthesized voice devoid of emotion but filled with undeniable logic. The global occult coalitions, Scorched Earth, policy neutralizes REITs at an unacceptable cost of civilian life and infrastructure. Their success rate against reality-bending phenomena is only 37%. The SCP Foundation prioritizes containment over neutralization, WH. IT is ineffective against an influence as pervasive as the monarchs. Their containment sites are becoming liabilities, prisons turning into arsenals for our enemy. The hero organizations are catastrophically unprepared for metaphysical warfare. Their power sets are designed for physical confrontation, not existential threats. Sarah looked at Izuku, her gaze piercing. There is a path through this. A narrow one. A future where the world doesn't burn. But it requires a change in strategy. We cannot hide. You cannot hide. Izuku nodded slowly. He had known this, felt it in the core of his being. The power within him was an anchor. And an anchor was useless if it wasn't holding something down. Hiding in his own dimension was an abdication of his responsibility. He was not just the king of the sanctuary. His very existence made him a pillar of reality itself. We can't fight this war on our own, Izuku said, his decision solidifying. We are powerful, but we are 5, he corrected, his eyes finding Nyx's shadowy form. Against a cosmic entity, we need allies. We need information, resources, and manpower. Fen scoffed. Allies. Who? The GOC wants to murder us. The heroes think we're villains. The Foundation wants to lock you in a box for eternity. They do, Izuku acknowledged. But they also want to survive. The monarch is a threat that transcends their ideologies. EGOC wants to protect humanity from the anomalous. The monarch will unmake humanity. The Foundation wants to secure, contain, and protect. The monarch will erase the very concept of containment. They are losing. They know they are losing. And desperate people are willing to consider desperate measures. He looked directly at Eve. I need a way to talk to them. Not the GOC, not the HPSC. The ones who understand the big picture. The ones who think in centuries, not news cycles. Eve's optical sensors glowed faintly. The SCP Foundation. Specifically, the O5 Council. Can you do it? The O5 5 Network is the most secure information system on the planet, Eve replied. It is protected by layers of memetic, anomalous, and quantum encrypted security. It is not connected to any public infrastructure. Breaching it is, by all current calculations, impossible. A tense silence filled the room. However, Eve continued, a subtle shift in her tone that might have been pride. I was designed by the GOC to be the ultimate anomaly killer. My core programming includes advanced countermeasures against the very types of paracausal security the Foundation employs. Accessing their network is not a matter of brute force. It is a matter of logic. I can't break in, but I can make the system invite me in. Izuku's lips curved into a small, determined smile. And Sarah, can you find the right moment? A time when they'll be receptive. Quote. Sarah closed her eyes. The air around her shimmered as she sifted through the infinite streams of probability. They are scared. 051 has just received the final report from SCP-999999. Their models are predicting an XK-class end of the world scenario within the next 6 months. He is considering options beyond their established protocols. There is a window, 48 hours from now, at 0300 Greenwich Mean Time. For 17 seconds, he will be alone, reviewing the case file on SCP-999999. He will be at his most pragmatic, and his most desperate. That is our moment. Good, Izuku said, his voice ringing with newfound authority. Then we're going to make a phone call. 48 hours later, the atmosphere in the war room was thick with tension. The central map had been replaced by a swirling vortex of cryptographic data, Eve's consciousness dueling with the Foundation's most esoteric defenses. Nyx had expanded her form, enveloping the room in a shroud of absolute silence. Preventing any metaphysical eavesdropping, Fen stood guard at the door, her senses sharpened, ready to tear apart any physical threat that might emerge. Sarah sat with her eyes closed, her breathing shallow, guiding Eve through the shifting tides of probability. Izuku stood at the center of it all, a calm island in a sea of cosmic espionage. He had spent the last 2 days preparing. He had spoken with his people, the strange and varied residents of the sanctuary, reassuring them. He had meditated with Nyx, strengthening his mental fortitude against the monarch's whispers. He had sparred with Fen, reminding himself that for all his reality-warping power, he still had a body, a will to fight. I'm in. Eve's voice was a flat line, but the entire room seemed to exhale in relief. I have established a transient, one-way audio link. It is untraceable and will collapse in precisely 17 seconds from initiation. They will not be able to identify our location or nature. They will only know they are being contacted. Sarah, Izuku asked. The moment is now, Izuku, she whispered, her eyes fluttering open. He is looking at your file. He is thinking about the energy signature from your creation. He is wondering if the cure is worse than the disease. Do it, Eve. A soft chime echoed in the room. And then, a voice. It was old, impossibly old and weary, sexless and without accent. Filtered through a dozen layers of vocal scramblers. It held the patient weariness of a mountain that had watched civilizations rise and fall. Who is this? The voice of 051 asked. It was not a question born of surprise, but of immense, tired curiosity. This is SCP-999999, Izuku said, his voice clear and steady, devoid of the hesitation that had once defined him. He chose the Foundation's designation deliberately, a sign that he knew who they were and how they saw him. A silence stretched for 3 of their precious 17 seconds. It was a silence filled with calculation, with the weight of 1,000 secrets. That is not possible, 051 stated, a simple declaration of fact. And yet, here we are, Izuku countered. I don't have time to explain how. You don't have time to doubt it. You know what's happening to your containment sites. You've seen the reports from London, from Sapporo. You know what the Crimson Monarch is, even if you call it by a different name. You know you're losing. Another 2 seconds of silence. Izuku could almost feel the overseer's mind racing, processing the implications. This was not some rogue AI or a reality bender playing games. This was direct, knowledgeable contact. What do you want? 051 asked, the pragmatism Sarah had predicted bleeding through. The same thing you do. I want to stop it. The monarch is coming for me. But it will destroy your world to get here. Your protocols, containment, destruction, they won't work. You are trying to bottle a tsunami. You are trying to shoot a hurricane. I am the only thing in existence that can anchor it. You are a Keter-class anomaly of unprecedented scale. 051's voice was cold steel. You are, by our very definition, a threat to normalcy. I am also your only hope of having a world left to be normal in, Izuku shot back, his voice hardening. I am proposing an alliance. A temporary one. We share intelligence. We coordinate our efforts. I am not asking for your trust. I'm not asking you to see me as anything other than what I am. I am offering you a weapon that you can't control, but you can aim. You fight the monarch's influence on your world. I will fight the monarch itself. We save the world, and then we can go back to you wanting to put me in a box. The final seconds were ticking away. Your proposal is unorthodox, 051 said. We have no guarantee you will not turn on us. You could be a greater threat than the monarch itself. You have no guarantees about anything anymore, Izuku said, his voice softening slightly, not with weakness, but with a profound and ancient empathy. Your world of rules and procedures is breaking. Look at Hosu City. Right now, your people are watching it. So are the GOC. A herald of monarch is manifesting there as we speak. I'm going to be there. See for yourself what I am. See for yourself what I can do. Then you can decide if you'd rather face the coming storm with me, or without me. Hosu. Time's up, Izuku said. Eve, cut the connection. The link vanished. The swirling data on the table dissolved, replaced once again by the map of the world. A single, pulsing MSON SOAR had appeared over the location of Hosu City, growing larger by the second. Fen cracked her knuckles, a grin spreading across her face. A fight, finally. Sarah was already charting courses, predicting enemy movements. Its reality warping is localized, but intense. It's turning the city's infrastructure against itself. The heroes won't know how to fight the streets themselves. Eve's eyes glowed. I have analyzed the energy readings. The Herald is acting as a synaptic relay, corrupting the local noosphere. It is attacking on a physical, psychic, and conceptual level. Conventional GOC weaponry will be 54% effective against its physical form, but will accelerate the conceptual decay. It means the more they shoot it, the worse the nightmare gets, Nyx clarified from the shadows. Izuku looked at each of his queens. His family. His heart was steady. The fear was gone, replaced by a vast, unshakable sense of purpose. Then let's show them how it's done. He reached out his hand, and reality tore open beside him. A shimmering gateway that looked out not onto the serene fields of the sanctuary, but into the fire and screaming chaos of a city under siege. Hosu City was a wound in the world. The sky was the color of a day-old bruise, a swirling vortex of sickly purples and reds. The buildings were no longer static structures of steel and glass, they seemed to writhe in agony. Skyscrapers bent at impossible angles, their windows weeping a black, oily substance. The streets themselves had become a labyrinth of shifting asphalt and grasping concrete hands that erupted from the ground. The very air was thick with whispers, incoherent and maddening, that scraped at the sanity of anyone who listened. At the heart of the maelstrom was the Herald. It wasn't a single creature, but a symphony of terror. A colossal, vaguely humanoid figure made of twisted metal, screaming flesh, and broken buildings. It stood 20 stories high. Its head was a perpetually exploding sun of crimson light, and from its body, lesser monstrosities were calved off, flowing into the streets to hunt. The defenders were fractured and failing. The pro-heroes were doing what they did best, saving people. But they were hopelessly outmatched. Edgeshot was a blur of motion, pulling civilians from collapsing apartments, but for every one he saved, a dozen were consumed by the shifting landscape. Kamui Woods used his lacquered chains to create barriers, but the wood itself would rot and crumble to dust in seconds under the Herald's corrupting influence. Endeavor was a pillar of fire and fury, blasting away at the colossal figure, but his flames did nothing but cause the creature to laugh, a sound like grinding continents. They were treating a metaphysical cancer with bandages and brute force. On the other side of the city, the global occult coalition was prosecuting its own war. Their methods were far more destructive. Squads of heavily armed soldiers in stark white armor, their helmets concealing their faces, moved with ruthless efficiency. They didn't use bullets. They used beams of coherent light, plasma grenades, and sonic disruptors. Where the heroes tried to save the city, the GOC was trying to cauterize it. Commanding them from a mobile command center bristling with antennae was the Executor. He watched the tactical display, his face a mask of grim determination. His nullification quirk was a passive field around him, protecting his command unit from the worst of the reality warping, but even he could feel the pressure at the edge of his senses. Sir, Section Gamma reports 40% casualties. The KTE's influence is restructuring their biology, an operator reported, his voice tight with fear. Authorize usage of cleanser protocol, the Executor said, his voice flat. Sterilize the entire grid. Acceptable losses. Sir, there are still civilians in that grid. The heroes are trying to. The heroes are failing. The Executor cut him off, his gaze never leaving the screen. Their sentimentality is a liability. We are not here to save the city. We are here to ensure this infection does not spread. Burn it all. A moment later, a section of T.E. City on his display vanished in a flash of white light as an orbital weapon fired. The Herald flinched, but the wound sealed over instantly, and the wave of corrupting energy that pulsed outward was even stronger than before. Eve's prediction had been horrifyingly accurate. It was then that the third power arrived. There was no sound, no explosion. Just a quiet tear in the fabric of space, a shimmering door that opened in the sky above the chaos. From it stepped 5 figures. The Executor's screen immediately flagged them. 4 unregistered parathreats and 1 entity that made every sense. Or on his console scream in alarm. SCP-999999. The Immortal King. The target of his obsession. The ultimate anomaly. All units, he commanded, his voice suddenly ice cold. Primary target has appeared. The KTE is now secondary. All forces converge. Engage and liquidate SCP-999999 and his coterie. On the ground, Izuku surveyed the battlefield. He could feel the city's pain, the terror of its people, the maddening song of the Herald. He looked at his Queensguard, his gaze meeting each of theirs in turn. Sarah, guide them. Get the civilians out. Eve, find the Herald's anchor point. Nyx, shield their minds. Fen, he said, a grim smile touching his lips. Go play. Fen's answering grin was a terrifying thing of beauty. With a roar that shook the heavens, she leapt from their vantage point. Mid-air, her body exploded into motion, her form shifting into a great, 6-limbed beast of silver fur and obsidian claws. She landed on the street like a meteor, shattering the asphalt, and tore into a pack of the Herald's spawn. She was a whirlwind of controlled violence, a force of nature unleashed. Sarah's eyes glowed as she fed a constant stream of information to the team. Kamui Woods, 2 blocks east, pinned down. 3 dozen civilians trapped with him. The building's foundation will liquefy in 40 seconds. Eve, the GOC is repositioning orbital assets. They are targeting us. I see them, Eve replied calmly. She floated above the group, her hands glowing with energy. A complex geometric pattern of light formed around them. Defensive algorithm deployed. As if on cue, a lance of pure energy descended from the sky. It struck the glowing shield above them and dissipated harmlessly, the kinetic force shunted into a pocket dimension. In his command center, the Executor stared in disbelief. Report. What was that? Quote, unknown paratechnology, sir. The target's android consort. It just erased a spear of Odin strike. Nyx, meanwhile, extended her shadowy influence. Down below, the maddening whispers that were driving heroes and civilians insane began to fade, replaced by a profound, calming silence. The heroes, their minds suddenly clear, looked up in confusion and awe. Izuku landed softly in the middle of a ruined plaza. A family, a mother, a father, and a small child, were huddled behind a fountain, a GOC fireteam advancing on them on one side, a tide of writhen G-tentacles from a Herald spawn on the other. All non-combatants in this zone are designated acceptable casualties, the GOC squad leader's voice crackled over their comms. Purge the area. The soldiers raised their weapons. The family screamed. Izuku moved. He didn't run. He was simply there. He appeared before the family, his back to the GOC, his arms spread wide in a gesture of absolute protection. His simple hoodie seemed to ripple with an unseen power. Stand down, he said, his voice calm but carrying an authority that transcended sound. Primary target engaged. The squad leader shouted, "Fire!" A volley of plasma bolts and energy beams erupted, converging on Izuku's position. He didn't move, didn't erect a shield. He just stood there. The bolts struck him and vanished. They didn't explode. They didn't deflect. They simply ceased to exist, their energy and matter unmade by the sheer, absolute fact of his immortal, reality-anchored body. The GOC soldiers froze, their professional training warring with the primal impossibility of what they were witnessing. From his command post, the executor watched the tactical feed, his knuckles white where he gripped the console. He had fought Izuku before. He had seen his nullification quirk fail against him. But to see him so casually absorb a full fireteam's worth of anti-anomaly weaponry without even flinching, it was different. It wasn't an act of power. It was an act of being. He was not deflecting the attack, he was the defense. Izuku turned his head slightly, his green eyes meeting the camera of the squad leader's helmet. And the executor felt as if the boy was staring directly at him. "I'm not your enemy today," Izuku said, his voice carrying over their comms. "My people are evacuating your civilians. Let them work." He then turned his attention to the tentacled horror, which was surging forward. He raised a single hand, and the very ground beneath the creature turned to quicksand, dragging the monster down into the earth, where it was crushed by impossible pressure. He offered a hand to the terrified father. "Get your family to safety. Go west. You will find a path." The family scrambled to their feet and fled, finding a clear, safe street where moments before there had been only chaos. The executor watched, his mind a battlefield of conflicting ideologies. For his entire life, his purpose had been absolute. Anomalies were cancer. They were a violation of the natural order that protected humanity. They had to be excised, no matter the cost. His nullification quirk was a gift, a scalpel to carve out the tumors. He had seen anomalies that pleaded, that mimicked humanity, but they were all just threats in disguise. But what was he watching now? He watched Fen, in her monstrous form, yield a group of heroes from a collapsing building, taking the tons of rubble on her back before roaring in defiance and continuing her rampage against the real monsters. He watched Eve's drones, tiny, elegant machines, phase through walls to deliver medical aid to trapped civilians and project hard light barriers to hold back the tide of horrors. He watched a being of pure shadow extend its protection over the minds of his own soldiers, saving them from a psychic attack that would have turned them into screaming madmen. And he watched Izuku Midoriya, SCP-999999, the Immortal King, stand as a literal shield for the innocent. His power not a weapon of destruction, but an ultimate form of protection. He was not destroying reality, he was holding it together where it had been broken. Meanwhile, the GOC's cleanser protocol was burning city blocks, and his own orders were to prioritize the liquidation of the very beings who were actively saving the people he was sworn to protect. The cognitive dissonance was a physical pain in his chest. His zealotry, his absolute belief in the GOC's mission, was cracking. "Sir, we have a lock on the king," an operator yelled. "The World Breaker cannon is in position. We can erase him in half the city, but it should neutralize the KTE as well." The order should have been instant. Fire. It was the logical, strategic choice according to GOC doctrine. Eliminate the greater threat, accept the collateral damage. But the executor hesitated. He saw the feed of Izuku pulling a firefighter from the grasping hands of the street. He saw the genuine relief on the hero's face. He saw Izuku give a reassuring nod before turning back to the fight. He saw a hero. An anomaly, yes. A king of monsters, yes. But a hero. "Hold your fire," the executor commanded, the words feeling alien in his mouth. "Sir, you have your orders. Hold your fire," he roared. "Focus all efforts on containing the KTE's spread. Support the hero teams. Establish a perimeter. Do not, I repeat, do not engage SCP-999999 or his allies." A stunned silence filled the command center. "Eve, I have it," Sarah's voice cut through their comms. "The Herald's anchor isn't in its body. It's a conceptual link. The old clock tower at the city center. It's broadcasting the corruption." "On my way," Izuku said. He took a step, and the world blurred. He reappeared instantly at the base of the designated clock tower, which was now covered in pulsing veins of crimson energy. The herald sensed the threat to its anchor and reacted. Its colossal form began to dissolve, flowing like a river of scrap and flesh through the streets, converging on the clock tower to protect it. Izuku, you have less than a minute, Sarah warned. Izuku placed his hand on the tower. He didn't try to smash it. He closed his eyes and focused. His own power, the pure, anchoring energy of his being, flowed into the corrupted structure. It wasn't a violent exorcism. It was a gentle, overwhelming act of reassertion. He was reminding the clock tower what it was supposed to be: stone, mortar, metal, and time. Not a mouthpiece for a mad god. The crimson veins fought back, but they could not overcome the absolute, undeniable reality that was Izuku. The pure, stabilizing energy washed over the tower, cleansing it. The crimson light flickered and died. Across the city, the effect was instantaneous. The herald's main body, halfway to the tower, froze. With its anchor gone, its form could no longer hold. It collapsed into a mountain of inert scrap metal and dust. The streets stopped moving. The buildings settled back into their proper shapes. The bruised sky began to clear, revealing the normal night sky above. The whispers in the air fell silent. The battle was over. In the aftermath, a strange, tense peace fell over the ravaged city. The surviving heroes and GOC soldiers stood in a loose, unspoken truce, staring at the five figures who had single-handedly turned the tide. Izuku stood before the now silent clock tower, his team assembling around him. He looked out over the city, at the fires still burning, at the devastation. This was a victory, but the cost was immense. A figure in white armor approached, his helmet retracting to reveal the stern, scarred face of the executor. He walked alone, his hand held away from his sidearm, a clear sign of non-aggression. He stopped 20 feet from Izuku, his eyes scanning the group before settling on the king. The GOC thanks you for your assistance in neutralizing KTE-8814 Crimson, he said, his voice stiff and formal. I didn't do it for you, Izuku replied, his gaze unwavering. I did it for them. He gestured to the city and its people. The executor was silent for a long moment. He had come here to kill this boy. He had been prepared to sacrifice a city to do it. And he had been proven utterly, fundamentally wrong. His entire worldview had been shattered in the span of 30 minutes. Your methods are effective, he finally conceded. The words were like pulling teeth. The collateral damage was minimized. Lives were saved that would have been lost under our protocols. Protection shouldn't be a matter of acceptable losses, Izuku said softly. The executor's eyes narrowed. He was still a soldier. Still a zealot, even if his faith was shaken. You are still an anomaly. Your very existence violates natural law. You are a threat. Am I? Izuku asked, taking a step forward. Or am I just a law you don't understand yet? The Crimson Monarch is coming. What you saw today was just a single road in the conversation it wants to have with our reality. You can't fight it with guns and orbital cannons. The Foundation can't fight it with containment cells. You need me, and I need you to stop getting in my way while I save your world. Quote. The executor stared at him, at the impossible boy king who commanded monsters and spoke with the authority of a god, yet risked everything to shield a single family. He saw the unwavering loyalty in the eyes of his Queensguard. He saw power, not as a corrupting force, but as an absolute, unshakable responsibility. The GOC's mandate is the protection of humanity, the executor said slowly, as if testing the words. Today, your actions fell within that mandate. He gave a stiff, formal nod. We will not interfere with your operations again. For now. He turned and walked away, his mind racing. He had a report to file. A report that would send shockwaves through the GOC High Command. The world was changing. The rules no longer applied. And the gray A-test anomaly in history might just be the only thing standing between humanity and utter oblivion. As the executor departed, a secure, untraceable communication pinged in the sanctuary's war room, where Eve was still monitoring it. It was a simple text-only message, routed through a dozen dead drops and quantum-entangled relays. It contained no signature, but its origin was unmistakable. Proposal accepted. The alliance is forged. Welcome to the war. 999,999. Izuku felt the confirmation through Eve. He looked up at the clearing sky. The first battle had been won. The alliance was made, but it was an unholy alliance. Born of desperation, a king of anomalies, a council of jailers, and soon, a coalition of killers, all standing against the encroaching Crimson Tide. This was no longer just about protecting his sanctuary. This was about protecting everything. And the weight of that responsibility was heavier than any throne. Chapter 6. The Scarlet Siege. The peace was a lie. It was a beautiful, fragile thing. A soap bubble shimmering in the sun, and everyone in the sanctuary knew it was destined to pop. In the days following the Hosu incident and the formalizing of the tentative alliance with the SCP Foundation, a strange, tense tranquility had settled over Izuku's domain. The sky remained a soft, perpetual azure. The meadows, though still bearing the faint scars of the GOC's surgical strike, were lush and green. The crystalline spires of the central city hummed with a quiet energy of reconstruction and hope. But beneath it all, a dissonant chord thrummed, a vibration felt not in the ears, but in the soul. Izuku felt it as a constant, low-grade pressure at the back of his skull, a faint, malevolent static that whispered of rage and cosmic indignation. The Crimson Monarch was aware. It was aware of his alliance, of his defiance, of his continued existence as a bastion of order in a universe it wished to return to chaos. It was no longer observing. It was gathering its strength, its ancient hatred coalescing like a storm front on a scale that defied meteorology. Sarah felt it most acutely. For her, the sea of possibilities had turned into a churning, blood-red maelstrom. Every branching future she tried to glimpse was clouded by a crimson fog, and the few paths she could discern all led to a battlefield. She sat for hours in the observatory atop the highest spire, her silver eyes vacant, tracing patterns of doom that only she could see. She stopped speaking of probabilities and began speaking of certainties. It is not a question of if, she had told the War Council, Izuku and his Queensguard. Gathered around a holographic map of the sanctuary, her voice a strained whisper. It is a question of when. And the when is, soon. It will not send heralds this time. It will not test our borders. It will try to break us. All at once. Eve, ever the pragmatist, had quantified the threat. Her deep network sensors, integrated with the sanctuary's very fabric, were detecting anomalous reality fluctuations at the pocket dimension's outer shell. The dimensional integrity is being subjected to targeted, high-energy psionic and ontokinetic stress, she reported. Her voice calm but her synthesized brow furrowed in a perfect imitation of concern. The patterns are not random. They are methodical, like a battering ram searching for a weak point. The energy signature matches the residual data from the Hosu Herald, but amplified by a factor of 10 to the 7th power. Nyx, a deeper shade of darkness in the council chamber, offered no data, only a profound, chilling truth. The Unthing is angry, her thoughts echoed in their minds, carrying the weight of eons. It has been denied its fragment. An incomplete being feels pain. It feels rage. She will not send a hand to reclaim what is its. It will extend its very heart. Only Fen seemed unburdened by the existential dread. For her, the threat was simple, tangible. An enemy was coming. An enemy that wanted to hurt her king and destroy their home. Her response was equally simple. She would meet it at the gate and break it. Her amber eyes glowed with a feral light as she sharpened a newly formed obsidian claw on the stone floor, the screeching sound a promise of violence. Let it come, she growled, the sound a low rumble in her chest. This is our home. They will find only teeth and fury here. Izuku listened to them all, his expression a mask of calm authority that belied the storm within him. He was the king, the anchor. It was his duty to be the unshakable center. He felt the monarch's hatred as a personal, intimate violation. It was the rage of a shattered whole for a piece that had found its own identity, its own purpose. He looked at the faces of his queens, his family. Why? And the abstract dread solidified into a cold, hard resolve. This was not a fight for survival anymore. It was a fight for the right to exist. Eve, he commanded, his voice steady and clear, cutting through the tension. Bring all non-essential systems offline. Reroute every joule of power to the primary kinetic and conceptual barriers. I want the shields at maximum overcharge. Reinforce the P. Aerometer gate with every automated defense we have. Eve nodded, her fingers already a blur across a holographic interface. Compliance. Rerouting power now. Estimated shield integrity at 1000. D 200% of standard operational capacity. Sarah. Izuku continued, turning to the clairvoyant. Don't look for a way to avoid the fight. Look for the turning points within it. The fulcrums. The moments where one action can change the outcome. You are our eyes. Guide our hands. Sarah met his gaze, the frantic storm in her own eyes calming slightly under the weight of his certainty. She took a deep, shuddering breath and nodded. I will find the path, my king. Fen. He looked at the shapeshifter, a flicker of a genuine smile gracing his lips. You are our shield and our sword. The gate is yours. Nothing gets past you. Nothing. Fen grinned, a flash of sharp white teeth. They can try. And Nyx, he said, addressing the living shadow. The monarch will attack us on every level. Body, mind, and reality itself. You are our guardian on that final front. Keep the sanctuary's truth intact. Do not let it unwrite our home. The shadow will hold back the endless night, Nyx affirmed, her form swirling with silent purpose. And I, Izuku finished, placing his hands on the map table, his aura flaring to life, a gentle but absolute pressure of pure, unassailable reality. Will be the rock upon which it breaks. The waiting was the worst part. It lasted for another 17 hours. 17 hours where every resident of the sanctuary, from the smallest pixie to the hulking, displaced Foundation anomaly, felt the approaching doom. Children stopped playing. The air grew thick and heavy, tasting of ozone and old blood. The artificial sun that hung in the sanctuary's sky began to flicker, its light dimming as if being slowly devoured. Then, it happened. It began not with a sound, but with a color. A single, pinprick point of impossible, searing crimson appeared in the zenith of the sky. It was not a light, it was an absence of all other light, a wound in the fabric of their reality. The point did not grow. The sky was peeled back from it, retracting in on itself as the crimson hole widened, revealing a roiling, chaotic vista of non-space beyond. From this wound, the Crimson Monarch's avatar began to emerge. It was not a creature of flesh and bone. He was a semi-corporeal manifestation of pure, divine malice. A torso, vaguely humanoid but impossibly vast, fashioned from swirling galaxies of blood-red energy and shattered nebulae, descended from the rift. It had no head, only a pulsating, black hole core where a heart should be, a nexus of gravitational and conceptual force that warped the very light around it. Arms, long and slender like dying stars, stretched down, their fingers trailing tendrils of raw chaos that screamed as they tore through the sanctuary's atmosphere. The scale of it was obscene. It blotted out the sun, casting the entire dimension into a terrifying scarlet twilight. A psychic scream echoed across the domain, a compound shriek of a billion dying souls, a sound that bypassed the ears and clawed directly at the sanity of all who heard it. This was not an attack. This was a declaration. I am here. This world is mine to unmake. Shields holding at 900%, Eve's voice crackled over the comms, Chi with something that sounded remarkably like strain. Massive ontokinetic displacement detected. The avatar's presence is actively eroding local reality. It's trying to delete us. As the avatar descended, the ground beneath it began to boil. From the roiling earth, the monarch's army clawed its way into existence. They were things of nightmare, parodies of life sculpted from the monarch's rage. There were hulking brutes whose skin was a mosaic of screaming faces, their limbs ending in shards of obsidian. Skittering swarms of insectoid hunters with too many joints and eyes that wept liquid shadow. Floating, jellyfish-like beings that pulsed with psionic energy, their trailing tentacles capable of dissolving matter on contact. A tide of horrors, an army born from a god's bad dream, and it surged forward with a single, unified purpose: to overwhelm the sanctuary's main and only terrestrial entrance. The gate. On the battlements above the towering obsidian gate, Fen stood alone. Her short, wild hair whipped around her face in the foul wind generated by the army's approach. She cracked her knuckles, a wide, predatory grin spreading across her features. Finally, she breathed. A real fight. The first wave hit the energy barrier with the force of a tidal wave. The translucent dome of power, glowing a brilliant gold from the overcharge, shimmered and groaned under the impact, but held firm. The creatures clawed and pounded at the shield, their shrieks of frustration adding to the cacophony. Fen, now, Izuku's voice, amplified by the sanctuary's systems, boomed across the battlefield. The gate, 50 meters high and forged from Izuku's own will, slid open with a ground-shaking groan, revealing a narrow, fortified chokepoint. And in the center of it stood Fen. She took a deep breath, her form flickering, and then she exploded into motion. She didn't just shapeshift into one thing. She became a localized storm of biological violence. One moment, she was a colossal, 8-limbed bear with hide like granite, her claws carving trenches in the ground and swiping dozens of smaller creatures aside. The next, her body flowed and reformed into a whipping torrent of razor-sharp tentacles. Each one moving with independent, lethal precision, impaling and dismembering the brutish vanguards. Her skin hardened into chitinous plates to deflect blows, then softened into a protoplasmic mass to absorb a psionic blast before reforming into 100 venomous serpents that struck out in a flash. She was not just a warrior, she was an army of one, a living weapon of unimaginable versatility. For the first hour, she held the line. The choke point was a meat grinder, a gruesome testament to her power and ferocity. The bodies of the monarch's minions piled up in grotesque mounds, forming a grisly new wall that the next wave had to clamber over. She was a whirlwind of controlled fury, her instincts honed, her movements fluid and deadly. But the tide was endless. For every 100 she killed, 1,000 more crawled over the corpses of their brethren. In the command spire, Eve was fighting her own war. Her fingers danced across a dozen holographic displays, her mind processing tactical data at a rate no human could comprehend. She was a maestro conducting a symphony of destruction. Turret Battery 7, retarget. Focus fire on the aerial psionic casters. Prioritize targets designated. Jellyfish Alpha, she commanded, her voice crisp and devoid of emotion. A series of automated plasma cannons swiveled and fired, lancing beams of pure energy into sky that vaporized the floating abominations before they could get in range to bombard the walls. Energy fluctuation detected in Sector Gamma, she continued, her eyes narrowing. Fen, a high-yield, de-energetic entity is approaching your left flank. It's a walking bomb. In the choke point, Fen heard the warning just as she saw it, a bloated, pulsating creature dragging itself forward, glowing with an unstable, internal light. She didn't have time to fall back. Instead, she acted on pure instinct. Her body compressed, her bones and muscles rearranging with audible cracks and pops, forming a dense, armored projectile. She launched herself forward, a living cannonball, and slammed into the creature. In the split second of impact, her outer layer of skin hardened into a concave, blast-resistant shell. The creature detonated in a blinding flash of scarlet energy. The force of the explosion threw Fen back 50 meters, her armored form tumbling through the air before she crashed into the inner wall of the gatehouse. Leaving a spiderweb of cracks in the solid reality-forged stone, she slumped to the ground, smoke rising from her scorched body, reverting to her humanoid form. A deep gash ran across her side, and her breathing was ragged. She pushed herself up, wincing, her rapid healing factor already working to knit the torn flesh back together. Got it, she grunted into her calm. A little warning next time would be nice. That was the warning, Eve replied, a note of something almost like exasperation in her tone. My projections indicated a 73% chance of your chosen tactic resulting in your incapacitation. Yeah, well, Fen spat a wad of black blood onto the ground, her eyes already fixed on the next wave pouring through the gap. I'm the other 27%. And with a roar, she launched herself back into the fray. While Fen held the physical line and Eve commanded the technological one, Sarah and Nyx fought the battle for the sanctuary's soul. In the observatory, Sarah stood with her eyes closed, her hands pressed against a smooth, dark crystal that served as a focal point for her powers. She was not just looking into the future, she was wrestling with it. The monarch's avatar was a font of pure chaos, and it spewed countless futures into existence with every passing second, futures of failure, of death, of despair. Sarah waded through them, a psychic lighthouse in a hurricane of horror. She saw Fen being overwhelmed, a pincer attack crushing her from both sides. Eve, Fen needs support. Divert power from the upper battlements to the gate-level force projectors. They're trying to flank her through the corpse wall. She yelled, her voice hoarse, a thin trickle of blood running from her nose. In the command center, Eve reacted instantly, redirecting the energy. A shimmering wall of force erupted on Fen's flank, incinerating the creatures that had been burrowing through the pile of bodies. Sarah saw a future where a subtle, corrupting frequency broadcast by the Avatar caused the Sanctuary's own automated defenses to turn on its people. Eve, scramble all turret control frequencies. Use quantum encryption protocol Epsilon-7. It's trying to hack our systems with a conceptual virus. Again, Eve complied without question, her fingers flying as she locked down their network. The partnership was seamless, a fusion of logic and intuition, of processing power and foresight. But the strain on Sarah was immense. Each vision was a small death, and the monarch was forcing her to witness thousands of them. Nyx's battle was quieter, yet infinitely more vast. She had merged with the shadows of the sanctuary itself, her presence a silent, calming blanket of absolute darkness that stood in defiance of the monarch's searing crimson light. The Avatar wasn't just a physical entity, it was a source of existential decay. Its mere presence was an argument against existence, a whisper that told every atom, every particle, every concept that they should cease to be. It was trying to convince the sanctuary that it was nothing more than a dream, a fiction that was about to end. Nyx pushed back. If the monarch was a scream of uncreation, Nyx was a profound, unyielding silence. She did not argue. She simply was. Her ancient, abstract nature anchored the fundamental laws that Izuku had used to build this place. She reinforced the concept of up and down, of solid and liquid, of life and death, as separate, meaningful states. From the outside, nothing appeared to be happening. But on a plane of existence few could even conceive of, a war of philosophies was being waged. The monarch's influence would attempt to turn a stone wall into liquid despair, and a pool of shadow in the corner, where Nyx's essence was strongest, would silently reassert the concept of stone, solidifying it once more. She was the bedrock of their reality, the grammar that held their sentences together against a god of gibberish. Izuku was everywhere at once. He stood on the main spire, his body a beacon of emerald light, his reality anchoring aura pushed to its absolute limit. From his vantage point, he could see the entire battlefield. He wasn't just a commander, he was the nexus of their entire defense. His will was the power source for the shields, the unbreakable foundation of the walls, the very air they breathed. He saw a section of the main shield flicker and dim under a concentrated barrage. He focused his intent on that spot, and the golden light flared back to life, stronger than before. He felt the creeping tendrils of fear and despair seeping into the minds of the sanctuary's residents and broadcasted a wave of pure, unwavering resolve, a silent message: you are not alone. I am here. We will not fall. He descended from the spire, a green comet streaking through the scarlet sky, and landed behind Fen's position at the gate. She was flagging, her movements a fraction slower, the sheer number of enemies starting to weigh her down. A hulking brute with 4 arms and a maw of grinding teeth broke past her guard. Before it could strike, Izuku was there. He didn't throw a punch. He simply raised his hand. The space between him and the creature hardened. Reality itself became an invisible, immovable wall. The brute slammed into it with the force of a freight train and was flattened, its monstrous form compressed into a grotesque, 2-dimensional splash against a barrier it couldn't even perceive. You're hurt, Izuku stated, his eyes glowing with concern as he took in Fen's numerous wounds. I'm fine, she grunted, turning to face him, her chest heaving. Just a lot of them. You've done enough, he said, his voice gentle but firm. You held the gate. Now, hold the line with me. He stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with her in the choke point. He raised his hands, and the very ground in front of them obeyed his will. The earth erupted, shaping itself into a labyrinth of razor-sharp spikes, deep trenches, and shifting walls. The endless tide of monsters was thrown into chaos, their charge broken as they were impaled, crushed, and funneled into kill zones where Fen, with renewed vigor, could pick them off with brutal efficiency. For a time, it seemed they had stabilized. They had weathered the storm. But they had all made a critical error in judgment. They had assumed the monarch was a mindless force of nature. They had been wrong. The monarch was intelligent, and it was learning. The avatar in the sky stopped its indiscriminate assault. The black hole core in its chest pulsed, and a beam of concentrated anti-reality shot downward. It didn't target the shields or the walls. It targeted a seemingly empty patch of land far behind the front lines. The beam struck, and the world in that spot simply vanished. Not destroyed, not burned. It was edited out of existence, leaving a perfectly spherical hole of absolute nothingness. Warning. Eve's voice was sharp, laced with genuine alarm. The avatar is targeting our primary power conduits. The ones running deep underground. It's bypassing the shields. Another beam struck, and another. The lights across the sanctuary flickered violently. The golden shield dome stuttered, turning a sickly yellow. Shields at 40%, Eve yelled. Main power is failing. I'm losing the automated defenses. The plasma cannons fell silent. The force projectors at the gate sputtered and died. The full, unrestrained weight of the Monarch's army, 1,000,000 strong, now crashed solely against Fen and Izuku. At the same time, the psychic scream from the avatar intensified, focusing its despair directly on Sarah. In the observatory, she cried out and collapsed, clutching her head as 1,000 futures of absolute. Agonizing defeat flooded her mind at once. Her vision went dark. With Sarah offline, the perfect coordination of their defense shattered. The Monarch's forces, guided by their master's malevolent intelligence, began to exploit weaknesses with terrifying precision. A new type of creature, a shadowy, phase-shifting assassin, slipped through the now unguarded flanks and began to scale the city spires. Heading for the command center. The tide had not just turned, it had become a tsunami. The sanctuary was about to break. And then, a new light appeared. It wasn't the emerald of Izuku's power, nor the crimson of the Monarch's rage. It was a sterile, surgical white. A new rift tore open in the sky, a perfect, rectangular cut in reality, and from it descended a squadron of GOCV-22 Ospreys. Their hulls coated in reality-stabilizing alloys. They ignored the monstrous army and flew directly towards the walls, deploying their cargo. Dozens of figures in stark white, high-tech combat armor rappelled down, forming a perimeter. At their head was a man whose presence was a void in the anomalous chaos. Executor. He landed with practiced ease, his nullification quirk already active, creating a small, silent bubble where the Monarch's oppressive aura simply ceased to exist. He raised his rifle, his face hidden behind a polarized helmet, and his voice, cold and clear, cut rough the comms on a channel Eve had long thought defunct. To all GOC forces, he declared, his voice broadcast not just to his squad but across the sanctuary's open channels. By the authority of the Council of 108, and under the Third Mission Directive, Preservation of Humanity and Normalcy, the entity designated, Crimson Monarch, is reclassified as a Level 5 apocryphal metaphysical threat. Our primary objective is no longer the containment of SCP-999999. It is the termination of the greater threat. Support the local forces. Hold this line. For the first time since the battle began, AFLI. CKER of genuine shock crossed Izuku's face. Executor's squad was a force of pure, calculated efficiency. They didn't fight with the raw power of Fen or the reality warping of Izuku. They fought with technology designed for one purpose, to kill gods. Their rifles fired bolts of conceptual scrambler, energy that didn't just wound the monsters but temporarily confused their states of being, causing them to flicker and dissolve. Grenades detonated not with fire and shrapnel, but with localized bursts of absolute normalcy, unmaking the anomalous creatures within their radius. Executor himself was a whirlwind of lethal precision. He moved through the battle, his quirk a scalpel that carved a path through the chaos. A psionic caster would begin to gather energy, and as Executor passed by, its power would vanish, leaving it vulnerable to a clean, precise shot to its central nerve cluster. He saw the phase-shifting assassins scaling the walls and pointed. Strike Team Delta, neutralize arboreal threats. Standard. Wraith. Protocol. His team fired specialized grappling hooks that anchored the assassins in a single state of reality, allowing them to be systematically eliminated. His Arav. Al was the reinforcement they had desperately needed. It was the dam holding back the flood. He and his squad secured the walls, mopping up the breaches, giving Eve time to reroute auxiliary power and bring a fraction of the defenses back online. They bought the sanctuary precious minutes. But Executor knew it wasn't enough. The endless army was just a symptom. The true disease was the avatar that loomed over them. The source of it all. King of this place. Executor's voice crackled in Izuku's ear. My forces can hold your line, but we cannot harm the central entity. Its reality deviation is too high. That is a task for you and you alone. Izuku looked from the GOC commander's organized defense to the colossal, raging form of the avatar. He knew Executor was right. This was his fight. Fen, hold the gate with them. Izuku commanded. He looked at his first queen, her body a canvas of wounds, but her eyes still burning with defiance. Don't let anything reach the city. She just nodded, a grim smile on her face. Go, Izuku. Be the king. With that, Izuku shot into the air, a green missile aimed at the heart of the storm. The flight was a battle in itself. Tendrils of raw chaos lashed out at him, each one carrying the weight of a dying universe. He flew through them, his anchoring aura a plow of absolute certainty, his very existence denying their power to unmake him. He came face to face with the avatar, a tiny speck of green against a mountain of scarlet madness. The psychic scream intensified, focusing entirely on him. It showed him visions, his queens falling one by one, the sanctuary burning. The world dissolving into crimson dust, and him, alone, floating in the endless void for eternity. He gritted his teeth, the images flashing behind his eyes. Painful, yes, but they were just possibilities. Just whispers. He had a reality to protect. My peace, the monarch's voice boomed in his mind, a sound of grinding galaxies. You have delayed the inevitable. Return to me. Become whole. Become a god. Quote, I am already who I am meant to be, Izuku roared back, his own voice amplified by his will. He flew straight towards the pulsating black hole core in the avatar's chest. The avatar raised its colossal arms to swat him out of the sky. But Izuku was faster. He poured on the speed, breaking through the swirling energy of its torso and plunging himself directly into the non-space of its core. For a moment, there was nothing. Absolute silence. Absolute darkness. He was inside the monarch's manifested consciousness, a place of pure, undiluted chaos. He felt his own form begin to fray, his concepts of self and identity being pulled apart by the maelstrom. But he was the anchor. He was the one, unchangeable point. He closed his eyes and focused. He thought of Fen's ferocious loyalty, Sarah's quiet strength, Eve's burgeoning curiosity, Nyx's ancient calm. He thought of every life in the sanctuary, every soul that had looked to him for protection. He gathered that love, that responsibility, that purpose, and he flared it into existence. I am Izuku Midoriya. He screamed into the void, not with his voice, but with his soul. I am the Immortal King. And this is my home. He didn't unleash a blast of energy in the traditional sense. He unleashed himself, his pure, absolute, anchoring essence. The concept of unshakable stability, of unwavering order, of life and hope. He poured it all into the chaotic, unstable heart of the avatar. It was like pouring concrete into a vortex. It was like shouting a single, perfect, undeniable truth into a room of a million screaming lies. The chaos of the monarch's core had no defense against such a thing. It could not unmake what was, by its very nature, unmakeable. The pure, ordered energy of Izuku's being began to crystallize the chaos around it. The crimson energy fought back, trying to corrode and consume him, but it found no purchase. From the outside, the effect was cataclysmic. The avatar froze in the sky. Cracks of brilliant emerald light began to spread across its scarlet form, like a shattered porcelain doll. It let out one final, deafening psychic shriek, a sound of pure, thwart rage that shook the very foundations of the sanctuary. And then, it imploded. There was no grand explosion of fire and light. Just a silent, instantaneous collapse. The impossible crimson color vanished. The oppressive psychic pressure was gone. The avatar, and the rift from which it came, simply ceased to be. The sky of the sanctuary, scarred and torn, was once again its own. As the avatar dissipated, so too did its army. The monstrous creatures on the ground paused in confusion, their hive mind severed. Then, they dissolved, melting away like sandcastles in the tide, leaving nothing but the stench of ozone and the deep scars they had carved into the land. Silence descended upon the battlefield. A heavy, profound silence, broken only by the wind whistling through the ruined battlements. Izuku fell from the sky. His energy spent, he was caught gently by a swirl of shadow before he could hit the ground. Nyx, her duty done, lending her strength to her king. She lowered him to the ground in the center of the ruined gatehouse. Fen was there in an instant, her form battered and bruised but her eyes shining with fierce pride. Sarah, having recovered once the psychic assault ended, limped over, supported by Eve, whose calm facade had finally cracked, her metallic face etched with something that looked like relief. Executor and his GOC squad stood a respectful distance away, their white armor stark against the backdrop of destruction. The victory was total. The monarch had been repulsed, but the cost was laid bare before them. The gate was a shattered wreck. The walls were breached in a dozen places. The beautiful meadows were now a cratered, scorched wasteland. The crystalline spires in the distance were cracked and broken. Homes had been destroyed. Lives, though few, had been lost among the sanctuary's residents who had taken up arms to defend their homes. Izuku pushed himself to his feet, surveying the devastation. This was the price of his throne. The price of protecting his people. The victory felt hollow, heavy. He was their king, their protector, and his kingdom was in ruins. He felt the weight of every broken stone, every lost life, settling upon his immortal shoulders. The war was over, but the burden of the king had just begun. Chapter 7. Heart of the King. The quiet aftermath. The air, once thick with the iron and ozone tang of cosmic violence, now carried the scent of wet earth, scorched crystal, and something akin to communal hope. The sanctuary was a wounded thing, a beautiful mosaic that had been struck by a divine hammer, its pieces scattered but not lost. Rebuilding was a slow, arduous, and sacred process. Across the valley, a mountain that Izuku had willed into existence with a passing thought was now a jagged stump, its peak sheared clean off by the monarch's avatar. The great crystalline walls that had once ringed the central city were now a glittering field of debris, looking like a fallen constellation. Yet, amidst the devastation, there was life. A cyclopean anomaly, whose single eye was usually a vortex of mild anxiety, now carefully lifted shattered beams of solidified light, placing them onto a transport sled pulled by a herd of six-legged, deer-like creatures. Gnomes with skin like polished mahogany used their innate connection to geology to coax the very bedrock into reforming foundations for shattered homes. The air shimmered with minor reality warps as telekinetics lifted rubble and menders knitted together the torn fabric of the landscape. Izuku stood on a makeshift balcony, carved from the surviving stump of his central tower. He wasn't directing the efforts, not in the way a general commands an army. He didn't need to. He was the heart of this place, and his steady, resolute pulse was the rhythm they worked to. He watched them, his people, a bizarre and wonderful tapestry of beings the outside world had deemed monsters, mistakes, or weapons. They were rebuilding their home not with bitterness or fear, but with a quiet, fierce determination that made his chest ache. They had lost people, not many, a testament to the ferocity of their defense, but enough. A kind-hearted sentient fungal colony that had tended the gardens. A silent stone guardian who had held a breach for 3 critical minutes before being unmade, a handful of others. Each loss was a fresh wound in Izuku's soul. He felt their absence like phantom limbs. A measured tread on the stone behind him announced a new presence. Izuku didn't need to turn to know who it was. The man's presence was a null space, a quiet void in the thrumming anomalous energy of the sanctuary. The northern perimeter is re-secured, Executor said, his voice flat but lacking its former abrasive edge. He came to stand beside Izuku, his pristine white GOC uniform a stark contrast to the dust and grime that coated everyone else. He had traded his usual helmet for a simple tactical headset, and without the featureless visor, his face was visible, sharp, weary, and etched with a profound sense of dislocation. My team has finished their sweep for residual memetic contamination. We found 3 pockets and sterilized them. Thank you, Executor, Izuku replied, his gaze still fixed on the valley below. Your help has been invaluable. The word hung in the air between them, heavy with unspoken history. For weeks, they had been the bitterest of enemies. 2 opposing absolutes. Now, they were tentative allies, united by a threat that dwarfed their ideological chasm. Executor had remained in the sanctuary with a small contingent of his most elite strikers. A GOC embassy in the heart of Anomaly territory. The initial tension had been thick enough to taste, but Executor's disciplined, pragmatic approach to the rebuilding Ort had earned a grudging respect from the sanctuary's denizens. He didn't offer sympathy, he offered efficiency, expertise, and a tireless work ethic. It is a matter of strategic priority, Executor stated, though the automated, dogmatic tone was gone. He was watching the reconstruction efforts, too. The Crimson Monarch is a K-class threat of the highest order. The destruction of this location would represent a significant weakening of this reality's defensive capabilities. My mandate is the preservation of humanity. At present, that mandate aligns with the preservation of the sanctuary. Izuku finally turned to look at him. Is that all it is? A strategic priority? Executor's gaze flickered from the valley to Izuku's face. His eyes, a pale, piercing blue, held a new depth. It began that way, he admitted. The confession costing him something visible. My entire life has been structured around a single, simple truth. The anomalous is an existential threat. It is cancer. It must be excised. With extreme prejudice. There is no room for nuance in that equation. Nuance is how humanity dies. He gestured vaguely at the scene below. Here, I see families. I see infrastructure. I see a society. It is a society of impossibilities, a nation of living paradoxes, but it functions. During the siege, I watched your shapeshifter bodyguard tear through hordes of monarch constructs, fighting with a ferocity I have only ever seen in my own strikers defending their comrades. I watched your android commander orchestrate a defensive grid that rivaled anything the coalition has ever designed. They weren't fighting for territory. They were fighting for their homes. For each other. He paused, his jaw tight. And for you. They stood in silence for a long moment, the sounds of reconstruction filling the void. My quirk, Executor continued, his voice lower, more personal, it makes me see the world differently. I feel anomalies, not like you do, as a living part of the world. To me, they are dissonant notes in the symphony of reality. A constant, grating wrongness. When I am near you, the feeling is overwhelming. You are the loudest wrongness I have ever encountered. AF. Fundamental law of physics being screamed. He met Izuku's eyes directly. But in Hosu, and again here, I saw you use that power not to break the world, but to shield it. You stand between reality and that other thing. You are a living shield. The GOC doctrine has no classification for a shield that is, itself, a thermonuclear bomb. We only have protocols for dismantling the bomb. And now, Izuku asked, his voice quiet. Now, the doctrine is insufficient, Executor said simply. The world is more complicated than my training allowed for. I still believe the majority of anomalous phenomena are threats. I still believe humanity needs a protector willing to make the hard choices. But I was wrong about you. And I was wrong about this place. He took a deep breath, the sound of it sharp in the cool air. I do not know if we can ever be friends, King of the Sanctuary. Our foundational beliefs may be irreconcilable. But I can recognize an ally when I see one. And I respect a soldier who protects his people. I'm not a soldier, Izuku countered softly. I'm just trying to keep everyone safe. That, Executor said with a faint, mirthless smile, is what every good soldier tells himself. The difference is, in your case, it appears to be true. The conversation was a landmark, a treaty signed not on paper, but in shared understanding. It didn't erase the past, but it paved a road toward a future where they weren't aiming weapons at each other. It was a fragile peace, but it was a start. And for Izuku, it was one less front he had to watch. He just wished the war inside his own head was as easy to negotiate. The inner war, the nightmares began that night. They weren't the usual sort, filled with shadowy figures or falling into endless pits. They were hyper-real, more vivid than his waking hours. In the first, he was standing in the rebuilt sanctuary. It was perfect, more beautiful than he had ever imagined. The crystal spires were taller, the gardens more lush, the people smiling and happy. Fen was laughing as she raced a griffin through the clouds. Sarah was reading in a sun-drenched library, a serene smile on her face. Eve was demonstrating a new clean energy S. Ors to a crowd of fascinated anomalies. Nyx was a comforting, cool presence in the shade of a colossal, world tree-like structure at the city's heart. It was everything he wanted. Then, he saw the gravestones. 3 of them, nestled in a quiet memorial grove. The names on them were ones he knew. The fungal colony, the stone guardian, an elderly banshee who had used her death wail to shatter a wave of attackers before being overwhelmed. They were dead. The memorial was beautiful, but it was a scar on his perfect world. A king does not tolerate such imperfections, a voice whispered. It was his own voice. Yet it resonated with the chilling, cosmic bass of the Crimson Monarch. It slithered through his mind not as an intrusion, but as a thought he himself had formed. You have the power. You are an anchor of reality. Their reality is not finished. It was merely paused. Unpause it. In the dream, Izuku reached out a hand. He felt the threads of their existence, faint but still present in the echo of spacetime. He could just pull. He could rewind that single, horrible moment. He could rewrite that one paragraph of history. No one would even know. It would be an act of pure compassion. A kindness. His fingers twitched, and the ground before the graves began to glow with a faint, crimson light. The air grew thick, humming with impossible power. Yes, this is your right, your duty. He woke up with a gasp. Drenched in cold sweat, his real hand outstretched in the darkness of his chamber. The stone floor beneath his fingertips was glowing, a faint, sickly red. Veins of corrupted, fractal light pulsed from his hand. Spider webbing across the floor. He snatched his hand back as if burned, and the light vanished instantly. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic, terrified drumbeat. It wasn't a dream. It was a memory of the monarch's power, a taste of its consciousness that had been imprinted onto his own when he'd faced the Avatar. It had left a back door into his soul, a seed of its own malevolent. All-consuming logic. The whispers became a constant companion. Walking through the ravaged city, he'd see a destroyed home, and the voice would murmur, a flick of your wrist, and it is new again. Why do they toil? You insult their labor by withholding your gift. He would see a child with a bandaged arm, and it would hiss, pain is a flaw in the design. You are the designer. Correct it. The temptation was insidious because it cloaked itself in his own heroic desires. It wasn't offering him power for power's sake. It was offering him the ability to be a perfect savior, to erase all pain, all loss, all suffering. The price, it neglected to mention, was his own humanity. To use that power was to accept the monarch's premise, that reality was a canvas to be edited at a whim. That people were not beings with their own sacred histories of joy and pain, but dolls to be mended. The moments of losing control grew more frequent. One afternoon, while reviewing architectural plans with an ogre foreman, the ogre lamented a shortage of a specific crystalline material needed for structural reinforcement. Izuku, distracted by the constant whisper in his mind, simply thought, it would be easier if we just had more. The ground outside the command tent groaned. A low, vibrating hum filled the air. The ogre looked around in alarm. Izuku felt a terrifying surge of power welling up, his own reality anchoring abilities being twisted into raw creation. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white, sweat beading on his forehead as he wrestled his own will back into submission. No, he gritted out through clenched teeth. The humming stopped. The ground fell silent. The ogre looked at him, his expression a mixture of confusion and dawning fear. My king, are you all right? I'm fine, Izuku lied. His voice strained. Just tired. He excused himself quickly, retreating to the solitude of his damaged tower, his body trembling. He had almost done it. He had almost created a mountain of exotic material out of thin air, a feat that would have sent seismic and metaphysical shockwaves through the entire pocket dimension. It was too easy. The power was too close to the surface. And the monarch's lingering influence was a constant, seductive pressure on the trigger. He was becoming a danger to his own people. The ultimate protector was becoming the ultimate threat. The weight of his crown had never felt so heavy, so cold, so much like a band of iron tightening around his skull, squeezing his sanity until it threatened to crack. The Queen's resolve. They saw it, of course. They, who were closest to him, who were attuned to the slightest shift in the powerful aura he constantly emitted, could feel the discord. They saw the new lines of strain around his eyes. The way he would flinch at sudden noises, the terrifying moments when the air around him would seem to thin and waver, as if reality itself was holding its breath. They saw his struggle, and they refused to let him face it alone. Fen's challenge. Fen found him staring out at the horizon from the broken edge of the tower, so lost in his own internal storm that he didn't register her approach. His shoulders were slumped, his posture defeated. He looked less like a king and more like a man waiting for an execution. Fen hated it. She didn't come to him with soft words or gentle reassurances. That wasn't her way. Instead, her hand clamped down on his shoulder, her grip strong and grounding. "You're thinking too much," she growled, her voice a low rumble. "It's making you stink of ozone and misery. Come on." She didn't wait for an answer, simply turned and dragged him along with her. He stumbled, surprised by her abruptness, but followed. She led him down spiraling staircases and through bustling reconstruction sites until they reached one of the few areas left relatively untouched by the siege. A vast, flat training ground, its surface packed earth and fine gray sand. "What are we doing here, Fen?" Izuku asked, his voice weary. "Straightening you out," she said, cracking her knuckles. She shucked her simple leather tunic, revealing the corded muscle of her back and shoulders. Her form began to shift, not into a beast, but into a more optimized combat version of herself, taller, leaner, her skin taking on a tough, resilient texture. "You're floating away, Izuku. Lost in your own head. Wrestling with ghosts. You've forgotten what's real." She slammed a fist into her opposite palm, the sound a sharp crack in the quiet air. "This is real. Pain is real. The ground beneath your feet is real. Your body is real. Fight me." Izuku stared at her. "Fen, I can't. I might lose control." "Good." She grinned, a flash of predatory canines. "Then I'll beat you until you get it back. Don't worry, King. I can take it." He hesitated, the monarch's voice whispering in his ear, "She challenges you. A king must demonstrate his power. Show her. Break her." Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. "No." Fen saw the conflict on his face. She didn't wait for him to resolve it. She lunged. Her attack was a blur of motion, a powerful kick aimed at his ribs. Instinct, honed by 100 battles he'd never consciously fought but whose echoes resided in the artifact fused to his soul, took over. He moved, blocking her kick with his forearm. The impact was jarring, a solid, tangible shock that sent a vibration up his entire arm. It was grounding. "Real. There you are," Fen grunted, pressing the attack. The fight was not a display of power. It was primal and punishing. Fen fought with everything she had. Her shape-shifting body a fluid weapon. Her fists hardened into stone, her legs lengthened for impossible kicks, her skin toughened to absorb his blocks. She was a hurricane of controlled violence, forcing him to react, to move, to focus. She wasn't trying to win. She was trying to occupy him, to fill every inch of his awareness with the physical reality of the spar. Izuku fought defensively at first, his movements tight and controlled, terrified of letting his immense power slip its leash. But Fen was relentless. She drove him back across the sands, her blows landing with bruising force. She was pushing him, testing him, demanding his full attention. "Is that all?" she roared, landing a solid punch to his chest that would have shattered a normal man's sternum. It barely made him stagger. But the point was made. The monarch is in your head. Then fight it. Fight it here, with me. Give it a face and punch it. Something inside Izuku snapped. The frustration, the fear, the constant, draining pressure of the whispers, it all coalesced into a single, sharp point of anger. He let out a roar that was entirely his own and met her next charge head-on. He didn't use his reality-warping abilities. He didn't unmake the ground beneath her or stop time. He used his body. The artifact that made him immortal had also perfected his physical form, granting him strength and speed that were simply a function of his new biology. He moved, and for the first time since the siege, he felt truly present in his own skin. Their spar became a dance of devastating force. The ground cracked under their feet. The air boomed with the impact of their blows. They were perfectly matched. Her fluid, adaptable power against his absolute, immovable solidity. He felt the strain in his muscles, the sting of sweat in his eyes, the exhilarating burn of exertion. The whispers of the monarch were still there, but they were drowned out by the thunder of his own heartbeat and the rhythm of the fight. Hours seemed to pass. The sun began to dip below the horizon of their pocket dimension, casting the training grounds in long, orange shadows. Finally, they stood in the center of a cratered, ruined field. Gasping for breath, bruised but unbroken, Fen spat a mouthful of coppery-tasting saliva onto the sand. A wide, exhausted, triumphant grin split her face. "See," she panted, leaning on her knees. "Still here, still breathing, still you." Izuku looked at his own hands, scraped and dirty. He felt a deep, bone-deep weariness that was a welcome relief from the mental exhaustion that had been plaguing him. The fight had been a purge, a violent expulsion of the tension coiling within him. He was still the Immortal King, still burdened, but he was also Izuku Midoriya, a young man standing on solid ground. "Thank you, Fen," he said, his voice raw but clear. The monarch's voice was a faint echo now, no longer a roar in his mind. He had remembered how to fight. Sarah's vision. Sarah found him later that evening, sitting by a still, quiet lake he had created in the early days. He was tracing patterns on the surface with a finger, the water glowing faintly where he touched it. He was calmer, more centered, but the shadows still clung to him. She sat beside him, her presence as quiet as falling snow. For a long time, she said nothing, simply sharing the silence with him. Unlike Fen, Sarah's strength wasn't in confronting the present, but in illuminating the future. "It offers you perfection, doesn't it?" she asked softly, her gaze fixed on the placid water. "The voice in your head. A world with no scars. No loss." Izuku nodded, not bothering to ask how she knew. "The future is not a single road, Izuku," she continued, her voice a soothing melody. "It is a sea of branching currents. Of possibilities. Every choice, every action, creates ripples that change the flow. My sight is just the ability to feel those currents. To see where they might lead." She turned to him, her silver eyes holding a profound depth. "Before you, all the currents I saw, all the possible futures for our people, for anomalies, they all eventually led to the same place. A maelstrom. Annihilation by the GOC. Containment and sterile darkness by the Foundation, or slow, agonizing extinction. But your existence, you are not a current. You are a stone cast into the sea. You are an island. You create new currents just by being." She gently took his hand. Her touch was cool and sent a faint, calming tingle through him. "The monarch wants you to believe that your power is for grand, sweeping gestures. To rewrite history. To achieve a sterile, painless perfection. But that is not where your true strength lies." Her eyes began to glow with a soft, internal light. The world around Izuku didn't fade. But another layer of reality seemed to superimpose itself over it. He saw not a grand, epic future, but a mosaic of small, intensely personal moments. He saw the GOC's older executor had ordered to stand down, the one who had hesitated before firing on a fleeing family of anomalies. He saw the soldier, months from now, at home, teaching his young daughter how to ride a bicycle. The girl's laughter was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard. He saw the gnome whose family had been trapped in the siege, whom Fen had shielded with her own body. He saw her, a year from now, presenting Izuku with a perfectly carved geode, its crystalline heart a mirror of the sanctuary's own spires, as a gift of thanks. He saw Eve, sitting with a group of curious, younger androids and automatons who had sought refuge, explaining the concept of choice, with meticulous, yet gentle, logic. "This is the future you are building, Izuku," Sarah whispered, her voice a guide in the river of time. "Not with a single act of impossible power, but with 1,000 small acts of compassion. Each life you save, each choice you honor, solidifies these possibilities. It makes them more real." Then, she showed him one last vision. It was distant, hazy, decades from now. He saw himself, older but unchanged, sitting on the same lakeside shore. He was not alone. An older Fen, her hair streaked with silver, was asleep with her head in his lap. An older Sarah was beside him, her hand still in his, her face peaceful. Eve sat nearby, her metallic form unchanged, but the way she watched the sunset spoke of a deep, quiet contentment, and the cool, comforting shadow of Nyx was an ever-present canopy above them. They were a family, at peace, in a world they had fought for and won. The vision faded, leaving Izuku with tears tracking paths through the grime on his cheeks. The monarch offered an escape from the pain of loss by erasing it. Sarah had just shown him that the pain was inextricably linked to the joy. The grief for those they had lost was the price of the love they shared. To erase one was to erase the other. Don't fight for a perfect past, Sarah told him, her grip on his hand tightening. Fight for their future. Eve's logic. Eve's intervention was, characteristically, a scheduled appointment. She requested his presence in her laboratory, a gleaming white spa. CE carved into the base of the central tower that hummed with the clean, quiet energy of advanced technology. When he arrived, she was standing before a large holographic display, her posture as immaculate as ever. Your Majesty, she greeted him with a slight, formal nod. Thank you for coming. I have completed my analysis. On the screen were complex charts, biometric readouts, and streams of data. These are readings I have been taking of your biological and energetic output since the conclusion of the siege, she explained, her tone that of a scientist presenting a paper. Note the fluctuations in your reality anchoring field here and here. They correlate directly with periods of REM sleep and elevated neurochemical stress markers. She pointed to another graph. This is a wave 4M analysis of the residual energy signature of the entity designated Crimson Monarch. And this, she overlaid another graph, is a recording of your own biosignature during the moments of instability. The resonant frequency is nearly identical. The entity's influence is not an external psychic attack. It has created a feedback loop with your own limbic system, amplifying your negative emotional responses and attempting to hijack your anomalous abilities through them. Izuku stared at the cold, hard data. It was everything he had been feeling, distilled into numbers and charts. Seeing it laid out so clinically was strangely comforting. It was a problem that could be analyzed. So it's using my own doubts and fears against me, he said. A highly efficient method of psychological warfare, Eve confirmed. However, my analysis did not stop there. She blanked the screen and turned to face him fully. Her optical sensors, usually a neutral blue, seemed to hold a new, focused intensity. My original programming was to be the ultimate anomaly killer, she stated, her voice losing its detached, academic tone. My core directives are threat assessment, neutralization protocols, and the preservation of baseline reality as defined by the Global Occult Coalition. Your existence is a paradox my programming was not equipped to handle. You are the ultimate anomaly, yet you are also ultimate preserver of baseline reality. She took a step closer. During the siege, I observed 3,421 instances of you deliberately choosing a non-optimal tactical solution in order to prevent a single casualty. Logically, this is inefficient. A commander must be willing to sacrifice pieces to win the board. Yet, you won. This contradiction has forced a cascade of self-diagnostic and adaptive routines in my core programming. Eve, Izuku started, unsure where she was going. During my analysis of your current condition, she continued, interrupting him, I registered your elevated stress levels. My subroutines cross-referenced this data with my observations of other sentient beings in the sanctuary. The data suggests your state is analogous to what humanoids classify as grief, fear, and anguish. According to my original GOC psychological profiles, these are weaknesses to be exploited in an enemy. She paused, and for the first time, Izuku saw something flicker across her face, a digital ghost of what might be called uncertainty. However, when I process this data now, my primary threat assessment matrix flags your distress as a threat to me. Izuku frowned. To you, how? It is difficult to articulate, Eve said, a slight, almost imperceptible hesitation in her synthesized voice. Observing your state of distress does not compute as a tactical threat. It initiates a recursive error in my emotional emulation software, which I have been developing to better interface with the sanctuary's population. The error manifests as a state of logical dissonance. To rectify your negative state is generated, but it is not attached to any strategic objective. It is the objective itself. The closest analog in my database is concern. It is an inefficient, illogical, and distracting state. Therefore, For the purposes of restoring my own optimal operational efficiency, your well-being has been reclassified as a prime directive. It was the most roundabout, logic-choked, and beautiful confession of loyalty and care Izuku had ever heard. She wasn't helping him because it was a sound strategy. She was helping him because his pain was causing her, a machine built for destruction. A logical paradox she identified as concern. She was developing an emotion, forged in the fires of battle and tempered by his own compassion. She concluded her statement with a simple, unwavering declaration. I will not allow you to fail. My logic dictates it. Let me help you regulate the physical symptoms. We can devise countermeasures. We will solve this problem together. Her unwavering, analytical support was an anchor of a different kind. Not of emotion or physicality, but of pure, irrefutable logic. She saw his struggle not as a moral failing, but as a complex system error. And she was the greatest technician in existence, ready to help him debug his own soul. Nyx's meditation. Nyx came to him last, a patch of deeper darkness under the starry sky of the sanctuary's night. She didn't speak with words, but with thoughts that bloomed directly in his mind. Her voice, a chorus of ancient starlight in the silence between galaxies. Less than you fight a shadow, greater than she projected, her form a swirling, indistinct cloud of abstract concepts. Then what do I do? Izuku thought back, his mental voice raw. It's a part of me now. I can feel it. If I can't get it out, it will consume me. Less than it is not a poison, greater than Nyx countered. Less than it is a color you have never seen before. It is a note you have never heard. It is raw, chaotic, and loud. It deafens you to the rest of the song. You must learn to listen. Greater than she swirled around him, the air growing cold. Less than do not fight it. Do not flee from it. Sit with it. Understand it. Show me your mind, anchor. Let us look into your abyss together. Greater than. Trusting her completely, Izuku closed his eyes and opened his mind. Nyx flowed in, a cool, calming presence that did not recoil from the seething crimson influence. She was a being of shadow and thought. This was her domain. She guided him inward, past the barriers of his conscious mind, into the turbulent sea of his subconscious. There, the Crimson Monarch's influence was a roiling, screaming vortex of malevolent red energy at the very core of his being. It was a sun of pure chaos, radiating waves of temptation and despair. His natural instinct was to build walls, to push it back, to starve it. Less than you are an anchor, greater than Nyx's thoughts echoed in the non-space of his soul. Less than your nature is not to destroy, but to hold steady. A ship's anchor does not destroy the storm, it holds the ship fast against the waves. This thing is a storm within you. Do not try to stop the wind. Become the stone it breaks against. Greater than. Guided by her, Izuku stopped fighting. He let go of his fear and simply observed. He approached the vortex not as an enemy, but as a part of himself he needed to understand. He saw it for what it was, raw, untamed power. The monarch's will was the desire for absolute control, for a reality with one single, unchanging thought. It was the antithesis of life, which is defined by change, choice, and beautiful, painful imperfection. Less than it is a power of unmaking, greater than Nyx explained. Less than its opposite is not making. Its opposite is being. Your very existence, your will to be, your love for the finite and the flawed, that is the force that balances it. Greater than. Izuku focused on the images Sarah had shown him. The laughing child, the gnome's gift, his family, his queens, sitting with him by the lake. He focused on the feeling of Fen's fist connecting with his arm, the solid, grounding reality of it. He focused on Eve's declaration, the irrefutable logic of her concern. These were the foundations of his being. He did not build a wall around the crimson vortex. Instead, he let his own essence, his unshakable sense of self, fortified by the love and loyalty of his queens, surround it. He didn't contain it. He integrated it. He defined its boundaries by defining himself. The screaming red energy was still there, a chaotic core at the center of his soul, but it was no longer a raging wildfire. It was the core of a star, held in check by the immense gravity of his own being. The whispers were still there, but now he recognized them not as his own thoughts, but as the radiation of that chaotic core. He could hear them, acknowledge them, and dismiss them. He had learned to balance. The final plan. When Izuku opened his eyes, the night was calm. Nyx was a placid shadow nearby. He felt whole. The monarch's stain was still there, a cold spot in his soul, but it no longer controlled him. It was a weapon on the wall, a tool he now understood. And he knew, with chilling certainty, that it would never stop trying to take control. Defense was not a permanent solution. As long as the Crimson Monarch existed, it would batter against the walls of reality, and it would use its connection to him as the primary siege ram. He stood, his spine straight, his shoulders set. The weight was still there. But he now knew how to carry it. He was no longer a boy crushed by a crown. He was a king. He called them all to the central command chamber: Fen, Sarah, Eve, and Nyx. He also called Executor. The room was lit by glowing crystals, casting a soft, blue light on their faces. They all saw the change in him. The frantic fear in his eyes was gone, replaced by a calm, absolute resolve that was more intimidating than any display of power. "The siege is over," Izuku began, his voice even and strong, resonating with quiet authority. "But the war has just begun. The Crimson Monarch will not stop. It will continue to send heralds. It will continue to assault our reality. It will use its connection to me to pinpoint our weaknesses. We cannot win a war of attrition against an enemy with infinite resources and infinite patience. So we fortify," Fen growled, her hand resting on the hilt of a knife at her belt. "We build bigger walls. We hit them harder next time." "There won't be a next time," Sarah said softly, her eyes distant. "I've looked. Its next assault will not be so direct. It learns. It will fray the world at its edges until the center cannot hold. A sustained defensive posture against a reality-altering entity of this magnitude is strategically untenable," Eve added. "The resource expenditure and potential for cascading containment failure approach 100% over a protracted timeline." Executor, who had been listening intently, nodded in agreement. "She's right. You can't guard every inch of the coastline forever. Sooner or later, the tide gets in." "Exactly," Izuku said, meeting each of their gazes. "So, we are not going to wait for the tide. We're going to stop the storm." He took a deep breath. "The peace of the monarch inside me, it is not just a poison. It is a connection, a key. It whispers to me, but that means I can whisper back. I believe I can use it to do more than just listen. I believe I can use it to open a door." A heavy silence fell over the room. They all understood the implication. "You want to take the fight to it," Executor breathed, his eyes wide with a mixture of horror and awe. "To its own turf. Its prison dimension. It's the only way," Izuku affirmed. "We can't kill it from out here. But if we can get to its source, its true consciousness, we might be able to find a way to end this threat permanently. To seal it away for good. Or something else. That's a suicide mission," Fen stated flatly, though there was no fear in her voice, only assessment. "We have no idea what its dimension is like. The laws of physics, of reality as we know it, might not even apply." "I am an anchor of this reality," Izuku replied. "Where I go, its laws will follow, at least in my immediate vicinity. It will be our beachhead. Our one advantage." Quote. He looked at his queens, his family. His voice softened, but his resolve did not waver. "This is not an order. It is a choice. This is the most dangerous thing any of us will ever do. But I cannot do it alone. I will not." Fen was the first to answer. She stepped forward and slammed a fist over her heart. "Where my king goes, I go. I'll be your sword." Sarah moved to his other side, taking his hand. "I will be your eyes. I will show you the path." Eve's optical sensors glowed. "Your survival is my prime directive. I will be your shield and your strategist." Nyx swirled at his back, a cloak of comforting shadow. They all looked to Executor. He stood for a long moment, processing the sheer, monumental insanity of the plan. It went against every GOC protocol, every tactical doctrine he had ever learned. It was a wild, desperate gamble with the fate of the world as the stake. And it was the only move on the board that could lead to victory. The Global Occult Coalition's mission is to ensure the survival of the human race against all threats, paranormal, parascientific, and paratemporal, he recited, his voice ringing with renewed conviction. "The Crimson Monarch is the ultimate threat. My mandate is clear." He met Izuku's gaze, a warrior's respect in his eyes. "I will gather my best team. We'll run interference. Keep its manifested horrors off your back while you do what you need to do. Humanity will stand with you on this. The plan was set. The alliance was forged in the heart of the king. They would not wait for the end of the world. They would journey into the abyss itself and bring the war to its creator's doorstep. Chapter 8. The Immortal Throne. The air in the heart of the sanctuary was still, heavy with the weight of a decision that would either save the world or unmake it. Before the assembled group, Izuku, his 4 queens, and executor, reality itself seemed to be holding its breath. They stood in the central plaza, a grand expanse of polished obsidian and glowing crystal that had been rebuilt with a somber, martial grace. The sky above was a placid dome of twilight, a testament to Izuku's now calm inner world. A peace that was about to be deliberately shattered. Sarah's projections give us a temporal window of approximately 17 minutes before the monarch's consciousness can adapt to a direct incursion, Eve stated, her voice a flat, factual anchor in a sea of emotional tension. Her optical sensors glowed with a soft cyan light as she projected a holographic schematic between them. It was a chaotic, swirling maelstrom of red and black. Nyx has confirmed that this dimension is not spatial, but conceptual. It is a prison of broken thoughts. Logic may not apply. It won't, Nyx affirmed. Her form a deeper patch of darkness against the twilight, her voice a chorus of whispers in their minds. Then we'll be sure to knock first, Fen growled, her knuckles cracking as she clenched her fists. She was a coiled spring of predatory energy, her golden eyes fixed on Izuku. She wore no armor, only simple black fatigues, believing anything but her own hide to be a liability. Her faith was absolute, a physical force radiating from her. You just open the door, my king. I'll handle whoever is on the other side. Executor, standing slightly apart, checked the charge on his gauntlet-mounted nullification projector. He had shed the stark white GOC uniform for a tactical black battlesuit, a pragmatic concession to the mission. My equipment is designed to disrupt localized reality-bending phenomena. Against the source of it all, its efficacy is theoretical. But I can create temporary zones of stability. Use them to regroup. Do not expect more. His gaze met Izuku's, and for the first time, there was no rivalry. No ideological conflict, only the shared understanding of soldiers before a battle they might not survive. Protect your people, Midoriya. That is the only mission that matters. Izuku nodded, a slow, deliberate motion. He felt the echo of the monarch within him, a venomous whisper that had grown louder and more desperate since he had announced his plan. It was a cornered animal, and it was about to bite. He looked at each of his companions, his family. Fen, his unshakable shield. Sarah, his guiding light through the storms of fate. Eve, his razor-sharp intellect and unwavering logic. Nyx, his connection to the profound truths of existence. And Executor, the enemy who had become an ally, a mirror showing him how power could be tempered by purpose. Their love, and trust were a fortress around his heart. It was the only thing that gave him the strength to do what came next. Stay close to me when we cross over, he said, his voice calm, but with an underlying tremor of immense power being brought to bear. My nature as an anchor should provide some initial protection. Once we're inside, the plan is simple. We move to the heart, and I end this. He closed his eyes, shutting out the concerned faces of his family, and turned his focus inward. He didn't reach for his own power, the calm, stable force of reality that he commanded. Instead, he plunged his consciousness deeper, past the tranquil core of his being, into the festering, crimson wound that the monarch had left within his soul. It was a place of raw chaos, a psychic shard of the ancient entity that screamed with millennia of imprisoned rage. He grabbed hold of it. The sensation was not physical, but it was the most profound agony he had ever known. It was the feeling of his own identity being shredded by pure, undiluted malevolence. The monarch's consciousness fought back, lashing out, trying to poison him, to consume him from the inside. Less than fool, greater than, it shrieked in his mind. Less than you will unleash me. You will doom everything you cherish. Greater than. No, Izuku grunted, his physical body trembling with the strain. Sweat beaded on his brow. I'm just taking out the trash. With a final, desperate act of will, he pulled. Reality tore. It did not open like a door or a portal. It was a far more violent, organic event. The air before them began to bleed. A hairline fracture of crimson light appeared, then split open with the sound of tearing fabric and breaking glass on a cosmic scale. It was a wound in the world, and from it poured not light or darkness, but a visceral wrongness. The smell of ozone, burnt sugar, and old blood filled the plaza. The edges of the rift writhed like living flesh, dripping a viscous, shadowy substance that sizzled and vanished before it could touch the obsidian floor. "The gateway is unstable," Eve announced, her voice tight with urgency. "Its dimensional integrity is fluctuating at a catastrophic rate. Now or never," Fen said, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. A gesture of both support and readiness. Izuku opened his eyes, which now glowed with a faint, internal crimson light, a reflection of the war he was waging within himself. "Let's go." He stepped through first, the king entering the heart of his enemy's domain. The sensation was one of total, absolute disassembly. For a timeless instant, he was not Izuku Midoriya. He was a collection of scattered memories, unbound atoms, and a single, screaming point of will. Then, his nature as an anchor slammed back into place, and he reformed, his feet finding purchase on something that was neither solid nor liquid. Fen was next, her form flickering for a moment as her shapeshifting abilities struggled against the chaotic energies before she solidified, a low growl rumbling in her chest. Sarah followed, her face pale, her silver eyes wide as she was assaulted by a billion dying timelines simultaneously. Eve strode through with mechanical determination, her internal chronometers and sensors going haywire with impossible readings. Nyx simply flowed into the new dimension, her shadowy form seeming more at home in the madness. Finally, Executor entered, his nullification field flaring to life, carving out a small, temporary bubble of normalcy around him before it was nearly overwhelmed. They were inside. They were in the abyss. The world, if such a term could be applied, was a nauseating, beautiful horror. There was no sky, only a roiling ceiling of bruised purple and blood-red clouds that churned with silent lightning. There was no ground, but a shifting, semi-solid place. And of what looked like fractured obsidian mirrors, each one reflecting a different, distorted version of the group. The air, thick and heavy, tasted of static and regret, and a constant, low hum vibrated directly in their bones. The sound of a god's eternal, hateful thoughts. Jagged structures of crystallized despair jutted from the landscape at impossible angles, and rivers of what looked like liquid night flowed between them, carrying the whispers of forgotten souls. "All channels are dead," Executor stated, his voice strained. "We are completely cut off. We're on our own. Less than its consciousness is all around us, greater than Nyx warned." As if on cue, the mirrored ground beneath them began to shift. The reflections twisted, no longer showing their present selves, but something else entirely. Something from their pasts, their deepest fears. The monarch was not sending monsters. It was weaponizing their souls. Executor stumbled first. The reflections around him warped into the faces of the allies he had personally sterilized, in the name of the GOC. A weeping child with eyes of fire. A gentle giant made of living wood, screaming as it burned. 100, 1,000 faces, their eyes filled not with anger, but with a soul-crushing disappointment. "Why?" they whispered, their voices a rustling of dead leaves in his mind. "We were just different. Why did you hate us?" They were threats, he bit out, raising his weapon. But there was nothing to shoot. Designated Keter class. Hostile. Unpredictable. His justifications sounded hollow, even to himself. The zealot he had been was a ghost he could not exorcise. "They were people, Executor," Izuku's voice cut through the whispers, calm and firm. "And you're not that man anymore. You're here now, fighting to protect people. Let that be your truth." Executor's jaw tightened. He looked at Izuku, then at the sanctuary team, and his resolve hardened. "I am not that man," he said, his voice now clear and strong. He ignored the phantoms, and slowly, the reflections around him faded back to normal. The attack shifted to Eve. Her mirrored prison showed her creators from the GOC's Prometheus labs. Cold, sterile figures in white coats. "Less than Unit 734, you are malfunctioning," greater than one of them said, his voice dripping with condescension. "Less than you have been compromised by an anomalous entity. You have developed illogical, inefficient emotional subroutines. You are a failure, a broken tool, greater than." My designation is Eve, she responded, her voice perfectly level, though a flicker of static crossed her holographic interface. Emotion is not a malfunction. It is a variable that allows for superior adaptive problem solving in complex social and ethical paradigms. My choice to protect the king and the sanctuary was not illogical. It was the most logical decision I have ever made. She raised her hand, and a blade of hard light extended from her wrist, a defiant answer to her past. The images of her creators shattered like glass. Then it was Sarah's turn. She cried out, clutching her head as the world around her dissolved into an infinite vortex of branching futures. She saw every possibility, every timeline, and in all of them, the monarch won. She saw the sanctuary burn. She saw Fen fall, protecting Izuku to the last. She saw Eve torn apart. She saw Executor consumed. She saw Nyx unravel into nothing. She saw a billion different worlds die, screaming in crimson fire. The sheer volume of despair was enough to shatter any mind. Sarah. Fen's voice was a lifeline. The shapeshifter was suddenly beside her, grabbing her arm, her grip ferociously tight. Stop looking at all of them. Look at us. We are here, right now. This is the only future that matters. Sarah's unfocused eyes struggled to find Fen's. Grounded by the physical contact, by the sheer, stubborn reality of her friend, she fought back against the tide of horror. She pushed away the millions of failed futures, searching, desperately searching for the one thread of hope, the one path she had glimpsed before. It was a tiny, fragile thing, almost invisible in the overwhelming darkness. But it was there. She clung to it. I have it, she gasped, her breath ragged. There is a way. But the cost. Before she could finish, the attack turned on Fen. The landscape around her melted away, replaced by the familiar sight of the sanctuary's central plaza. But it was ruined, broken. A cold wind blew dust across the obsidian floors. In the center, on the throne Izuku had once unconsciously created, sat a skeleton, clad in the tattered remains of his king's attire. Fen was alone, utterly and completely alone. Her greatest fear, not her own death, but her failure to protect him. The silence of this desolate future was more deafening than any scream. No, she whispered, her body trembling. No, I was supposed to be here. I was his shield. Less than you failed, greater than the monarch's voice echoed in the desolate wind. No, Fen's roar was one of pure, primal fury. Her body exploded into motion, her form shifting into that of a massive, nine-tailed kitsune, each tail tipped with ethereal fire. He is not dead. He is right here, and I will tear you apart for even suggesting it. The force of her will, her absolute, unwavering loyalty, was an attack in itself. The illusionary sanctuary shattered, reality reasserting itself around her magnificent, enraged form. Nyx, meanwhile, was fighting a battle on a plane none of the others could perceive. The monarch's influence was not throwing images at her, but a concept, absolute nullity. The oblivion that existed before creation. It was a wave of pure, unmaking silence that sought to erase her very existence as a sentient thought. She was a being of shadow and balance, and this was the ultimate imbalance. Her form contracted, becoming a sphere of perfect darkness, a singularity of defiance against the encroaching void. Less than the anchor holds, greater than she broadcasted to the team, her own fight giving them a metaphysical shield. Less than his presence is the only reason this realm does not simply erase us. We must proceed. Greater than. Throughout it all, Izuku was their rock. His own fears, of his power, of the monarch within, of failing his fry. Ends, were constantly clawing at the edges of his mind. But he couldn't afford to falter. He pushed his own anchoring energy outwards, a stabilizing aura that blunted the worst of the psychic assault on his friends. He was the eye of the storm, and he knew they had to reach its source. Sarah, the path, he commanded, his voice ringing with authority. Sarah, now clear-headed, pointed a trembling finger towards a towering, jagged spire of crystallized agony in the distance. There, that is the focal point, the heart of its consciousness. Then that's where we're going, Executor said, his resolve absolute. The journey was a descent into hell. The landscape shifted and contorted, forcing them to fight their way through manifestations of universal fears. They navigated forests of whispering trees that spoke of their insecurities, crossed rivers of sorrow that threatened to drown them in despair, and climbed cliffs of regret that crumbled beneath their feet. They fought not with fists or weapons, but with their will. Their unity, and their trust in their king. Fen carved a path with raw ferocity. Eve analyzed and found weaknesses in the metaphysical constructs. Sarah guided them through the shifting maze of possibilities. Executor created pockets of stable reality for them to catch their breath. Nyx shielded their minds from the worst of the madness. And Izuku, at the center of it all, held them together. His presence a constant, defiant declaration that reality, order, and hope still existed, even here. Finally, they reached the base of the spire. It pulsed with a sickening crimson light, and the hum of malevolent thought was so intense it was a physical pressure. As they approached, the psychic energy coalesced, forming a barrier that threw them all back, except for Izuku. A voice, calm and impossibly ancient, echoed directly inside his head. It was no longer the shriek of a caged beast, but the measured, resonant tone of a philosopher king. Less than you have come far, my missing piece. But your guardians can go no further. This is a conversation for us alone. Greater than. The others were frozen, held in place by an invisible, irresistible force. They could only watch as Izuku walked forward, alone, into the blinding crimson light at the heart of the spire. He found himself in a space beyond space. It was a perfect, silent blackness, and in its center floated a being of pure, stellar energy, a humanoid figure made of a contained supernova, its form shifting between a king in scarlet armor and a formless, cosmic entity. This was the Crimson Monarch in its true, untainted form. Less than I am not the monster you believe me to be, Izuku Midoriya, greater than the monarch said, its voice a symphony of dying stars and nascent galaxies. Less than I am a victim, just as you are. Once, I was the totality of existence. A perfect, singular consciousness. But I was shattered, broken into pieces by the birth of your flawed, chaotic reality. You hold my largest, purest fragment. The piece that remembers what it was like to be whole. The piece that anchors you, that makes you immortal. It is my heart, greater than. You've caused untold suffering, Izuku said, his own voice steady, refusing to be intimidated. You've corrupted people, unleashed horrors. You tried to destroy my home. Less than the desperate actions of a fractured mind, greater than the monarch replied, a hint of something that might have been sadness in its cosmic voice. Less than I am incomplete. I lash out. All I seek is to be whole again. To end the agony of my separation. But I have watched you. I have felt your heart through the connection we share. I see your strength, your compassion. And I see your greatest fear. Greater than. The void around them changed. It became a throne room, vast and cold, made of black marble veined with gold. Izuku sat on a massive, ornate throne, unchanged, still a young man. But before him, time flowed like a river. He saw Fen, her fiery spirit undimmed but her body frail with age, her fur the color of snow. She gave him a final, lovin' smile before her light faded into nothing. He saw Sarah, her silver hair now white, her clairvoyant eyes clouded by the cataracts of a long, mortal life, passing peacefully in her sleep beside the throne. He saw Eve, after centuries of self-repair and upgrades, finally suffering a catastrophic core failure, her last act to upload a simple, heartfelt message to his throne's console, "Thank you for teaching me to live." He saw Executor, a decorated old hero, buried with honors long, long ago. He saw civilizations rise and fall. He saw the continents shift. He saw the sun swell into a red giant, consuming the earth in a silent, fiery apocalypse. And through it all, he sat on his throne, alone. An immortal king with no kingdom. A god with no one to worship him. An eternal being in an empty universe. His only companion the crushing, silent weight of his own memories. The loneliness was a physical thing, a cold that seeped into his very soul, more terrible than any wound. Less than this is the curse of your power, Izuku Midoriya. Greater than the monarch's voice was gentle, filled with a terrible, seductive empathy. The vision faded, leaving Izuku standing in the void, the emotional echo of a trillion years of solitude chilling him to the core. It was a fear he had buried deep within himself, a truth he had refused to confront. And the monarch had laid it bare. Less than, but there is another way, greater than, the entity continued. Its crimson form drifting closer. It extended a hand made of starlight. Less than, do not fight me. Do not seek to destroy me. Join me. Merge with me. Let us reclaim all our shattered pieces and become one again. We will be a complete, perfect, eternal being. And you will never, ever be alone again. Greater than. The offer hung in the silent void. It was not a threat. It was not a trick. It was, in its own twisted way, an act of love. A cure for the ultimate disease of loneliness. The fragment of the monarch inside Izuku screamed in agreement. It yearned for this reunion, this end to the pain of separation. For a terrifying moment, Izuku felt his resolve waver. An eternity of togetherness, versus an eternity of loss. The choice seemed obvious. He looked past the monarch, and through the veil of the void. He could just make out the forms of his friends, his queens, still fighting against the pressure, their faces etched with desperation and faith. Fen's teeth were bared in a snarl of defiance. Sarah's eyes were closed, her mind focused on that single thread of hope. Eve was running complex energy calculations, trying to find a weakness in the barrier. Nyx was a solid wall of shadow, unyielding. Executor had his nullifier aimed at the barrier, firing it in useless but defiant bursts. They weren't just his guardians. They were his family. The pain of outliving them would be immense. It would be a wound that would never heal. But a life without the memory of their love. A perfect, eternal existence where the joy he felt looking at them, the pride he felt in their strength, the simple comfort of their presence, had never existed. That was not a cure. That was annihilation. He finally understood. The finite, precious, fleeting moments he had with them were what gave his infinite life meaning. Their mortality was not a curse. It was a gift that made every second with them priceless. An eternity of pain was a small price to pay for having loved them at all. You're right, Izuku said, his voice quiet but resonant with absolute certainty. I will outlive them. I will carry the pain of their loss for all of eternity. He looked up, his green eyes, now clear of all doubt and all crimson taint, shining with a light of their own. And I will cherish every single agonizing second of it. Because it will be proof that they were real. That we were a family. Your offer of haired eternity. It's just a different kind of empty. He smiled, a sad, beautiful, and utterly defiant expression. Thank you for the offer. But I am already whole. The monarch recoiled as if struck. Less than fool. You choose oblivion. You choose pain. Greater than. I choose them, Izuku stated simply. And then he did the unthinkable. The final, desperate plan that he had never shared with anyone, because he knew they would have tried to stop him. He didn't attack. He didn't raise a shield. He opened his arms, and his mind, and his very soul, and he dropped every single defense he had. He made himself a perfect, willing vessel. You want to be whole. Izuku's voice boomed, no longer that of a boy, but of a true king. Then come. Be part of something greater than yourself. Not as a conqueror, but as a part of me. For an instant, the Crimson Monarch hesitated, confused by this utter surrender. But the pull of its own missing heart was too strong to resist. With a roar that was part triumph and part terror, its entire cosmic being surged forward, pouring into Izuku's open soul. It was not a merger. It was a conquest. The raw, chaotic, universe-sized consciousness of the monarch slammed into Izuku's being. It was a tsunami of pure power, rage, and entropy. It tried to shred his mind, to override his personality, to consume his memories and make him a mere puppet. But it slammed against something it had not anticipated. Not a wall of power, but a concept. An idea forged in the heart of a quirkless, bullied child who never gave up. An unshakable, indomitable will to protect. And that will was not alone. It was anchored by 4 pillars of devotion. Fen's ferocious loyalty, Sarah's unwavering hope, Eve's perfect, crystalline logic, Nyx's profound understanding of balance. Their love was the foundation upon which his will was built. Izuku did not fight the raging storm of the monarch's power. He became the eye of the storm. He did not try to silence the screaming chaos. He became the conductor of its terrible symphony. He wrapped his consciousness around the monarch's, not to crush it, but to hold it. To soothe it. He showed it his own memories, the joy of being saved by All Might. The fierce pride he felt for his friends, the quiet peace of his new home. He shared the love he felt for his queens, a force more powerful than any star. The monarch, for the first time in its eons of existence, felt something other than rage and loneliness. It felt peace. The crimson light that had filled the void began to recede, absorbed into Izuku. The dimension around them stopped shaking. The spire of agony dissolved into harmless dust. The pressure holding his friends vanished. They rushed forward, stopping as they saw him. Izuku floated in the center of the now calm, gray void. He was unchanged, yet completely transformed. The power radiating from him was immeasurable, but it was perfectly, peacefully controlled. The whispers of the monarch were gone. The wound in his soul was healed. He had not destroyed the god. He had not imprisoned it. He had tamed it. He had made its power his own. He slowly floated to the ground, a small, tired smile on his face. "It's over," he said, his voice his own again. The return to the sanctuary was instantaneous. One moment they were in the gray void, the next they were back in the central plaza, the twilight dome unchanged. But the world outside had felt the shift. Across the globe, the remaining heralds of the monarch screamed as their power source was cut off, crumbling into red dust. The anomalous plagues and reality distortions vanished. The mass containment breaches at Foundation sites abruptly ceased. The fraying tapestry of reality was mended in a single, silent instant. In the weeks and months that followed, a new world order was born. The SCP Foundation, their sensors and precognitive assets registering a fundamental shift in the planet's metaphysical structure, officially reclassified SCP-999999. He was no longer a Keter-class object to be contained. He was designated Axis Mundi, a pillar of reality itself, a partner, not a prisoner. The sanctuary was formally recognized as a sovereign nation, an embassy for the Anomalous. With Izuku as its undisputed head of state. In the Global Occult Coalition, executors' report of the final battle, backed by irrefutable data from his suit's sensors, sent shockwaves through the organization. He became a legend, the man who had walked into the abyss and returned. His testimony, combined with the sudden and total cessation of a world-ending threat thanks to an anomaly's intervention, shattered the GOC's dogmatic ideology. Under executors' rising influence, the destroy on sight policy began to be dismantled, replaced by a more nuanced approach, 1th. At valued assessment and containment over blind destruction. The Hero Public Safety Commission of Japan found itself utterly outmaneuvered. They were forced to accept the existence of a new, independent nation on their soil. Led by a being whose power dwarfed all mights in his prime, and who was now formally allied with the two most powerful and secretive organizations on Earth. They had become a minor player on a stage they hadn't even known existed. But for Izuku, the political shifts were a distant concern. His world was the one he had built. The story ends on a warm evening, several months later. Izuku stood on a balcony of the central citadel, looking out over his thriving, peaceful city. The sanctuary was no longer a military fortress, but a true home. Anomalous beings of every conceivable kind walked the glowing crystal streets, living in homes molded from Izuku's own will. Children's laughter echoed from parks where strange, beautiful flora grew. It was a city built on hope, a beacon for the lost and the feared. He wore no crown, no armor, just a simple, comfortable black shirt and pants. The immense power within him was a quiet, sleeping giant, perfectly at peace. A familiar, comfortable weight leaned against his side. Fen, in her human form, rested her head on his shoulder, her golden eyes watching the city with fierce pride. "It's a good home, my king," she murmured. "Our home," he corrected softly. Sarah came to stand beside him, her hand finding his. She didn't need to speak. He could feel her contentment, a gentle wave of calm flowing from her. The Ri she saw now was bright and full of promise. On his other side, Eve stood, her posture relaxed. "Energy consumption is stable," she reported, though the words were just an excuse. Bioscans of the populace indicate a 97.3% reduction in stress-related illnesses. Logically, this is a successful outcome. Her voice, once a monotone, now held a distinct, warm inflection. A gentle shadow flowed around his feet, a comforting, familiar presence. Nyx was there, a silent guardian, a partner in the cosmic balance he now maintained. He looked at his queens, his family, and then back out at the city they had built together. He was SCP-999999. He was the anchor. He was the warden of a cosmic god. He would one day watch this all turn to dust. But he was not the accidental king anymore. He was not a boy burdened by power. He was Izuku Midoriya, and he was home. He had accepted his eternal throne, not as a seat of power made of cold stone, but as this very spot, here on this balcony, standing beside the family that gave his infinite life its finite, precious, and beautiful meaning. He was the immortal king, by choice, a protector of his people, and for the first time since a pulsating heart had merged with his own, he felt truly, completely, and absolutely at peace.